On the morning of November 27, 1095, in a windswept field outside the French town of Clermont, Pope Urban II stepped onto a raised wooden platform and prepared to deliver what would become one of the most consequential speeches in all of medieval history. He had summoned bishops, nobles, knights, and churchmen from across the Frankish world. They had gathered for a church council, but what Urban gave them instead was a call to war, one that would echo across Europe, stir tens of thousands to action, and ignite 2 centuries of crusade. Urban spoke not in Latin, but in the vernacular, the common tongue of the people, so that no word would be misunderstood. His message was both terrifying and electric. He claimed that Christianity was under attack. The Holy Land, he said, had fallen into the hands of a people, quote, alien to God, those who defiled sacred sites, oppressed Christian pilgrims, and spilt the blood of the faithful. Jerusalem, the heart of Christian memory and devotion, was no longer safe. He offered his audience a stark choice: sit idle while the faith was crushed, or rise as soldiers of Christ to reclaim what had been lost. But he also offered something more. For those who took up the cross, Pope Urban II promised the remission of sins, an unprecedented spiritual guarantee. Not just penance, not just grace, but complete absolution of sin. Eternal salvation in exchange for armed service. Then came the cry that would define the movement: Deus Vult, or God wills it. Whether the phrase was started by Urban himself or erupted spontaneously from the crowd, the effect was electric. Men tore strips from their tunics to form makeshift crosses and swore to march east. Some were moved by piety, others by guilt, glory, debt, or opportunity, but all of them believed they were answering a divine summons. Yet Urban's sermon didn't come from nowhere. He had spent months preparing it, carefully laying the groundwork, and he knew exactly what he was doing. This wasn't just a religious appeal, it was a political masterstroke. He didn't only call on the lords of France or the knights of Germany either. Urban's message was pan-European. He reached out to, quote, all who are of the Lord, which meant peasants, warriors, clergy, and kings alike, and that breadth was intentional. After decades of internal division between popes and emperors, barons, and bishops, Pope Urban II saw an opportunity to unify Latin Christendom under a single holy cause, and it worked. The First Crusade wasn't just born in that field near Clermont. It was lit like a firestorm. Letters were sent, preachers dispatched, sermons repeated in every village, city, and stronghold across Europe. News spread faster than anyone expected. But here's what makes the moment truly remarkable. Pope Urban II had no standing army at the beginning, no treasury large enough to fund an international campaign. What he had was an idea, a fusion of pilgrimage, penance, and holy war, and that idea swept through medieval Europe like wildfire. Within months, thousands of men, women, and children, nobles and peasants alike, would take up the cross, leave behind their homes, and begin the long, brutal journey east. And not all of them would survive. But none could have imagined what lay ahead. Battles, sieges, starvation, miracles, massacres, and the founding of an entirely new world in the East. This was not a spontaneous outburst of faith. It was a culmination of decades of change. Pope Urban II may have struck the spark, but the powder keg had been building for years. And to understand why the people of Latin Christendom responded with such fervor, we have to take a step back, far back, to the politics of Rome, the rise of the Turks, and the deep fractures that divide the East from West. Because the road to Jerusalem didn't begin at Clermont. It began in the cracks of a crumbling empire and the long memory of a sacred city. To the east, long before Pope Urban II's sermon, another empire was in crisis. The Byzantine Empire, once the eastern half of Rome itself, had dominated the eastern Mediterranean for centuries. Its armies guarded the great cities of Asia Minor, its scholars preserved the knowledge of antiquity, and its emperors ruled from the glittering palace halls of Constantinople. But by the mid-11th century, that grandeur was cracking beneath the surface. After the death of Basil II in 1025, one of the Byzantium's last great warrior emperors, the empire entered a slow and dangerous decline. His successors were weak, short-lived, or embroiled with court intrigues, and the once professional Byzantine army was hollowed out by cost-cutting and corruption. At the same time, the empire's powerful aristocratic families vied for influence, fracturing the empire from within. But the greatest blow came not from within, but from the east. In the 1040s, a new power had emerged on the steppe, the Seljuk Turks. Originally a Turkic nomadic people from Central Asia, the Seljuks had embraced Sunni Islam and conquered a massive swath of territory stretching from Persia to Syria. Their warriors were fast, skilled, and relentless, and by the 1050s, they were pushing deep into Byzantine-held Anatolia, the very heartland of the empire. Then came the disaster at Manzikert. In the summer of 1071, the Byzantine Emperor Romanos Diogenes marched east with a massive army, determined to halt the Seljuk advance once and for all. The emperor knew what was at stake. Anatolia was the heart of the Byzantine Empire, its breadbasket, its military recruiting grounds, and its defensive wall. The Seljuk Turks had been raiding deep into this territory, and Romanos believed that a strong, decisive campaign could drive them back beyond the eastern frontier. His target was the fortress town of Manzikert, near Lake Van in eastern Anatolia, a strategic stronghold recently occupied by the Seljuks. But from the start, the campaign was plagued by poor coordination, bad intelligence, and internal division. Romanos was not only facing an enemy across the field, he was surrounded by enemies within his own camp. Many of the Byzantine generals and nobles who accompanied him were loyal not to the emperor, but to rival factions in Constantinople. Chief among them was Andronikos Doukas, a member of the powerful Doukas family, whose interests clashed directly with Romanos' hold on the throne. Romanos split his forces, sending a detachment ahead to scout and secure positions, while he approached Manzikert with the bulk of his army. But this proved to be a fatal mistake. His divided forces were too far apart to reinforce one another, and Seljuk scouts under Alp Arslan took advantage of the gap, striking hard and fast. As the Seljuks encircled Manzikert, Romanos found himself outmaneuvered and isolated, and then came the betrayal. At the height of the battle, when Romanos ordered a tactical retreat to regroup and form a new line, Andronikos Doukas outright refused to support him. In fact, some accounts even suggest that he intentionally spread rumors that Romanos had been killed, abandoning the field and leaving the emperor's forces in chaos. What followed was a massacre. Byzantine troops, already weary and confused, were slaughtered or scattered. The once proud Roman army disintegrated in a matter of hours. Romanos himself was captured alive, an almost unthinkable humiliation for a Roman emperor. But what came next shocked both sides. Alp Arslan treated his royal prisoner not with cruelty, but with respect. According to the 12th century historian Matthew of Edessa, the Sultan had Romanos brought before him and asked calmly, "What would you do if I were your prisoner?" Romanos replied, "Perhaps I would kill you." Arslan laughed and replied, "But I shall not do that to you." Instead, the Sultan negotiated a pragmatic peace. Romanos agreed to cede territory and pay tribute, and Arslan released him unharmed after only a few days of captivity. And if Romanos thought his ordeal was over, he was very wrong. When he returned to Constantinople, he found that his enemies had moved quickly. Michael Doukas, son of the previous emperor and ally to Andronikos, had seized the throne. Romanos was arrested, blinded, a traditional Byzantine punishment for deposed rulers, and sent into exile, where he died from his wounds not long after. The empire was now leaderless, bleeding, and fractured, and with Romanos gone, there was no one left to contain the disaster. The defeat at Manzikert didn't just break the Byzantine army, it shattered Byzantine authority in Anatolia. Without an organized defense, the countryside was overrun by Turkic warbands. Fortresses fell, entire towns were abandoned. Greek-speaking farmers fled west by the tens of thousands. By 1073, just 2 years after the battle, much of central Anatolia, the very core of the empire, was no longer under Byzantine control. What had taken centuries to build was now falling apart in months. And as the empire descended into civil war, with rival generals and emperors vying for power, the Turks kept advancing. They were no longer just raiders, they were settlers. They established permanent encampments, took over farmlands, and laid the groundwork for a new state in former Byzantine territory. This state, the Sultanate of Rome, would soon make its capital at Nicaea, just a few days' march from Constantinople itself. The Byzantine collapse had begun, and for Latin Christendom, watching from across the Adriatic, the message was clear: the East was open. By 1081, the Byzantine Empire was at its breaking point. For over a decade, civil war, military collapse, and political betrayal had hollowed out the empire that once ruled the eastern Mediterranean. Anatolia, the empire's economic and military heartland, had all but fallen into the hands of the Seljuk Turks. The treasury was nearly empty, the army was fragmented, the frontier had dissolved. And in the capital itself, Constantinople, imperial authority was little more than a shadow. It was in this moment of chaos that Alexios Komnenos seized power. Not with ceremony, but by force. A battle-hardened general from one of Byzantium's oldest aristocratic families, Alexios came from a line of military elites with deep roots in the empire. His uncle, Isaac Komnenos, had briefly reigned as emperor decades earlier. But Alexios was not just a noble by blood, he was a commander by trade, a man who had spent his youth putting down rebellions and fighting border wars. He was only 24 years old when he launched his bid for the throne. With the backing of the powerful Ducas family, one of the most influential factions in Constantinople, Alexios overthrew the reigning emperor Nikephoros Botaniades in a palace coup. To solidify the alliance, he married Irene Ducana, tying the two families together into one of the most powerful dynastic partnerships in the medieval world. But seizing the throne was just the beginning. Alexios inherited a state on the verge of collapse. The imperial army had been gutted by defeats, including the catastrophic loss at Manzikert. The navy had deteriorated. Anatolia, once the empire's core, had been lost to Turkic warlords and was now the seat of the Sultanate of Rome. To make matters worse, Alexios faced enemies on every front. In the west, Norman invaders under Robert Guiscard and his son, Bohemond of Taranto, were attacking Byzantine holdings in the Balkans and threatening Greece itself. In the north, human nomads raided across the Danube. In the east, the Seljuk Turks expanded unchecked across Asia Minor. And in the capital, Constantinople seethed with factional intrigue and palace conspiracies. Alexios responded with ruthless efficiency. He launched sweeping reforms, reorganized the shattered military, and began rebuilding the empire's financial base. He leaned heavily on family networks, placing loyal Komnenoi and Dukai in key positions. He negotiated with enemies when needed, bought time with diplomacy, and played rivals off one another with remarkable finesse. But he knew he couldn't do it alone. To reclaim Anatolia, the empire's core, Alexios needed more than restructured armies or clever politics. He needed soldiers, trained, well-equipped, and ready to fight in unfamiliar terrain. Byzantium's traditional recruitment systems had collapsed, and the local populations of Anatolia had already fallen under Turkish control or fled west. So Alexios made a decision that would change history. In 1095, he dispatched ambassadors to the west, not to kings or emperors, but to Pope Urban II himself, and to the courts of the powerful Latin princes of Europe. This was not unprecedented. The Byzantines had hired Western mercenaries before, Norman knights, Frankish heavy cavalry, and even guards from Scandinavia. But this appeal was different. It came not from strength, but from desperation. And its scope was modest, a request for just a few thousand troops, seasoned fighters who could help push back the Seljuk frontier and restore Byzantine control over key cities and trade routes. Alexios was not asking for a crusade. He envisioned a limited military expedition, something manageable, something he could direct and coordinate, and perhaps even co-opt into his broader strategy of imperial restoration. But Alexios misjudged how volatile the situation in the West had become. He had no way of knowing that Pope Urban II when presented with the Byzantine plea at the Council of Piacenza, would seize upon it as an opportunity to launch something far greater than Alexios ever imagined: a pan-European holy war. By the time the West responded, it wasn't a few mercenaries who came knocking at the gates of Constantinople. It was an army, tens of thousands of knights, foot soldiers, pilgrims, priests, marching under the sign of the cross, calling themselves Crusaders. And though Alexios had hoped to regain lost territory, what he got was an entirely new world. As the Byzantine Empire crumbled in the West, a new and formidable force was reshaping the Islamic world to the east: the Seljuk Turks. The Seljuks were originally a branch of the Oghuz Turks, a nomadic people from the Central Asian steppes. For centuries, they had roamed the region between the Caspian Sea and the Altai Mountains, living in tribal confederations and hiring out their warriors as mercenaries. But sometime in the 10th century, under their chieftain Seljuk Ibn Dukak, they embraced Sunni Islam, and with their new faith came a powerful sense of destiny. In the early 11th century, the Seljuks were no longer fighting for others, they were building a world of their own. Their rise began in earnest in 1040, when the Seljuk brothers Tugril Beg and Chagri Beg defeated the Ghaznavid Empire in the Battle of Dandanakan, opening the gates of Khorasan and Persia. From there, they rapidly expanded westward, claiming Ray, Hamadan, and eventually Isfahan as their capitals. In 1055, Tugril rode into Baghdad, the symbolic heart of the Muslim world. The Abbasid Caliph, now more of a spiritual figurehead than a temporal ruler, was under siege by a Shia faction known as the Buids. Tugril drove them out and restored Sunni dominance. In return, the Caliph granted him the title of Sultan, formally investing the Seljuk ruler with authority to protect the Islamic world. This was no small gesture. For centuries, Sunni Islam had been on the defensive. The Fatimid Caliphate, a powerful Shia dynasty based in Egypt, controlled Jerusalem and much of the east. In Baghdad, Shia groups had wielded real power for decades. The Seljuks cast themselves as champions of Sunni orthodoxy, defenders of faith, order, and unity in a fractured world. Under Tugril's successor, Alp Arslan, which means heroic lion, the Seljuk state became a true empire. Alp Arslan consolidated rule in Iran and the Caucasus and began pushing deep into Armenia and Anatolia, Byzantine frontier zones. It was Alp who in 1071 would clash with the Byzantine Emperor Romanos at the Battle of Manzikert, a stunning Seljuk victory that shattered Byzantine control over Anatolia. But the real builder of the Seljuk Empire was Alp Arslan's son, Malik Shah. His reign, from 1072 to 1092, marked the golden age of Seljuk power. Under his vizier, the brilliant Nizam al-Mulk, the empire established a network of religious schools promoting Sunni law and theology. These schools would become ideological pillars in the Sunni revival. Malik Shah also expanded the empire's infrastructure, including observatories and mosques in Baghdad. His court rivaled any in Europe or the Islamic world for culture and power. At its height, the Seljuk Empire stretched from the edges of China to the eastern Mediterranean, from the Aral Sea to the Arabian Desert. But the Seljuks were not a centralized nation-state. Their empire was divided into semi-autonomous regions, each governed by a Seljuk prince or trusted commander. These men ruled as Atabegs, tutors and regents in theory, but independent warlords in practice. In 1073, Seljuk forces wrestled Jerusalem from the Fatimids. Though the city remained open to Christian pilgrims, at least initially, the change in leadership worried many in the West. It disrupted long-standing diplomatic channels and created uncertainty about access to the holy sites. But the real turning point came in 1092, when Malik Shah suddenly died, possibly poisoned. Within months, his vizier Nizam was also dead. The Seljuk world, once vast and unified, began to fracture violently. His sons and brothers fought over succession. Power struggles broke out in Iraq, Syria, and Anatolia. Local emirs declared independence. The Seljuk heartland, once a bastion of Sunni strength, fell into civil war. In Syria, rival warlords clashed for control of Aleppo and Damascus. In Anatolia, the newly formed Sultanate of Rum based at Nicaea, began operating as an independent kingdom, no longer answering to Baghdad. To outsiders, especially to Pope Urban II and the Western Church, this chaos looked like a chance. A divided enemy was a vulnerable one, and with Jerusalem in Sunni hands and Constantinople crying for aid, the time to act had come. What began as a nomadic confederation had become a vast empire, an empire that, in just 50 years, had transformed the Islamic world and became the dominant power in the Eastern Mediterranean. But in its golden age, the seeds of its downfall were already sown, and those cracks would soon be tested by a tidal wave from the west. By the late 11th century, the papacy was in the middle of a dramatic transformation. For centuries, the popes of Rome had struggled to assert authority, not just over the church, but over secular rulers. Kings appointed bishops, emperors crowned popes, and in many cases, the so-called Vicar of Christ was little more than a pawn in the hands of powerful Roman families or German emperors. But in the decades leading up to 1095, that began to change. A movement of reform, centered around the Abbey of Cluny in Burgundy, had swept through Western Christendom. The Cluniac reformers demanded a return to moral rigor, spiritual purity, and church independence. They believed the church should be free from lay interference, especially in the appointment of bishops and abbots. At the heart of this reform was a simple but revolutionary idea. The Pope should stand above all earthly rulers, answerable only to God. That vision came to a head under Pope Gregory VII, who reigned from 1073 to 1085. Gregory clashed bitterly with the Holy Roman Emperor Henry IV in what became known as the Investiture Controversy, a political and spiritual showdown over who had the right to appoint bishops. At one point, Gregory even excommunicated the emperor. In response, Henry marched on Rome and installed his own pope. Gregory died in exile, but the principle of papal supremacy survived, and his ideas shaped the future of the church. Which brings us to Urban II, a former Cluniac monk and Gregory's ideological heir. Elected pope in 1088, Urban faced a daunting situation. The church was still divided, its authority contested, and Rome itself was a political battleground. One of Urban's rivals, the so-called anti-pope Clement III, still held parts of the city with imperial backing. But Urban was patient and ambitious. He traveled through southern and central France, building support, rallying bishops, and spreading the reformist message of a unified militant church. He needed something to cement papal leadership, something that could galvanize the faithful and redirect the violent energy in Europe's warrior aristocracy. In 1095, he got it. That spring, ambassadors arrived from the east, envoys of Emperor Alexios, who was fighting to reclaim lost territory in Anatolia. They met Urban at the Council of Piacenza, a massive gathering in northern Italy. There, in front of a crowd so large it had to meet outdoors, the Byzantine envoys described the plight of Eastern Christians and the devastation wrought by the Turks. Urban listened carefully. He knew what Alexios wanted: seasoned mercenaries, perhaps a few thousand knights, to bolster the Byzantine army. But what Urban saw was something far greater: an opportunity. He could transform this local political request into a universal religious mission. A chance to heal the widening rift between Latin and Greek Christians. A way to unite the fractured kingdoms of the West under a common cause. And, perhaps most importantly, a chance to assert papal leadership over all of Christendom, East and West. Later that year, in November of 1095, Pope Urban II arrived in Clermont, a modest city in southern France. But what happened there would change the course of history. The Council of Clermont had been called to address church matters, reform the clergy, and consolidate papal authority in the region. But Urban had something much larger in mind. Over several days, he met with bishops, abbots, and lay leaders, gradually laying the groundwork for his real message. On the 9th day of the council, November 27th, Urban stepped outside the cathedral and addressed a massive crowd that had been gathering in an open field. Some were clergy, some were knights, many were simple peasants. There was no official transcript of what he said, and the sermon we know today survives through multiple later versions, each with its own spin. Still, across all the versions, a few themes emerge clearly. Urban declared that Christianity itself was under attack, that, quote, a race utterly alien to God had invaded the lands of Eastern Christians and was committing unspeakable atrocities. He spoke of churches desecrated, altars defiled, Christians tortured and enslaved. He called Jerusalem, the holy city where Christ had lived, died, and risen, as the prize that must be reclaimed. Robert the Monk had a version of Urban's speech, and he said, "They have invaded the lands of those Christians and have depopulated them by the sword, pillage, and fire. The holy sepulchre of our Lord and Savior, which is possessed by unclean nations, demands to be liberated." Urban urged the faithful to stop fighting one another and instead take up arms for God. This was not a feud, this was not about territory, this was a holy war. And then came the promise that electrified the crowd. All who die on the journey, whether by land or by sea, or in battle against the pagans, shall have immediate remission of sins. This was massive. Until now, penance had meant fasting, prayer, pilgrimage, or giving alms. But Urban offered something new. Go to war for Christ, and your soul would be cleansed. Some chroniclers describe the crowd erupting in tears and cheers. Knights fell to their knees. Others shouted, Deus vult, or God wills it. Urban had done something no pope before him had ever attempted. He had fused religious salvation with military conquest, and in doing so, he lit the fuse for a movement that would reshape Europe and the Middle East for centuries. The First Crusade wasn't born overnight. It was the result of a slow-burning shift in how medieval Christians understood sin, salvation, and warfare. By the late 11th century, pilgrimage had become one of the most powerful spiritual tools in Christian Europe. Traveling to holy sites, especially Jerusalem, Rome, or Santiago de Compostela, was seen as an act of profound devotion. For the devout and the desperate alike, the journey could serve as a form of penance, a way to cleanse the soul and draw closer to God. At the same time, the idea of penance through action, not just prayer or fasting, but real-world sacrifice, was gaining traction. Monastic reformers like those at Cluny emphasized moral purity and also laid the groundwork for something more dynamic. The acts of hardship or risk, done for God, could have salvific power. And what was more difficult or more dangerous than war? For most of Christian history, warfare had been seen as a necessary evil at best. Killing was a sin, even in self-defense. But by the mid-11th century, a new theological framework was emerging. The idea of the, quote, just war, a conflict waged not for personal gain, but for justice and defense of the faith. This is where Pope Urban II's message at Clermont hit like a thunderclap. He didn't just ask people to fight. He cast the crusade as a new kind of pilgrimage, a journey to the Holy Land that would require hardship, but one that would cleanse sin, grant divine favor, and serve the will of Christendom. This was revolutionary. According to Canon 2 of the Council of Clermont in 1095, whoever for devotion alone, and not to gain honor or money, goes to Jerusalem to liberate the Church of God, can substitute this journey for all penance. To medieval ears, this was extraordinary. Not only was Urban promising remission of sins, he was sanctifying violence under the right conditions. Killing the enemies of God, he suggested, was not a crime, it was a form of service. This fusion of ideas, pilgrimage, penance, warfare, and salvation, created something entirely new: the Crusader. Not a soldier of fortune, not a hired sword, but a warrior of Christ, one whose soul was purified by battle, whose death on campaign was not tragic but triumphant. For knights, this was irresistible. Many had spent their lives steeped in bloodshed and warfare, and now for the first time, they were told that these very skills could serve God. For peasants, townfolks, and minor clergy, the appeal was a little different, but no less powerful. They weren't just going to fight, they were going on a journey with spiritual purpose, to see the places where Christ had walked, to suffer as he had suffered, and perhaps to be redeemed in the process. Some even hoped to die as martyrs, to be killed in the Holy Land and thereby secure immediate passage to heaven. In the decades and centuries that followed, this idea would grow and evolve. But here, in the winter of 1095 to 1096, it was something raw and new. A spiritual wildfire spreading across Europe, ignited by the promise that the road to Jerusalem led not to just a city, but to eternal salvation. When Urban II preached the Crusade at Clermont, he likely imagined trained knights and seasoned lords answering the call, men with discipline, resources, and experience to fight a holy war in a far-off land. But what actually happened was far more chaotic. The Pope's message spread like wildfire, and preachers took it into the countryside. Monks shouted it from the pulpits. Rumors swirled that the end times were near, that Christ would return once Jerusalem was freed. Word traveled fast, faster than the church could control it. And so, beginning in the spring of 1096, thousands of ordinary people, peasants, craftsmen, women, children, began to pack up their lives and head east. They weren't waiting for noble sponsors or papal approval. They were going now, in the belief that salvation lay on the road ahead. This would become known as the People's Crusade. One of the most famous leaders of this early movement was Peter the Hermit, a charismatic and wild-eyed preacher from northern France. Clad in simple robes and riding a donkey, Peter claimed to have a letter from heaven and personal visions from Christ. He stirred the hearts of commoners with fiery sermons, painting the crusade as not just a mission, but a divine obligation. Behind him, a ragtag army began to form, tens of thousands strong. But this was no professional force. They lacked training, planning, supplies, or leadership. Some even marched barefoot. Others carried rusty swords or farm tools. There were no logistics, no supply lines. Yet they marched with total conviction, believing that God would provide. Among them were nobles of lesser means, like Walter sans Avoir, whose name means Walter without wealth, who joined with his own small band of knights. But for the most part, the People's Crusade was a mass movement of the poor, driven by faith, fear, and desperation. And then, things turned dark. As these mobs made their way through the Rhineland in modern-day Germany, some turned their fury not towards the distant Muslims of Jerusalem, but towards the Jewish communities of Europe. Convinced by apocalyptic fervor that all enemies of Christ must be punished, mobs led by men like Count Emico of Floenheim attacked and massacred Jews in Minsk, Worms, and Cologne. Thousands were killed in what would become one of the earliest large-scale episodes of anti-Jewish violence in European history. This was not the crusade that Urban had imagined. But the march continued. Peter the Hermit's followers passed through Hungary and the Balkans, often clashing with the locals, stealing supplies, and causing unrest. By the time they reached Constantinople in the summer of 1096, Alexios was horrified. This was no army. This was a moving crisis. Alexios, ever the strategist, offered ships to ferry the Crusaders into Anatolia, partly out of courtesy, but mostly to get them out of his capital. He had no intention of letting them linger. And once in Turkish territory, the inevitable happened. The People's Crusade had no military cohesion. They ignored Byzantine warnings. They launched premature raids into Seljuk lands near Nicaea, hoping for easy victories, and instead they were annihilated. In October 1096, Seljuk forces under the command of Kilij Arslan crushed the Crusaders in an ambush near Civitate. Thousands were slaughtered. Others were sold into slavery. A few escaped back to Constantinople, including Peter the Hermit, who would later rejoin the more organized Crusader armies. The People's Crusade was over, a tragic mix of faith, chaos, and violence. But it was only the first wave. Behind them marched the real armies. The princes were coming, lords with banners, soldiers who knew how to fight, and they were headed east. If the People's Crusade had been a spark, the Prince's Crusade was the wildfire. Unlike the scattered mobs of peasants who had marched east on pure faith, the second wave of crusaders, known as the armies of the princes, were well-armed, strategically organized, and politically powerful. These were the crusaders' heavyweights, nobles and knights with titles, lands, and trained soldiers at their disposition. And they weren't just answering the call of faith, they were answering the call of opportunity. The Pope had promised remission of sins to any who took up the cross, but the Holy Land also offered honor, glory, and perhaps land for those bold enough to take it. The armies didn't march as one. There was no single commander. Instead, several great lords, each with their own ambitions and baggage, led their own forces eastward, converging over time like rivers flowing into a rising tide. Here were some of the key leaders. Raymond IV of Toulouse, also known as Raymond of St. Giles, a pious and elderly count from southern France, perhaps the most spiritual devout of the leaders. He brought thousands of knights, a strong force of infantry, and a papal legate, Adhemar of Lapuy, who would act as Urban's spiritual representative. Godfrey of Bouillon, a German nobleman and a Duke of Lower Lorraine, known for his humility and battlefield courage, he would become one of the most famous figures of the entire crusade. Bohemond of Taranto, a fiery and ambitious Norman prince from southern Italy, son of the infamous Robert Guiscard, who had once attacked the Byzantines. Bohemond came with a formidable army of veteran warriors and a personal reputation as a cunning commander. Tancred, Bohemond's young and daring nephew, who sought adventure and glory in his own right, also joined the crusade. Robert II of Normandy, son of William the Conqueror, also joined the crusade. He mortgaged much of his duchy to finance the journey. Stephen of Blois, one of the wealthiest nobles in Europe, brought a large and well-equipped force. Hugh of Vermandois, brother of King Philip I of France, arrived early and expected imperial honors in Constantinople. Each of these leaders brought their own entourage of knights, squires, and camp followers, and each had different goals. Some saw the crusade as a path to salvation, and others saw a chance to carve out new kingdoms. And by the spring and summer of 1097, they began to arrive in Constantinople. This posed an enormous problem for Emperor Alexios. He had asked for help, but now tens of thousands of heavily armed Latin warriors were camped outside of his wall. Many of them descended from the same Normans who had invaded Byzantine territory in previous generations. Alexios played a careful game. One by one, he summoned the Crusader leaders to his court. He fed them, gifted them, flattered them, and demanded oaths of fealty. In return for passage across the Bosporus and supplies, they had to swear that any land they conquered would be returned to the Byzantine Empire. Some complied reluctantly. Bohemond, cunning as ever, agreed, though likely with fingers crossed. Raymond of Toulouse refused at first, insisting he had taken the cross for God alone, not for the emperor. But eventually, under pressure, most of the princes swore loyalty. Alexios then did what he had done for the People's Crusade. He ferried them into Asia Minor and toward the waiting enemy. But this time, he wasn't sending pilgrims. He was unleashing an army of knights and nobles, hardened by war and hungry for redemption, conquest, or both. Ahead of them lay Nicaea, the first major test of the Crusade, and the Seljuk Turks would soon learn that this time, the Christians had come prepared. In May of 1097, the Princes' Crusade finally stepped into the heart of Muslim-controlled Anatolia. Their destination was Nicaea, not only a symbolic target, but a strategically vital one. Once a prize city of the Byzantine Empire, it had become the capital of the Seljuk Sultanate of Rum, ruled by Kilij Arslan I. Retaking it was more than a statement, it was a gateway deeper into Asia, and a test of whether this crusade could actually fight a war. The Crusaders had never operated as a single unified army, and by the time they reached Nicaea, they were still arriving in stages, moving separately through Byzantine territory. The first to arrive were the southern French forces under Bohemond and his nephew Tancred, alongside Godfrey of Bouillon and Hugh of Vermandois. Soon after, Raymond of Toulouse and his large army joined them, bringing the main force to somewhere between 25,000 and 35,000 troops, including infantry, knights, and non-combatants. The siege formally began around May 14, 1097. Nicaea was well defended. Its walls stretched nearly 3 miles, reinforced by 240 different towers, and backed against Lake Ascanios. That lake, though picturesque, was a logistical nightmare. It allowed food and supplies to enter the city by boat, nullifying the Crusaders' attempts to starve it out. At first, the Crusaders were woefully unequipped for a proper siege. They had no siege engines, no siege towers, and limited coordination. The early assaults were reckless, relying on frontal charges and ladders hastily constructed from nearby timber. These were repelled easily and losses mounted quickly, but the Crusaders adapted. They constructed fortified camps to protect against sallies from the city and began working more systematically. Tents and palisades dotted the countryside. Each lord controlled a sector of the siege line. They began building catapults and battering rams, drawing on knowledge shared by Byzantine engineers attached to their forces. Still, the siege dragged on. Inside the city, Kilij Arslan was notably absent. He had dismissed the Crusaders as another rabble like the People's Crusade, and had taken his army east to deal with rebellious rivals. By the time he realized the threat was real, the Crusaders had already encircled his capital. In a rush to salvage the situation, Kilij gathered his forces and launched a surprise attack. It was a brutal clash, especially near Bohemond's camp, which bore the brunt of the initial strike. The Seljuk cavalry used their standard tactics, raining arrows from horseback, darting in and out before heavy infantry could close. But this time, the Crusaders held firm. Reinforcements from Godfrey and Raymond arrived just in time, and the knights countercharged, scattering the Seljuk forces and forcing Kilij Arslan to retreat. It was a decisive Crusader victory, and a humiliating one for the Seljuks. Kilij Arslan's army was broken, his camp looted, and his prestige diminished. With no relief army in sight, the city of Nicaea was now cut off by land, but the lake remained a lifeline. That's when Alexios, watching from nearby Pelikanon, made his move. Alexios had no desire to see the Crusaders sack Nicaea. The city had once been Byzantine, and he intended to restore it peacefully to imperial control. So, in a clever logistical maneuver, he had Byzantine ships transported over land, disassembled, hauled across miles of terrain, and reassembled on the shores of the lake. When the ships appeared on the lake, the defenders knew they were finished. But Alexios didn't wait for a bloodbath. He sent his men to secretly negotiate the city's surrender, offering the garrison lenient terms if they yielded to Byzantine forces, and the city agreed. On the morning of June 19th, while the Crusaders were preparing for a final assault, they were stunned to see Byzantine banners already flying from the city towers. The gates opened, not for them, but for Byzantine troops who marched in and took possession peacefully. Now, to the Crusaders, this kind of felt like a betrayal. They had invested blood, sweat, and lives in this siege. The rank and file expected plunder. The knights wanted glory. But Alexios had outmaneuvered them, restoring the city to imperial control, maintaining law and order, and denying them any opportunity to loot it. Tensions began to flare. Some commanders, especially Bohemond, suspected the emperor of playing both sides. But cooler heads prevailed. Oaths had been sworn. Supplies and gold were distributed, and there was still a long road ahead. Nicaea was the first great victory of the Crusade, and its consequences rippled far beyond Anatolia. It restored Byzantine control of a key city. It proved that the Crusaders were more than zealots. They were a serious military force, and it marked the true beginning of a long, bloody campaign to Jerusalem. The Crusaders would now march into the Anatolian interior, through mountains, deserts, and ambushes, towards the fabled cities of Antioch and Jerusalem. But the siege of Nicaea had shown them something important. This was no pilgrimage, it was a war. After the fall of Nicaea, the Crusaders were eager to push forward. The siege had been long and exhausting, but the city's capture was only the first step. Now they stood on the threshold of the next phase of the campaign, moving deeper into Seljuk-controlled territory. In addition to their goal of Jerusalem, Antioch, a key city in northern Syria, had been added as a strategic objective for the Crusaders. This was a critical stronghold on their way to the Holy Land. The Crusaders would need to capture Antioch to secure their route to Jerusalem, as it was an important center for trade and military movement. This was a critical moment, and Emperor Alexios called for a meeting with the Crusader leaders to discuss the next steps. Alexios, the Byzantine emperor who had played a significant role in initiating the crusade, understood the strategic importance of the moves that lay ahead. Although Nicaea had fallen into Crusader hands, the road to Jerusalem was fraught with danger. He knew that the Seljuk Turks, despite their recent defeat, remained a formidable force, and he sought to share this vital intelligence with the Crusaders. Throughout the spring and summer, Emperor Alexios had furnished the crusade with invaluable advice on how to approach the next stages of the campaign. In a private briefing, he detailed the Seljuk Turks' military tactics, emphasizing their skill in hit-and-run attacks, surprise raids, and guerrilla-style warfare. Alexios made it clear that the Crusaders should not expect a traditional battle, but rather a series of skirmishes and ambushes that would make their march to Jerusalem even more perilous. Alexios also stressed the importance of cooperation between the Byzantines and the Crusaders. He reminded them that while they had captured Nicaea, the land that they had taken remained within the sphere of the Byzantine Empire. The Byzantines had knowledge of the lands and the shifting alliances within the region, intelligence that was critical for the Crusaders' success. He also offered advice on how to confront the Seljuk Turks, how to draw up battle lines, lay ambushes, and avoid being drawn too far when the enemy feigned retreat. Alexios had seen firsthand how the Turks could lure enemies into overextending themselves. At this meeting, Alexios revealed that the Seljuk leaders had retreated to Dorylaeum. This would be the next major obstacle in the Crusaders' path. Alexios offered his counsel on how to approach this stronghold and assured the Crusaders that his troops would assist in securing the region, but only if they respected the Byzantine Empire's authority over the lands that they would reconquer. Alexios' plan was to follow the Crusaders' march, mopping up any territory that they had conquered. To ensure his control over the unfolding events, he sent Taticius, his trusted representative, to accompany the Crusaders with a small force of Byzantine troops. Despite their eagerness to continue their journey towards Jerusalem, the Crusaders had little choice but to accept Alexios' intelligence and his terms. The Byzantine Empire, after all, remained a crucial ally in the fight ahead, and the Seljuk Turks would prove to be a much greater challenge than anticipated. As the Crusaders prepared to leave Nicaea in the last week of June 1097, Alexios could look back over the preceding months with some satisfaction. The Crusaders had been channeled through his empire without major incident, and a significant blow had been struck against Kilij Arslan, the Seljuk Sultan. Despite occasional friction, the Crusaders had largely been cooperative under Alexios' guidance. The question now was how long this cooperation would last once the Crusaders moved further from Byzantine territory, heading towards Jerusalem and the heart of Muslim-controlled lands. The path to Jerusalem would be anything but straightforward. By the summer of 1097, the crusade was no longer a vision, it was an army. A patchwork of nobles, knights, priests, and pilgrims united not by blood or banner, but by a vow, to reach Jerusalem and reclaim it in the name of Christ. But there was no single leader. Instead, power lay in the hands of competing princes, each with his own ambitions, loyalties, and legacy to build. At the head of the Norman contingent was Bohemond of Taranto, a war-hardened son of southern Italy. Tall, commanding, and charismatic, Bohemond had the instincts of a battlefield tactician and the appetite of a conqueror. He hadn't come just to liberate holy ground, he came to carve out a kingdom. Alongside him rode Tancred, his young and ambitious nephew, forever in Bohemond's shadow and eager to prove himself. From northern France came Godfrey of Bouillon, Duke of Lower Lorraine. Pious, stoic, and quietly formidable, Godfrey had already sold his lands to fund the journey. Unlike Bohemond, he sought no crown, only salvation and the path of the righteous knight. By his side was his brother Baldwin. Where Godfrey dreamed of holy glory, Baldwin saw opportunity, and in time, he would claim a crown of his own. The elder statesman of the crusade was Raymond of Toulouse, a seasoned nobleman in his 50s and one of the wealthiest men in France. Raymond styled himself as the true standard-bearer of the faith, often clashing with Bohemond over leadership. With Raymond rode Bishop Adhemar of Le Puy, appointed by Pope Urban II himself as the spiritual guide of the crusade. Though not a warrior, Ademar's presence kept the princes from tearing each other apart, and reminded them why they had taken the cross to begin with. And then there were others: Robert, Duke of Normandy and son of William the Conqueror, valiant, reckless, and chronically underfunded. Stephen of Blois, his brother-in-law, pious and prominent but easily shaken, and a multitude of minor nobles, knights, and foot soldiers from across Frankish, German, and Italian lands, many of whom would never see Jerusalem. Together, they formed the Prince's Crusade, an army unlike any seen in Christendom. After the Crusaders captured Nicaea, they began their march eastward through the vast and unfamiliar landscape of Anatolia. Spirits were high after the victory, but the Crusaders quickly realized that the road to Jerusalem would be anything but easy. Alongside the noble knights and military leaders, a number of common people from the People's Crusade, who had joined the Prince's Crusade after the failure of their own campaign, now marched with them. These civilians, many of whom were less prepared for the hardships of war, faced the same challenges as the professional soldiers, further burdening the Crusader army. Despite their fervor, the Crusaders, though well-disciplined, were ill-prepared for the type of warfare they would face as they ventured deeper into Seljuk-controlled territory. The sheer size of the Crusader army made it impossible for them to move as a single unified force. Stretching over the vast Roman roads and pilgrimage routes ahead, the column of nearly 70,000 men, women, and children took days to pass any given point. As they advanced, the Crusaders foraged for food and supplies, devastating the surrounding countryside as they searched for resources. This massive movement placed a great strain on the Crusader forces, but they could not afford to break into smaller groups. The Seljuk Turks, led by Kilij Arslan, still posed a significant threat, and the Crusaders were fully aware of the dangers they faced if they were separated. On the 26th of June, 1097, the Crusader army split into two main contingents, each led by a prominent figure of the Crusade. The first group was commanded by Bohemond, his nephew Tancred, Robert of Normandy, Robert of Flanders, and the Byzantine general Taticius. This force was positioned at the front of the march, with Bohemond and his men leading the charge towards their next objective. The second group, which followed slightly behind, was led by Godfrey with his brother Baldwin, Raymond of Toulouse, Stephen of Blois, and Hugh of Vermandois, who brought up the rear. The plan was to rendezvous at Dorylaeum, an abandoned Byzantine military camp, located 4 days southeast. This camp, while deserted, would provide the perfect location for the Crusaders to regroup and prepare for the challenges that lay ahead. However, the Crusaders' plans were about to be disrupted. Kilij Arslan, the Seljuk Sultan of Rum, had been biding his time. Despite his humiliating defeat at Nicaea, Kilij Arslan had been busy amassing a significant force. With his army now reinforced, he saw an opportunity to strike back at the Crusaders. The fact that the Crusader army had divided itself into two separate groups made them much more vulnerable, and Kilij Arslan knew this would be the perfect chance to launch an ambush and disrupt their advance across Anatolia. On the 29th of June, 1097, Bohemond noticed that his army was being shadowed by Seljuk scouts. He suspected that the Seljuks were planning to ambush them near Dorylaeum. Contemporary figures place the number of Seljuk Turks as between 6,000 and 8,000 men. Bohemond and Robert's forces probably numbered about 10,000, and that's not counting a large number of non-combatants, the majority of these people on foot. On the evening of June 30th, after 3 grueling days of marching, Bohemond's army made camp in a meadow along the north bank of a river near the ruins of Dorylaeum. At dawn on July 1st, Kilij Arslan's forces launched a surprise attack. Seljuk mounted archers, known for their speed and precision, descended upon the Crusader camp, shooting arrows into the Crusader lines before the Crusaders could fully mount a defense. The attack was swift and overwhelming, catching the Crusaders by surprise. Bohemond's knights quickly mounted onto their horses to engage the enemy, but the Seljuk archers, who were skilled at firing while in motion, harassed them relentlessly, striking their horses and soldiers from a distance. One Crusader soldier later recalled the chaos, saying, "The Seljuks began all at once to howl and gabble and shout, saying with loud voices in their own language some devilish word which I do not understand, screaming like demons." The Seljuk cavalry rode into the camp, cutting down unarmed civilians, foot soldiers, and anyone who was caught off guard. the Crusaders were thrown into disarray. The unarmored foot soldiers, who were unable to outrun the Seljuk horses, were the most vulnerable. Bohemond, realizing the severity of the situation, ordered his knights to dismount and form a defensive line. With the help of Tancred and his forces, they managed to gather the non-combatants and foot soldiers into the center of the camp for protection. The women of the camp, acting under Bohemond's orders, took up the task of carrying water to the soldiers during the battle. Amid the chaos, one eyewitness described the horror. The Turks were howling like wolves and furiously shooting a cloud of arrows. We were stunned by this. Despite the brutal attack, the Crusaders held firm. The Turks' arrows, while deadly, were mostly ineffective against the heavily armored knights. However, the Crusaders' horses suffered greatly, with many falling to the Seljuk arrows. The Seljuk strategy of constant harassment was taking its toll, and the Crusaders found themselves forced back to the marshy riverbanks, where the ground was too soft for the Turkish horses to charge effectively. For hours, the Crusader knights fought to maintain their position. The marshy ground provided some protection from the Turkish cavalry, but the Seljuks kept their archers well supplied and continued to launch arrows from all directions. The Crusaders struggled to hold their ground against the relentless assault, as small groups of knights would occasionally break ranks and charge at the Turks, only to be slaughtered or driven back by the Seljuk cavalry. Amid the chaos, the Crusaders passed a morale-boosting phrase down the line: "Stand fast together, trusting in Christ and the victory of the Holy Cross. Today, may we all gain much booty." Despite the bloodshed and confusion, the Crusaders managed to regroup and continue their resistance. But just when it seemed the Seljuk Turks might overwhelm the Crusaders, help finally arrived. Godfrey and his contingent arrived with reinforcements, charging through the Turkish lines to relieve Bohemond's forces. The arrival of Godfrey and his knights allowed the Crusaders to establish their position, but the battle was far from over. As the Turkish attacks grew fiercer, more Crusader reinforcements arrived, including forces from Raymond and Hugh of Vermandois. By midday, the tide of the battle began to turn. Raymond and his forces, arriving from the rear, launched a surprise attack on the Seljuk flank, taking the Turks by surprise and causing them to retreat in disarray. This breakthrough allowed the Crusaders to regroup and rally against the Seljuk forces. The Crusaders formed a defensive line with Bohemond, Tancred, Robert, and Stephen on the left wing, Raymond and Robert in the center, and Godfrey and Hugh on the right. As the Crusaders pressed the attack, they were aided by the arrival of Bishop Adhemar of Le Puy, the papal legate, who brought additional forces to the battlefield. The Crusader knights, well armored and disciplined, pushed forward with renewed vigor. The Seljuks, now facing an assault from both the front and the rear, began to crumble. The Crusaders' relentless push, combined with the sight of their camp being set ablaze, forced Kilij Arslan to order a retreat. In the face of fierce Crusader resistance and the fire consuming their supplies, the Turks fled the battlefield, abandoning their camp and leaving the Crusaders with a hard-won victory. The Battle of Dorylaeum was a pivotal moment for the Crusaders. Although they had suffered casualties, the battle demonstrated their ability to withstand a determined and well-coordinated attack by the Seljuk Turks. The Turkish retreat marked the end of the immediate threat, and the Crusaders, now in possession of Kilij Arslan's treasury and camp, celebrated their hard-fought victory. However, the Seljuk Turks remained a threat, and the Crusaders knew that their journey to Jerusalem would continue to be fraught with dangers. But for now, the Crusaders had proven that their resolve could withstand even the fiercest challenges. After their victory at Dorylaeum in June 1097, the Crusaders continued their long march eastward towards Antioch, a vital stronghold in their path to Jerusalem. While their victory over Kilij Arslan and the Seljuk Turks was a significant boost to morale, the challenges of the march were far from over. The Crusaders now faced the grueling task of crossing Anatolia, an unfamiliar and harsh landscape that would test their endurance and resolve. Anatolia, stretching from the fertile lands of Central Asia to the Mediterranean, is a region of great contrasts: barren deserts, rugged mountains, and vast plains, often with little water or shelter. The Crusaders were ill-prepared for the challenges posed by this unforgiving land. The heat of the summer months took its toll on the soldiers, and as they were marching under the scorching sun, they often didn't have enough food or water to sustain their massive army. The terrain was difficult to navigate, with rocky hills and mountain passes that slowed the Crusaders' progress. In some regions, the Roman roads that the Crusaders followed were in disrepair, while in others, there were no roads at all, forcing the army to march across difficult, uneven terrain. The Crusaders were now stretched thin over long distances, with some parts of the army lagging behind, unable to keep pace with the faster-moving vanguard. The vast size of the Crusader army, numbering nearly 70,000 men, women, and children, compounded the difficulty of the journey. In addition to the trained knights and soldiers, the army included a significant number of non-combatants, families, pilgrims, and civilians from the People's Crusade who were less prepared for the harsh realities of the campaign. These civilians contributed to the army's burden, slowing its march and making the logistics of supplying such a large group even more challenging. The Crusaders were constantly foraging for food, sometimes stripping the surrounding countryside bare in search of provisions. They had no choice but to rely on the land, but this often led to the resentment of local populations, as the Crusaders' passage was marked by the devastation of the resources they encountered. One chronicler recalls the situation. Overwhelmed by the anguish of thirst, as many as 500 people died. In addition, horses, donkeys, camels, mules, oxen, and many animals suffered the same death from very painful thirst. Many men, growing weak from the exertion and the heat, gaping with open mouths and throats, were trying to catch the thinnest mist to cure their thirst. Now, while everyone was thus suffering with this plague, a river they had longed and searched for was discovered. As they hurried towards it, each was keen because of excessive longing to arrive first amongst the great throng. They set no limit to their drinking, until very many who had been weakened, as many men as beasts of burden, died from drinking too much. As the Crusaders moved deeper into Seljuk-controlled Anatolia, they encountered the persistent threat of the Seljuk Turks, who used their superior knowledge of the land and their mobility to harass the Crusader forces. While the Seljuk cavalry was no longer able to engage the Crusaders head-on after their defeat at Dorylaeum, they resorted to hit-and-run tactics, ambushing small Crusader parties and raiding their supply lines. These raids, though not decisive, were demoralizing, and they wore down the Crusaders' already depleting resources. Kilij Arslan, though driven from the battlefield, had not given up on his efforts to slow the Crusaders' advance. He knew that the key to stopping the Crusaders lay in breaking their spirit and weakening their resolve. His forces would strike at vulnerable points in the Crusader army, particularly targeting supply wagons and foraging parties, making it difficult for the Crusaders to maintain their momentum. Though the Crusader leadership, including Bohemond and Godfrey of Bouillon, worked to keep the forces together and remain vigilant, the Seljuk harassment remained a constant challenge. In addition to Seljuk attacks, the Crusaders had to contend with internal strife and logistical problems. The army, already burdened by its size and the participation of so many non-combatants, began to experience growing tensions. The leaders had to work hard to maintain unity and morale, and the presence of rivalries between the Crusader princes added to the complexity of their situation. As the Crusaders pushed forward, they began to rely more heavily on local allies, particularly Christian forces in the region. The Armenian Christians from the city of Edessa were among the first to offer support, providing much-needed supplies and guiding the Crusaders through some of the more treacherous areas in Anatolia. These local Christians not only helped navigate the difficult terrain, but also shared their knowledge of the Seljuks' movements and strategies. However, this alliance came with complications. Many of the local Armenians had their own political ambitions, and hoped to use the Crusaders as leverage in their struggles against the Seljuk Turks and other Muslim forces. The Crusaders, while grateful for the help, were wary of getting too involved in local politics, knowing that any shift in power could either aid or hinder their progress towards Jerusalem. In some cases, the Crusaders also had to negotiate with Muslim rulers who controlled parts of the land that they were passing through. Although these rulers were often hostile to the Crusaders' cause, there were instances where limited trade agreements were struck, providing the Crusaders with supplies in exchange for safe passage. The Crusaders, however, remained focused on their ultimate goal, the capture of Jerusalem. The march across Anatolia was not only a physical and tactical challenge, but also a spiritual and psychological one. The Crusaders' faith in their mission, their belief that they were acting on behalf of God, was tested on this difficult journey. The hardships they faced, the constant threats from the Seljuks, the grueling heat, the lack of supplies, and the internal strife made many wonder if they would ever even reach Jerusalem. Yet through these challenges, the Crusaders maintained their unity. Religious fervor played a significant role in keeping the soldiers motivated. They were determined to capture the Holy City, and their shared belief in the righteousness of their cause helped them to endure the trials of their journey. As they marched, they would often chant prayers and hymns, reinforcing their unity and their purpose. Despite the hardships, the Crusaders felt a deep sense of destiny driving them forward. After weeks of grueling travel, the Crusaders finally neared Antioch in late October 1097. The city, a key objective on their path to Jerusalem, lay ahead, and the Crusaders could see the promise of victory within their grasp. However, they would first need to lay siege to the city and deal with the Seljuk defenders, who were determined to prevent the Crusaders from gaining control of the city. The siege of Antioch was one of the most brutal and pivotal moments of the First Crusade. This city, situated on the Orontes River, was not just another fortified position. It was a key military, commercial, and strategic hub in the eastern Mediterranean, and its capture would open the path for the Crusaders towards their ultimate goal. But Antioch was fiercely defended, and its fall would not come easy. Founded by Seleucus I Nicator in 300 BCE, Antioch had long been an influential city in the region. It was the capital of the Seleucid Empire, and later a major city under the Romans and the Byzantine Empire. Located at the crossroads of major trade routes, Antioch connected the Mediterranean with the fertile plains of Mesopotamia and the wealth of the Persian and Arabian lands. It was the gateway to Syria and the Holy Land, making it an indispensable asset for any power in the region. The Crusaders understood its value, and so did the Seljuk Turks, who had fortified the city for a long siege. The city's thick defensive walls, built by the Romans and reinforced over centuries, would prove to be a formidable obstacle for the Crusaders. Antioch's defensive advantage was bolstered by its position, surrounded by rugged hills and mountains, making it difficult for an army to approach without significant effort. At the heart of the city's defenses was Yaghi-Sian, the Seljuk governor of Antioch, who commanded a garrison of around 5,000 troops. Though his forces were insufficient to launch an open battle against the much larger Crusader army, Yaghi-Sian's men were tasked with manning the city's defenses, its thick walls, gate, and towers. The Seljuks were well prepared to hold the city, and their defensive strategy was clear: buy time, force the Crusaders to expend their resources, and wait for reinforcements from Kerboga, the Seljuk general leading forces in Mosul. The Seljuks had plenty of provisions and were ready to outlast the Crusaders in a long siege. The problem was not just the military strength of the defenders, but the psychological and physical toll that the siege would impose on both sides. On October 21st, 1097, the Crusaders began their siege of Antioch. They deployed a classical medieval encirclement siege, surrounding the city with barricades and makeshift siege engines. This was a long and grueling process, building trenches, constructing siege towers, and setting up battering rams to break down the thick walls. The Crusaders, already exhausted from their long march across Anatolia, now found themselves engaged in a battle of attrition against both the city's fortifications and the harsh conditions outside. The physical toll on the Crusaders was devastating. They were already malnourished and suffering from disease. As winter approached, the cold and scarcity of resources further drained their strength. They had to resort to foraging from the surrounding countryside, but this only exacerbated the situation. The Crusaders, whose army numbered around 70,000, struggled to maintain a steady supply of food and water. Disease ran rampant, with soldiers falling victim to dysentery, typhus, and the plague. The food they did find was often in short supply, and it was reported that they were reduced to eating dogs, rats, and anything else they could scavenge. Psychologically, the siege wore on the Crusaders as well. The constant threat of attack, the scarcity of resources, and the pressure of holding their position began to fray their morale. The Crusaders were not just fighting against Yaghi-Sian's men, they were also engaged in a battle of wills with the Seljuk Turks, who were equally determined to hold the city and break the siege. The walls of Antioch became a symbol of the Turks' defiance, and the Crusaders, desperate to weaken their resolve, began a brutal psychological campaign to break the defenders. As the siege dragged on, both sides engaged in grisly exchanges meant to break each other's morale. The Crusaders, in a display of both brutality and psychological warfare, decapitated more than 100 Muslim dead from previous skirmishes, and mounted their heads on spears, parading them around the city's walls. The Seljuk defenders, desperate to demoralize the Crusaders, retaliated by executing some of the Christian population of Antioch. Greeks, Syrians, and Armenians who lived within the city. Their heads were catapulted over the walls and hurled towards the Crusaders' camp. The Crusaders saw these grim tokens as proof of the Seljuks' cruelty. Inside Antioch, Yaghi-Sian and his forces were also engaged in a battle for resources. The garrison was relatively small for a city of Antioch's size, and maintaining their hold of the walls while also providing for their own forces was a constant strain. Meanwhile, the Crusader camp faced internal strife. The Byzantine general Taticius, at this point disillusioned with the Crusader leadership, left the expedition in late December 1097, taking with him the Byzantine reinforcements. Taticius had explained to Emperor Alexios that Bohemond had informed him of a plot to kill him, as they believed Alexios was secretly encouraging the Seljuks. Those close to Bohemond claimed that Taticius's departure was due to treachery or cowardice, and that this was reason enough to break any obligation to return Antioch to the Byzantines. The strained relationship between the Byzantines and the Crusaders was growing worse by the day. Alongside all this, Peter the Hermit, once the passionate leader of the People's Crusade, also tried to desert the cause. He was caught attempting to flee in the middle of the night and was dragged back by Tancred, an event that further damaged the Crusaders' unity. The growing tensions and the divisions within the ranks reflected the ever-deepening pressures of the siege and the long road ahead. Many women and non-combatants were expelled from the Crusader camp, with some fleeing all the way back to Europe to escape the horrors of the siege. The Crusaders were suffering immensely, and the psychological toll of the siege was being felt just as much by Yaghi-Sian's men. They could see the desperation of the Crusaders mounting, and the catapulted heads were a brutal reminder of how far each side was willing to go to break the other's spirit. By March 4th, 1098, the siege was finally beginning to shift in the Crusaders' favor. With the arrival of spring, the conditions that had so long tested the Crusaders' resolve began to change. The system of foraging centers established by the Crusaders helped alleviate some of the logistical strains, providing them with more resources. The arrival of a small fleet of English ships, carrying food, building materials, and skilled craftsmen, also brought vital supplies. The Crusaders, aided by Bohemond and Raymond of Toulouse, escorted the cargo back from the coast, despite the looming threats of Seljuk raids. With these reinforcements, the Crusaders were able to sustain their siege efforts, and the morale of Yaghi-Sian's defenders began to wane. Although Kerboga's relief army was still on the move, the arrival of supplies and the Crusaders' determination to break the city's defenses gave them new life. As spring 1098 began to thaw the winter chill, and the siege of Antioch continued, the Crusaders' grip on the city steadily tightened. They had constructed a formidable network of fortified positions around the city, cutting off Yaghi-Sian's supply lines and establishing a deadly encirclement. But the pressure was taking a toll on both sides, and the resolve of both the Crusaders and the Seljuk defenders was about to be tested like never before. Up until this point, Yaghi-Sian had been using Antioch's bridge gate with relative impunity. The Crusaders, however, had created their own defensive bastion near the bridge gate. They fortified a derelict mosque at the entrance to this gate and named it the Blessed Mary. This newly established fort allowed them to police the area and secure some control over this important access point. Meanwhile, the Crusaders also improvised a siege fort at the Gate of St. George, which remained the city's last accessible entrance. Tancred, known for his sharp military mind, was placed in charge of this post for a hefty payment of 400 silver marks. The gate was now another strong point in the Crusaders' encirclement, allowing them to monitor the Muslims' movements and suppress any efforts to break the siege. By April 1098, the Crusaders' siege strategy had begun to wear down the defenders. The Seljuk defenders were increasingly isolated, their resources were running low, while the Crusaders were able to dig in and continue their siege operations. The Seljuk defenders, though still holding their position, could see the writing on the wall. Resources were scarce, morale was waning, and the walls of Antioch were slowly becoming a prison rather than a fortress. For the Crusaders, the psychological battle was just as grueling as the physical one. They were haunted by the constant fear of a Muslim relief force, arriving to break the siege and crush their efforts. Dukac of Damascus and Ridwan of Aleppo had both responded to Yagisian's call for reinforcements, sending small contingents in December 1097 and in February 1098. While their forces were not enough to break the Crusaders, they did delay their advance, and the fear that more reinforcements would come remained ever present. However, the Crusaders were very fortunate that Dukac and Ridwan were engaged in their own conflict, a civil war that distracted them from focusing on the Crusader threat. Had they set aside their rivalry, the Crusaders might have faced a much more formidable opposition. But as it stood, the Crusaders defeated those smaller forces with minimal losses. By the early summer of 1098, the Crusaders heard rumor that a new and terrifying enemy was on the horizon. The Sultan of Baghdad, responding to Antioch's desperate calls for help, had finally mobilized an army. Scouts brought back the terrifying news on May 28th. A massive relief force was marching towards Antioch under the control of Kerboga, a feared general from Mosul. With an army of around 40,000 troops drawn from Syria and Mesopotamia, Kerboga's army was on the move, 1 week away from Antioch. The Crusaders now faced a dire dilemma. They were vastly outnumbered, and their position was becoming more precarious by the day. The news that Kerboga was on his way sent a wave of panic through the Crusader leadership. An emergency council was convened, and the princes of the Crusade debated their next moves. Their current strategy had worked so far. Antioch's defenders were weakening, but the Crusaders knew that they could not withstand a full-scale battle against Kerboga's massive army. They were outnumbered and exhausted, and the prospect of facing a fresh Muslim army was terrifying to them. It was in this moment of desperation that Bohemond revealed his master plan. Over the course of the siege, Bohemond had made contact with a renegade Armenian tower commander named Firuz. This man, positioned inside Antioch, was ready to betray the city. Bohemond's plan was risky, but potentially game-changing. If the Crusaders could infiltrate the city and open the gates from the inside, they could launch a surprise attack on the Seljuk defenders and take the city. However, the Crusaders' situation was precarious. On June 2, 1098, Stephen of Blois and several others deserted the army, unable to bear the hardships of the siege any longer. This defection only added fuel to the already existing tensions between the Crusader leaders. Raymond of Toulouse was furious with Bohemond, and he argued that the city should be handed over to Emperor Alexios, as they had agreed when they left Constantinople in 1097. The promise to return Antioch to the Byzantines had been a key part of their alliance, but now, in the face of dwindling supplies and morale, Raymond felt that they should honor their agreement. Yet Godfrey, Tancred, Robert of Normandy, and the other leaders, confronted with a desperate situation, gave in to Bohemond's demand to take the city for themselves. The Byzantines were to be left out of the final victory. Firuz instructed Bohemond to feign a march south over the mountains to ostensibly confront Kerboga, the Muslim general marching to relieve Antioch. But the true plan was far more daring. Bohemond would lead the Crusaders to double back during the night, scaling the walls at the Tower of the Two Sisters, where Firuz had arranged to be waiting. On the night of June 2, 1098, Bohemond and a small group of his men carried out their plan. Using an ox-hide ladder, they scaled a poorly guarded section of the city's south wall where Firuz was waiting. The risks were enormous, and if the plan failed and an alarm was raised, the Crusaders would be slaughtered. But the operation went off without a hitch. The guards at the nearest towers were quickly dispatched, and a small gate was opened below to allow the rest of the Crusader forces to enter. With the gate open, Bohemond signaled the attack. The calm night air was shattered by the sound of Crusader bugles, signaling the attack. The Crusaders charged into the city, and the cry of Deus Vult, or God wills it, echoed through the streets. Yagisian's garrison was thrown into utter confusion. The gates were flung open and the Crusaders flooded into the city. What followed was a chaotic, bloodthirsty rampage. The Crusaders, long deprived of victory, released 8 months of pent-up anger. One chronicler described the carnage, saying, "They were sparing no Muslim on the grounds of age or sex. The ground was covered with blood and corpses, and some of these were Christian Greeks, Syrians, and Armenians. No wonder, since, in the darkness, they were entirely unaware of whom they should spare and whom they should strike." Another Crusader wrote, "All the streets of the city on every side were full of corpses. so that no one could endure to be there because of the stench, nor could anyone walk along the narrow paths of the city except over the corpses of the dead. Amidst the slaughter, Bohemond made sure that his red banner was raised high above the city, marking the Crusaders' victory. The city had fallen, but the citadel had still held out, with Yaghi-Sian's son commanding the last Muslim stronghold. Yaghi-Sian himself fled the city in terror, only to be caught and decapitated by a local peasant. The Crusaders' victory was hard won, but it came at a steep cost. As the Crusader forces celebrated their success, the relief force under Kerboga had already arrived at the gates of Antioch on June 4th, 1098, just one day after the city's fall. With the arrival of Kerboga's army, the Crusaders found themselves trapped. Antioch was now surrounded on all sides by Muslim forces, and the Crusaders, still reeling from the violence of their conquest, had to prepare to face an even greater threat. The victory at Antioch was brief, for the Crusaders' survival now depended on how they would face Kerboga's vastly superior forces. The siege had ended, but a new battle was about to begin, and the Crusaders' fate hung in the balance. Before we continue with the story, we need to go back to the moment when Stephen of Blois had left the Crusaders and returned home to Europe. His desertion was a pivotal moment in the Crusades' history. The Crusaders, battered and exhausted, had been holding on to a single thread of hope, the promise of reinforcements from the Byzantine Empire. For months, they had laid siege to the city of Antioch, suffered from starvation, disease, and the overwhelming threat of a massive Seljuk relief army. Yet, despite all of their trials, they believed that the Byzantine army, under the command of Emperor Alexios, would soon arrive to help them. But unknown to them, their hopes were already in vain. On June 2nd, 1098, Stephen of Blois, one of the leaders of the Crusader forces, made a fateful decision. Facing the grim reality of their situation, he concluded that the Crusaders had no chance of success. Feigning illness, Stephen slipped away from the camp under the cover of darkness, abandoning his fellow Crusaders to face a likely death. Stephen's flight north took him across the rugged terrain of Asia Minor, and ultimately bringing him to the town of Philomelium, where he would find Emperor Alexios and his army camped. Alexios, who had been focused on recapturing the coastline of Asia Minor from the Seljuk Turks, was finally on his way to join the Crusaders and provide the reinforcements that they so desperately needed. However, upon meeting Alexios, Stephen delivered grim news, falsely reporting that the Crusaders had been utterly defeated. Convinced by Stephen's account, Alexios made the decision to turn his army around and return to Constantinople, abandoning the Crusaders in their moment of greatest need. The failure of the Byzantines to come to their aid was a devastating blow. What had been the Crusaders' last hope was extinguished by a false report. The trust between the Crusaders and the Byzantines, already fragile, was now shattered forever. The Crusaders, having already suffered so much, were left without allies, facing an increasingly bleak future. Stephen of Blois, having delivered the news of his desertion, returned to France, where his actions would not go unnoticed. When he returned, his wife, Adele of Blois, branded him a coward for abandoning his comrades. In France, Stephen would forever carry the stain of his desertion, and his reputation was tarnished for life. This moment marked a turning point in the Crusade. The Byzantines, who had once been seen as a crucial ally, were now viewed with deep distrust by the Crusaders. More than just a personal failure for Stephen, this act of desertion marked the first crack in the unity of the Crusader leadership. The Crusaders were now truly on their own. Despite the betrayal and their dire circumstances, the Crusaders were not yet broken. Their mission, reclaiming Jerusalem, still burned in their hearts. They had no choice but to carry on, drawing strength from their faith and the hope that their victory was still possible. With no other option, the Crusaders turned their attention to the impending siege of Antioch, knowing the fate of their journey depended on it. The Crusaders were trapped inside the city of Antioch. The once promising fortress now felt like a death trap. Food was scarce, disease spread like wildfire, and the leadership was fractured. Inside the city, the Crusaders were still holding out against the Muslim forces, who controlled the citadel within the walls. The siege had already cost them dearly, but the true test was yet to come. Outside the city, the Seljuk general Kerboga was gathering his forces. Kerboga saw the war against the Crusaders as an opportunity to seize control of Syria for himself. Over the course of 6 months, he carefully planned this campaign, piecing together an immense Muslim coalition from across Syria and Mesopotamia. His goal wasn't driven by religious hatred, but by a desire for power. Kerboga was now a man who seemed destined to rule the Seljuk world, and he had no intention of letting a ragtag group of crusaders stand in his way. Kerboga's army formed a camp just a few miles north of Antioch, and his forces were swelling with every passing day. With careful strategy, he managed to make contact with the Muslims still holding the citadel inside the city. By June 10th, Kerboga was ready to strike. Over the next 4 days, he unleashed wave after wave of troops against the eastern part of the city. The Crusaders, already fatigued from months of fighting, were forced into a desperate struggle to hold the city's eastern wall. The battle that raged from dawn until dusk was relentless and brutal. Bohemond, the Crusader commander, led his men with unwavering resolve, but the unrelenting pressure of the Muslim onslaught pushed them to the brink of collapse. The fighting was the most intense the Crusaders had ever experienced. There was no rest, no reprieve, just wave after wave of Muslim forces battering against their positions. The situation inside Antioch was rapidly deteriorating. The Crusaders were exhausted, terrified, and increasingly abandoning hope. One Crusader wrote in despair, "Many gave up hope and hurriedly lowered themselves with ropes from the wall tops." And in the city, soldiers returning from the fighting circulated widely a rumor that mass decapitation of the defenders was in store. This sense of impending doom caused the rate of desertion to increase. Knights and soldiers alike began to flee. Even Bohemond's own brother-in-law abandoned his post. Soon, whispers spread among the ranks that even the princes themselves, those who had led the crusade from the beginning, were preparing to flee. The morale of the Crusaders was hanging by a thread. The leadership was in crisis. But Bohemond and Adhemar of Lepuy took a bold stand, barring the city's gates to prevent a full-scale retreat. The Crusaders would either stand and fight, or they would perish. Despite their fears, those who remained managed to hold their positions, unwilling to allow the city to fall without a fight. But it was clear that the Crusaders' survival hung in the balance. On the night of June 13th, something remarkable happened. A shooting star appeared to fall out of the night sky, plunging into the Muslim camp. To the Crusaders, this was seen as a divine omen, a sign that God was still watching over them. The very next day, the Muslim forces began to retreat from the slopes of Mount Silpius. The Crusaders interpreted this retreat as a sign of victory, but in reality, it was likely a strategic move by Kerboga, who was realizing that his frontal assaults were failing to break the Crusader resistance. Despite this temporary reprieve, the Muslim forces were far from defeated. On June 14th, they began to encircle the city, tightening their grip on Antioch. The bulk of the Muslim army remained camped to the north, but large detachments of troops were now posted at the Bridge Gate and the St. George Gate, blocking the Crusaders' contact with the outside world. The Muslims were intent on starving the Crusaders into submission. Food, already scarce when the Crusaders first entered Antioch, became even more precious. As the siege continued, famine set in. One Christian contemporary of the siege described the horrors the Crusaders faced. With the city thus blockaded on all sides, and the Muslims barring their way out all around, famine grew so great amongst the Christians that in the absence of bread, they even chewed pieces of leather they found in homes, which had hardened or putrefied for 3 or 6 years. The ordinary people were forced to devour their leather shoes because of the pressure of hunger. Some, indeed, filled their wretched bellies with roots of stinging nettles and other sorts of woodland plants, cooked and softened on the fire, so they became ill, and every day their numbers were lessened by death. As starvation and disease took their toll, many Crusaders began to believe that defeat was imminent. With the city gates closed, their food supplies dwindling, and the Muslim forces tightening their siege, the Crusaders were left with little hope. But on June 14th, a small group of Crusaders, led by a peasant visionary named Peter Bartholomew, began to dig in the Basilica of St. Peter. Bartholomew claimed that the apostle St. Andrew had appeared to him in a vision, revealing the resting place of a powerful spiritual weapon, the Holy Lance, the very spear that pierced the side of Christ on the cross. Despite their exhaustion, the Crusaders dug into the earth. One of the men who joined the search later described the scene. "We had been digging until evening, when some gave up hope of unearthing the lance. But the youthful Peter Bartholomew, seeing the exhaustion of our workers, stripped his outer garments and, clad only in a shirt and barefooted, dropped into the hole. He then begged us to pray to God to return his lance to the Crusaders, so as to bring strength and victory to his people. Finally, in his mercy, the Lord showed us his lance, and I, Raymond, the author of this book, kissed the point of the lance as it barely protruded from the ground. What great joy and exultation then filled the city." The discovery of the Holy Lance electrified the Crusaders. They believed it was a sign from God, confirming that victory was within their grasp. This moment was transformative. The Crusaders now believed that they had divine favor. The Holy Lance, once a symbol of Christ's suffering, had become a symbol of their hope and their strength. This newfound faith in their mission spurred them to take up arms once more, ready to confront Kerboga and his forces in open battle. Now, to modern eyes, the story of Peter Bartholomew's discovery might seem fantastical, but to the Crusaders, it was as real and tangible as the ground beneath their feet. Among the leaders, only Adhemar of Lepuy appeared to harbor doubts, likely due to Peter Bartholomew's low social status. However, for the majority of the Crusaders, the discovery of the Holy Lance was an undeniable sign that they were destined for victory. By June 24, 1098, the Crusaders were teetering on the brink of collapse. Exhausted, starving, and ravaged by disease, they had few options left. In a final act of desperation, they sent 2 envoys to negotiate with Kerboga, hoping to secure terms of surrender. This attempt to broker peace with the Muslim commander, who still held the citadel inside the city, underscored just how dire their situation had become. As one Eastern Christian source described, the Franks, threatened by famine, resolved to obtain from Kerboga a promise of amnesty, offering to deliver the city into his hands and return to their homeland. A later Arabic chronicle corroborates this, stating that the Crusader princes wrote to Kerboga, requesting safe conduct through his territory, but he refused, declaring, "You will have to fight your way out." With their hopes of a negotiated retreat shattered, the Crusaders now realized that their only option was open battle. Though the odds seemed insurmountable, they prepared themselves for a final, suicidal confrontation. As one Latin contemporary of the Crusade put it, "It was better to die in battle than to perish from so cruel a famine, growing weaker from day to day until overcome by death." In the final days before the battle, the Crusaders engaged in a spiritual purgation. Processions, confessions, and communion were held to prepare themselves for the coming fight. They knew their survival depended on more than just military tactics. It was a battle of faith, and they needed to be spiritually fortified. Bohemond set about concocting a battle plan. With their numbers reduced to about 20,000, including non-combatants, the Crusaders were vastly outnumbered by the Muslim forces. Yet, Bohemond identified 2 weaknesses in Kerboga's strategy. First, the bulk of his army was still encamped some distance to the north, meaning that the troops surrounding Antioch were relatively spread thin. Second, the Muslim coalition, though large, was bound together by fear of Kerboga's power rather than genuine unity. If Kerboga's men lost confidence in their general, cracks could appear within their ranks. On June 28, 1098, the Crusaders, now determined to fight, began their preparations. At dawn on that day, they marched out of the city gates while clergy standing atop the walls offered prayers to God. Most believed that they were truly marching to their deaths. Bohemond chose to lead the charge out of the bridge gate, crossing the Orontes River to confront the Muslim troops guarding the plains beyond. As the gates opened, the Crusaders launched a volley of arrows, forcing back the enemy and clearing the way across the bridge. Then, in 4 closely ordered battle groups, they fanned out in a rough semicircle, preparing to engage the Muslims in open battle. As the Crusaders made their move, Kerboga, encamped to the north, was alerted to their departure by the raising of a black flag above the citadel. At that moment, Corboga could have committed his main force to break the Crusaders as they exited the city, hoping to destroy them before they could fully deploy. But instead of acting decisively, he hesitated. This was not due to a trivial diversion, such as the later legends that claimed he was distracted by a game of chess. Rather, Corboga hoped to strike a crushing blow once the Crusaders had fully committed to battle, thus ensuring a swift and triumphant end to the siege. His strategy was hindered by indecision. The moment of hesitation proved critical. As the Crusaders began to engage the Muslims, Bohemond pressed forward, seizing the initiative. Even as Muslim counterattacks rained down upon them, including a potentially lethal assault from the rear by troops guarding the St. George Gate, the Crusaders held their ground. The Muslim resistance began to falter as their forces were stretched very thin. It was then that Corboga's main army arrived to reinforce the troops, but by the time they reached the battlefield, the Crusaders had already gained the upper hand. Unnerved by the failure of their initial assaults and the Crusaders' unyielding defense, the Muslims began to break. As the Crusaders pressed forward, Muslim soldiers near the bridge gate panicked and fled, running straight into their advancing comrades, causing chaos within their own ranks. This was the decisive moment of the battle. With their formation in tatters, Corboga's forces began to collapse. As one Muslim chronicler later wrote, the Franks, though they were in the extremity of weakness, advanced in battle order against the armies of Islam, which were at the height of their strength and numbers, and they broke the ranks of the Muslims and scattered their multitudes. Though only a fraction of his forces had been lost, Corboga was forced into a shameful retreat. His once mighty army, broken and demoralized, fled towards Mesopotamia, abandoning the riches of their camp behind. The Muslim garrison inside Antioch's citadel, seeing the disarray of their forces, surrendered. The Crusaders had triumphed. Antioch, the besieged city that had threatened to break them, was now in Latin hands. The Battle of Antioch was a stunning victory, one of the most remarkable and improbable moments of the First Crusade. Never before had the Crusaders come so close to total destruction, and yet, against all expectations, they had emerged victorious. The reports that followed the battle were filled with accounts of miracles. Many Crusaders believed that God had intervened directly to aid them. The sight of the Holy Lance was said to have paralyzed Corboga with fear, with or without divine intervention. The Crusaders' victory was a testament to their indomitable resolve. They had fought against overwhelming odds, and with their faith in God and their shared mission, had prevailed. The Battle of Antioch marked the beginning of a new phase in the Crusades, one where the Crusaders would no longer be viewed as a fractured, defeated force, but as a resolute army determined to press forward to Jerusalem. In the immediate aftermath of their stunning victory at Antioch, the Crusaders dared to hope that the end of the campaign was within sight. The siege of Antioch had cost them dearly, and now they were eager to push forward, believing that the conquest of Jerusalem was almost within their grasp. As the summer heat set in, a different kind of devastation struck the Crusader army. The disease that had been lurking in the shadows throughout the campaign now exploded in an epidemic. Many who had survived the hardships of the siege, starvation, dehydration, and constant battle were now claimed by illness. Even the nobility, once considered untouchable, were not immune. On August 1st, the Crusaders lost a key figure in their leadership. Adhemar of Lepuy, the papal legate who had served as the voice of reason and conciliation, succumbed to the disease. His death was a significant blow, for Adhemar had been a stabilizing force, attempting to temper the Crusaders' ambitions and unify the army under a common cause. Despite the loss of their esteemed leader, the Crusaders found themselves divided over Antioch's future. Bohemond was now firmly entrenched in the city, and his ambition burned hot. He was the man who had masterminded Antioch's fall during the Crusaders' darkest hour. It had been his banner that flew over the city walls on the morning of June 3rd. Within hours of Corboga's defeat, Bohemond had secured his position, taking control of the citadel and ensuring that no one would contest his authority. Despite Raymond of Toulouse's best effort to claim the prize, Bohemond now demanded formal recognition from the other Crusader princes of his legal right to Antioch, even in defiance of the promises made to Emperor Alexios. The issue split the Crusader leadership. Raymond, ever the idealist, voiced strong opposition, arguing that Antioch should be returned to the Byzantines in fulfillment of the promises made. In an attempt to resolve the matter, a diplomatic embassy was dispatched to Constantinople, seeking Emperor Alexios to lay claim to the city in person. But when Alexios failed to appear, the Crusaders found themselves at an impasse. Bohemond, having secured the city, was unwilling to relinquish his hard-won position without a fight. It's easy to paint Bohemond as the villain here, his ambition and desire for power standing in stark contrast of Raymond's more idealistic approach. But the situation wasn't as simple as it might seem at first glance. With no Greek reinforcements on the way, someone among the Crusader leaders had to stay behind in Syria to govern and protect Antioch, ensuring that all the blood spilled in its conquest wasn't for nothing. In that light, you could argue that the Crusaders were lucky Bohemond was willing to take on that responsibility, even putting off his pilgrimage to Jerusalem to secure the city. On the other hand, Raymond's reputation for selflessness deserves a closer look. While he seemed ready to hand over Antioch to the Byzantines, he was also motivated by his own ambitions, his desire to carve out his own power base in the Levant, and, of course, to be recognized as the true leader of the Crusade. While Raymond was caught up in the political battles of the Crusade, he also formed a close connection with Peter Bartholomew, the peasant who had claimed to find the Holy Lance. Raymond's relationship with Peter seemed to stem from a genuine devotion to the relic, and before long he became its biggest supporter. As the Crusaders reflected on their seemingly miraculous victory over Corboga, Raymond and his allies worked to elevate the Holy Lance as a symbol of divine favor, believing it was crucial to their survival. With his influence growing, Peter continued to have visions, even claiming that St. Andrew had told him the Lord gave the lance to the Count, which he believed marked Raymond as the true leader of the Crusade. By early summer, the evolution of the Holy Lance's cult and Raymond's growing political influence took a darker turn. In life, Adhemar of Lepuy had been openly skeptical about the lance's authenticity, but just 2 days after his death, Peter Bartholomew declared that he had experienced his first visitation from Adhemar's spirit. Peter began to appropriate Adhemar's memory, quickly reshaping his legacy to suit the Crusaders' current needs. Adhemar was buried in the Basilica of St. Peter, right at the spot where the Holy Lance had been found. This was a masterstroke of political manipulation. Soon after, Peter began relaying quote-unquote messages from Adhemar's spirit, claiming that the bishop now recognized the lance as genuine, and that his soul had been severely punished for doubting it, suffering whipping and burning as penance. This sudden reversal of Adhemar's views had significant consequences. According to Peter Bartholomew, the bishop's spirit now openly supported Raymond's political ambitions. In what appeared to be a divine endorsement, Adhemar quote-unquote declared that his former vassals should pledge their loyalty to Raymond, and that Raymond should have the authority to choose the Crusaders' next spiritual leader. As the long summer dragged on, the cult of the Holy Lance grew stronger, as did Raymond's influence. The connection between Raymond of Toulouse and Peter Bartholomew solidified, giving Raymond an even stronger platform to push his political agenda. But despite this growing influence, by late September, Raymond had still not managed to oust Bohemond from Antioch, nor was he able to declare himself the undisputed leader of the Crusade. What Raymond needed was leverage, something that would tip the scales in his favor. From late September onward, Raymond led a series of campaigns into the Sumac Plateau region to the southeast. Raymond's goal was to establish his own independent enclave to counter Bohemond's control of Antioch, and to secure a power base of his own. As part of this effort, Raymond focused on conquering Murat, a major town in the region. After a grueling winter siege, he converted mosques into churches, installed a garrison, and began settling Crusaders in the area. But this victory soon came with its own challenges. The Latin lines of supply faltered, and the Crusader situation grew desperate. Soon, even the poorest of Raymond's followers began to starve. This period of hunger led to one of the most appalling atrocities of the Crusade. As one Frankish chronicler recalled, "Our men suffered from excessive hunger. I shudder to say that many, terribly tormented by the madness of starvation, cut pieces of flesh from the buttocks of Saracens lying dead there. These pieces they cooked and ate, savagely devouring the flesh while it was insufficiently roasted." A Latin eyewitness described the horrific scene. This spectacle disgusted as many Crusaders as it did strangers. As strange as it is to say, these savage acts did bring the Crusaders some short-term benefit. Among the Syrian Muslims, the Crusaders' reputation for brutality began to spread. In the months that followed, many local emirs, fearing annihilation, began to seek out negotiations with the Crusaders, rather than risk further violence. By early winter, the Crusaders had begun to refocus on their larger goal, Jerusalem. But Raymond's growing political influence and the rise of the Holy Lance's cult were taking increasingly unsettling turns. Despite his earlier skepticism, Raymond's ambition for power remained intertwined with his newfound devotion to the relic. With Peter Bartholomew's increasingly erratic behavior, the emotional toll on Raymond became evident. While he had convinced many to follow him, his continued belief in the lance and its divine power began to weigh heavily on his conscience. As the months wore on, the pressure to balance his role as leader of the crusade with his personal desire for power only intensified. By January 1099, a flashpoint was reached in Marat. Frustrated that Raymond's obsession with Syria and the Holy Lance had kept them from advancing towards Jerusalem, a mob of destitute crusaders began tearing down the town's stone fortifications with their bare hands. Their actions spoke volumes. Raymond's quest for conquest in Syria, even with the Holy Lance at his side, had dragged the crusade into inaction. Faced with this unrest, Raymond realized that he could not continue to lead both the crusade and govern Antioch. On January 13th, in an almost symbolic act of penance, Raymond marched south from Marat, barefoot and only wearing simple clothing, as though setting aside his earlier ambitions. He left behind both the town and his personal dreams of conquest. Meanwhile, Bohemond, still entrenched in Antioch, saw his ambitions realized, though his delay in supporting the crusade had come at a great cost, especially in terms of relations with the Byzantine Empire. With Raymond now refocused on the Crusaders' true goal, he regained momentum. Through the use of his wealth, he won over several key supporters, including Robert of Normandy and Tancred, securing their backing with promises of gold. However, even with this support, Raymond's influence came with complications. Beneath the surface of his devotion to the Holy Lance, Raymond still harbored dreams of establishing a lordship in the Levant. His decision to lead a siege to the Lebanese fortress of Arca, despite its minimal strategic value, was a stark reminder that his ambitions had not entirely shifted. Officially, Raymond claimed that the delay was necessary to allow other crusaders to catch up, but after 2 months of siege, his followers were growing restless, and his leadership began to crack. The situation worsened as Peter Bartholomew's increasingly erratic visions began to alienate even Raymond's closest supporters. Peter Bartholomew had once been a key figure in Raymond's rise to prominence, but by spring of 1099, his claims had become increasingly bizarre. When Peter announced that Christ had instructed him to execute thousands of quote-unquote sinful crusaders, doubts about his integrity could no longer be ignored. The once-believed prophet's connection to the Holy Lance began to unravel. In April, Peter Bartholomew, determined to prove the lance's authenticity, volunteered to undergo a trial by fire. After fasting for 4 days to purify his soul, Peter walked into a blazing fire on Good Friday, holding the Holy Lance in his hand. His supporters believed he emerged unscathed, only to be crushed by an angry mob. But other observers were not so convinced. One witness noted, "When the man passed through the flames, they saw that he was guilty, for his skin was burned, and they knew that within he was mortally hurt." Regardless of the details, Peter Bartholomew died from his injuries. His death not only shattered the belief in his prophecies, but also dealt a fatal blow to Raymond's standing. The link between Raymond and the Holy Lance now seemed irreparably damaged. As Raymond's reputation faltered, his southern French supporters began to demand action. Faced with mounting pressure and unrest, Raymond abandoned his ambitions for Arca and the Levant. By May 16, 1099, with his political power waning, Raymond had little choice but to join the other princes in the final advance to Jerusalem. The months of delay and frustration were behind them, and at last, the Crusaders were ready to take the Holy City. After nearly 3 years and a journey of almost 2,000 miles, the Crusaders had finally reached Jerusalem. The city was one of the greatest fortresses of the medieval world. For the Crusaders, it was the holiest place on earth, where Christ had suffered his passion. Within the city stood the Holy Sepulchre, a church constructed in the 4th century CE by the Roman Emperor Constantine to enclose the sites of Golgotha, where Christ was crucified, and the tomb where he was laid to rest. The Crusaders had marched east from Europe in their thousands to reclaim this sacred city. Many believed that if the earthly city of Jerusalem could be recaptured, it would somehow bring about a union with the heavenly Jerusalem, ushering in a Christian paradise. It was a divine mission, the fulfillment of prophecy, and the restoration of what they saw as the heart of their faith. But Jerusalem was not just significant to Christians. Over the course of 3,000 years, the city had become entwined with two other world religions, Judaism and Islam. Both of these faiths treasured Jerusalem, particularly the area known as the Temple Mount, a raised platform in the city's eastern section. For Jews, this was the site of the ancient temples of Jerusalem, the holiest place in Judaism. For Muslims, it was where the Dome of the Rock stands today, the third holiest site in the Islamic world. It was here, according to Islamic tradition, that Prophet Muhammad made his miraculous ascent to heaven. This site was also sacred to Jews, as it was believed to be the location where Abraham nearly sacrificed his son in obedience to God. The city held deep religious significance for all three Abrahamic faiths. Given its unrivaled sanctity, it's no surprise that Jerusalem was a constant focus of conflict in the Middle Ages. Three different religions claimed devotion to the city, and each believed they had historic rights to it. The inevitable outcome was that Jerusalem would be a battlefield, a prize that everyone wanted to claim for themselves. At the time, the defense of Jerusalem was in the hands of the Fatimid governor Iftikhar al-Dawla. Upon hearing about the approaching Crusaders, Iftikhar took immediate action to prepare the city for siege. He gathered an elite force of 400 Egyptian cavalrymen and expelled all Eastern Christians from Jerusalem, fearing that they might betray him to the Crusaders. To make sure the Crusaders couldn't easily access resources, he blocked or poisoned the wells outside the city and ordered the cutting down of all trees in the surrounding area. By June 7, 1099, the Crusaders had reached the outer fortifications of the city, which the Fatimids had only recently recaptured from the Seljuks. Upon arrival, the Crusaders wasted no time, beginning their siege the very same day. Jerusalem's defensive walls stretched over 4 kilometers, were 3 meters thick, and stood 15 meters high, making it a formidable obstacle. The city was also protected by 5 major gates, each flanked by strong towers. To carry out the siege, the Crusaders divided their forces. Raymond of Toulouse positioned his remaining troops to the south, near Mount Zion, to threaten the Zion Gate. Meanwhile, the campaign's emerging leader, Godfrey of Bouillon, took charge of the northern siege, placing his forces between the Quadrangular Tower and the Damascus Gate. Godfrey was joined by Robert of Flanders, Tancred, and others, including Arnulf, the priest who had helped discredit the Holy Lance. The division of troops was strategically sound, attacking the city from 2 fronts, but it was also a product of the growing tensions and rivalries between the leaders of the crusade. The Crusaders' forces, numbering around 15,000 battle-hardened warriors, including 1,300 knights, were impressive, but they lacked the siege equipment and material resources needed for a full-scale assault. They were also hundreds of miles from their nearest allies, isolated and cut off from potential reinforcements or escape. Even more pressing was the news that Iftikhar, the Fatimid governor of Jerusalem, had sent word to Egypt requesting immediate aid. If he could hold out until the Egyptian relieving army arrived, the Crusaders' efforts would be in vain. In the meantime, the Crusaders knew that they had little time. Al-Afdal, the commander of the Egyptian army, was racing to prepare his forces and relieve the besieged city. The Crusaders were faced with a daunting reality. Their only option was to breach the walls of Jerusalem before the Egyptian army arrived. On June 12th, the Crusader princes made a pilgrimage to the Mount of Olives, seeking divine guidance for the next phase of the siege. There they encountered an aged hermit who told them that they needed to attack the walls of Jerusalem the very next day. The princes were hesitant, of course, citing their lack of proper siege equipment, but the hermit assured them that if they had faith, God would grant them victory. Inspired by his words, the Crusaders resolved to launch a general assault the following morning. The next day, June 13th, the Crusaders launched their first direct attack on Jerusalem, just 6 days after arriving. The Muslim defenders put up fierce resistance. At this stage, the Crusaders possessed only a single pitiful scaling ladder. Tancred, leading the charge on the city's northwestern quadrant, spearheaded the attack, and for a brief moment, it seemed that the Crusaders might actually breach the walls. The soldiers rushed to raise the ladder and climb over the parapet. However, the first Crusader to grab the parapet had his hand swiftly chopped off by a powerful Muslim sword strike. and the assault faltered. Without adequate siege equipment, or the element of surprise, the Crusaders' initial assault was repelled. After their initial failed assault, the Crusader princes realized they needed to rethink their strategy. The decision was made to postpone any further attacks until they could construct the proper siege engines. This pause, however, came with its own set of challenges. As the Crusaders scrambled to gather materials, the Palestinian summer quickly began to take its toll. Water shortages became a major issue for the besieging army. With the nearby wells poisoned and no reliable sources of fresh water, the Crusaders scoured the area, desperate for anything they could drink. In one grim episode, several Crusaders died after drinking from a filthy marsh that was contaminated with leeches. Their already desperate situation was worsening, and time was running out. Just as the Crusaders seemed to be at their breaking point, help arrived at a crucial moment. In mid-June, a fleet of 6 Genoese ships anchored in Jaffa, Jerusalem's nearest port. The Crusaders, hearing of their arrival, immediately sent a small detachment to make contact. On board the Genoese ships were skilled craftsmen and essential equipment: ropes, hammers, nails, axes, and hatchets. These craftsmen joined the siege effort, significantly strengthening the Crusaders' ability to build the necessary siege engines. With the Genoese ships bringing in vital supplies and manpower, the Crusaders used intelligence gathered from the local Christian population to locate nearby forests. They began ferrying timber in by the camel load, and for the next 3 weeks, the Crusaders worked tirelessly, constructing siege towers, catapults, battering rams, and ladders. But as they labored, they remained ever vigilant, constantly looking over their shoulders, anticipating the arrival of Al-Afdal's relief army from Egypt. During this time, the atmosphere between the Crusaders and the defenders became increasingly brutal. Both sides engaged in acts of barbarism that only fueled the hatred and desperation on both sides. Wooden crosses were dragged up on the city walls by the Muslim defenders, where they were desecrated in full view of the Crusaders, spat upon, urinated on, and subjected to further humiliations. In retaliation, the Crusaders executed any captured Muslims, typically through decapitation, and made a spectacle of it. But there were moments when these executions went to terrifying extremes. One particularly grisly incident involved the capture of a Muslim spy. In an effort to further demoralize the defenders, the Crusaders decided to throw him back into the city, just as they had done with previous captives. According to a Latin contemporary, the spy was still alive when he was thrown into the catapult, and when the machine was released, it was too heavy with his body, and the spy was sent hurtling a short distance before crashing onto sharp stones near the city walls. He died instantly, his neck and bones broken by the impact. By early July, the Crusaders' siege engines were nearly complete, but word arrived that a Fatimid relief force was gathering. The urgency for victory had never been greater. In their moment of desperation, the Crusaders once again turned to spiritual guidance to lift their spirits. A priest visionary named Peter Desiderius prophesied that Jerusalem would fall if the Crusaders first underwent 3 days of ritual purification. Just as they had done in Antioch, the Crusaders organized a series of public sermons, confessions, and masses. They made a solemn, barefoot procession around the walls of Jerusalem, bearing palm fronds as a symbol of their devotion. The Muslims, observing the Crusaders from the wall, showed little respect for the ritual, and they took the opportunity to fire arrows at the Crusader ranks whenever they came into range. But the Crusaders' faith was unwavering. By the second week of July, their siege engines were finally ready, and their spirits, bolstered by fervent prayers and the purification rituals, had been renewed. The Crusaders, now fully prepared, were ready to launch their final assault on the Holy City. At the first light on July 14, 1099, the Crusaders' long-anticipated assault on Jerusalem began. To the southwest of the city, Raymond of Toulouse and his remaining supporters positioned themselves on Mount Zion, while Godfrey, Tancred, and the other Crusaders took their place on the plateau to the north. The moment of reckoning had arrived. The Crusaders had outsmarted the Muslim defenders in a dramatic fashion. Over the past 3 weeks, Godfrey and his men had constructed a massive siege tower directly in front of the quadrangular tower, one of Jerusalem's key defensive positions. The Muslims, watching the tower rise every day to a height of 60 feet, naturally began reinforcing the city's defenses in the northwestern corner. This, as it turned out, was exactly what the Crusaders had hoped for. The siege tower, seemingly a stationary and predictable threat, had a hidden advantage. Its design allowed it to be dismantled into portable sections, which could then be reassembled in a new location. During the night before the assault, under the cover of darkness, the Crusaders moved the entire siege tower more than half a mile to the east, beyond the Damascus Gate. This new position threatened an entirely different section of the wall. As one Crusader later wrote, "The Muslims were thunderstruck next morning at the sight of the changed position of our machines and tents." The move had been strategic. The flat surface of the new location offered a better approach to the walls, and the Muslims had neglected to fortify the area. The Crusaders had turned the element of surprise into their advantage. Now, Godfrey's primary goal was to break through the lower outer wall of Jerusalem's northern defenses. The Crusaders had constructed an ironclad battering ram, designed to smash a path through the city's formidable outer defenses. As they advanced with the ram, the Crusaders had the cover of mangonels, which hurled heavy stones at the walls, but the Muslim forces responded with constant missile fire from the city. The Crusaders, already exhausted from the siege, struggled to drag the ram forward. After hours of relentless pushing and constant missile attacks, the battering ram was finally in position. With one mighty charge, the Crusaders sent it crashing into the outer wall. The impact created a massive fissure, but the Muslims, anticipating such a breach, retaliated quickly. They rained fire, made from sulfur, pitch, and wax, down onto the battering ram, setting it ablaze. The Crusaders rushed in to extinguish the flames, but soon, Godfrey realized the irony of the situation. The ram was so charred that it now blocked the siege tower from entering through the gap it had created. In an almost comical reversal of tactics, the Crusaders now found themselves trying to burn their own siege weapon. As they desperately worked to set the ram alight again, the Muslim defenders worked tirelessly to pour water on the flames in an effort to preserve the wreckage and block the entrance they had made. Despite these efforts, the Crusaders eventually prevailed. They broke through the first line of defense, creating a critical opening for the frontal assault on Jerusalem's main walls. To the southwest of the city, Raymond of Toulouse and his troops met with far less success. This part of Jerusalem's fortification was reinforced with a dry moat, adding another layer of defense. Over the past weeks, Raymond had promised his men a penny for every 3 stones thrown into the ditch, urging them to quickly fill it to make the wall more accessible for assaults. In addition to the efforts of his soldiers, Raymond had his own siege engine, and on July 14th, the same day as Godfrey's offensive, he launched his own siege tower towards the wall. As Raymond's forces inched closer, carrying the siege tower forward, they were met with an unrelenting barrage of Muslim missile fire. Iftikhar, the Fatimid governor, had anticipated that the main Crusader assault would come from the southwest, so he had concentrated much of his firepower against this part of the wall. By dusk, the Crusaders had failed to make significant headway. Raymond, recognizing that his assault was not going as planned, ordered a retreat. The soldiers, fatigued and disheartened, fell back to Mount Zion, their hopes for an easy breakthrough crushed. That night, both the Crusaders and Muslims were on edge. Both sides feared that the other would attempt a surprise attack under the cover of darkness. The air was thick with tension as they prepared for another day of fierce fighting. At first light, the battle resumed with even more ferocity. Raymond's forces, battered from the previous day, once again tried to move their siege tower closer to the wall. However, after a few hours of relentless Muslim bombardment, the tower was struck and collapsed into a ball of flames, consumed by fire. The Crusaders, now severely demoralized, were forced to fall back to Mount Zion, utterly exhausted and filled with hopelessness. Meanwhile, Godfrey of Bouillon and his forces in the north were making more significant progress. The Muslim defenders, stretched thin by the Crusaders attacking from 2 fronts, had anticipated the bulk of the Crusader forces would assault the southern wall, leaving the northern wall, where Godfrey was, relatively vulnerable. On the second day of fighting, Godfrey's men breached the outer wall of Jerusalem and began pushing their siege tower towards the gap. As the battle raged on, both sides suffered staggering casualties. One Crusader later wrote, "Death was present and sudden for many on both sides." Godfrey himself took up position at the very top of his siege tower. At one point, a flying stone from a Muslim mangonel struck with devastating force, decapitating one of the Crusaders standing right at Godfrey's side. The Crusaders' siege tower inched closer to the main walls of Jerusalem, though the Muslim defenders weren't going down without a fight. They launched fire bombs at the Crusader siege engine in a desperate attempt to stop its advance. However, thanks to the Crusaders' clever design, the tower proved resilient. The wattle screens, which were made with slick hides, prevented the flames from catching, and the siege engine continued forward inch by inch. By noon, the tower had passed through the rift in the outer wall and was positioned to reach the main wall, but the Muslim defenders had one final secret weapon up their sleeve. The Muslims had prepared a massive wooden spar, soaked in a flammable substance resembling Greek fire, a fire so fierce that it couldn't be extinguished by water. They threw the spar over the wall, landing it directly in front of the Crusaders' siege tower, creating a massive flaming barrier. The situation looked dire, but luck was on the Crusaders' side. They had been warned about the Muslim secret weapon by the local Christians, who had shared a crucial piece of information with them. Vinegar could put out the flames. With this knowledge in hand, Godfrey had stocked the siege tower with wineskins filled with vinegar. The Crusaders quickly doused the flames, using the vinegar to extinguish the burning beam. With the fire out, the Crusaders dashed forward to move the smoldering debris, opening the path ahead. The siege tower inched closer to the battlements, and with it, the Crusaders finally had a clear line of sight to the Muslim defenders. The tower's height gave them a distinct advantage, as they were able to rain arrows down on the defenders below. But it wasn't just arrows that began to break the defenses. Suddenly, a portion of the Muslim defensive tower and part of the wall burst into flames. The Crusaders weren't sure if it was the result of a flaming catapult missile or fire arrows, but the sight of the fire was enough to ignite hope in their ranks. The flames were consuming the wooden substructure of the wall. The smoke billowed so thickly that the Muslim defenders couldn't stand to stay near it, retreating from the battlements in a panic. Godfrey wasted no time. He quickly ordered one of the wattle screens of the siege engine to be cut loose and used it to create a makeshift bridge over the gap to the battlements. As the first group of Crusaders poured onto the walls, the remaining Crusaders rushed forward, bringing scaling ladders with them to reinforce their position. With the breach now wide open, Godfrey and his troops made a remarkable advance. The Muslim defense of Jerusalem began to collapse rapidly. The defenders, terrorized by the Crusaders' brutal reputation, fled from the walls in fear. When the soldiers stationed at the north wall saw the Crusaders cresting the battlements, they panicked and retreated. The sight of the Crusaders storming the walls shattered the morale of the entire garrison. Within moments, Jerusalem's Muslim defenders were in chaos. The Crusaders had broken through. While Godfrey and his forces were advancing rapidly in the north, Raymond and his troops were still struggling in the southern part of the city near Mount Zion. The Crusaders on the south were on the brink of defeat when news of the breakthrough reached them. At that moment, everything changed. The Muslim defenders on the southern wall began to desert their posts in panic. Some of them even jumped from the walls, fleeing in terror at the sound of the Crusaders breaking through in the north. Raymond and his forces wasted no time. They rushed to join their fellow Crusaders in the city. The sacking of Jerusalem had begun. By just after midday on July 15, 1099, the Crusaders had achieved their long-cherished dream. They had captured Jerusalem. The remnants of the Muslim defense quickly evaporated before the relentless Crusader onslaught, and the Crusaders were in no mood to take prisoners. 3 years of pent-up aggression, frustration, and religious fervor were unleashed in a rampage of brutal slaughter. One Crusader described the horrors of the sacking. With the fall of Jerusalem and its towers, one could see marvelous works. Some of the pagans were mercifully beheaded, others pierced by arrows plunged from towers, and yet others, tortured for a long time, were burned to death in searing flames. Piles of heads, hands, and feet lay in the houses and streets, and men and knights were running to and fro over corpses. The Crusaders had entered the city, and now the massacre was in full swing. Many Muslims within the city attempted to rally, but their resistance was futile against the Crusader fury. One Latin eyewitness described how all the defenders retreated along the walls and through the city, and our men went after them, killing them and cutting them down as far as the Aqsa Mosque, where there was such a massacre that our men were wading up to their ankles in enemy blood. Another Latin chronicler recalled the horrors in even more vivid detail. Even the soldiers who were carrying out the killing could hardly bear the vapors rising from the warm blood. The streets of Jerusalem had turned into rivers of blood, with Muslim men, women, and children, as well as Jews, slaughtered indiscriminately. Neither Crusader nor Arabic sources shy away from describing the horrors of the sacking of Jerusalem on July 15, 1099. For 2 straight days, the Crusaders massacred the city's inhabitants. Modern historians generally accept that approximately 10,000 Muslims died in brutality. There were very few reports of any Jerusalem inhabitants being spared. The Fatimid governor Iftikhar, having taken refuge in the nearby Tower of David, later negotiated his release from Raymond. The stench of the dead grew unbearable in the midsummer heat. The corpses were dragged beyond the city walls, piled high in mounds as large as houses, and then set ablaze. Even 6 months after the massacre, it is said that the smell of death and decay still lingered in the city. Meanwhile, Tancred, one of the Crusader leaders, took control of the temple quarter and offered some degree of protection to the Muslims there. However, he was ultimately unable to prevent the deaths of those who sought sanctuary under his protection. His efforts, however well-intentioned, were no match for the bloodlust of the Crusader soldiers around him. Atrocities of this level were not unique to the Crusaders. The brutal sacking of cities after long sieges were common in medieval warfare, both by Christians and Muslims. The Crusaders had already committed such acts in Antioch, and the Muslims had done the same thing at the siege of Taormina in 962. However, the massacre of Jerusalem may have exceeded the typical standards in medieval barbarism. For the Crusaders, it wasn't just bloodlust or the lure of plunder that drove them, but a piety rooted in their belief that they were doing God's work. The fall of Jerusalem was, in their eyes, a divinely sanctioned event. After the first day of the massacre, as dusk settled over the city, the Crusaders gathered together for a solemn act of worship. They gave tearful thanks to God for his protection and guidance. The conquest of Jerusalem was complete. The Crusaders wasted no time converting Muslim holy sites into Christian shrines. After years of suffering and struggle, Jerusalem was finally in Christian hands. The Crusaders had finally achieved their ultimate goal. The holy city of Jerusalem was now in Christian hands, and the reality of their victory quickly shifted from celebration to administration. After traveling nearly 2,000 miles to claim Jerusalem for Latin Christendom, it became clear that the city would need to be governed and defended. Its new rulers faced the dual challenge of maintaining order among the Crusaders themselves, whose tempers and ambitions ran high, and establishing a political structure capable of withstanding future threats from surrounding Muslim powers. Debates arose almost immediately over how Jerusalem should be governed. Many clerics argued that a site of such sanctity should not fall under the rule of a secular monarch. They envisioned a church-run ecclesiastical realm, with Jerusalem as its spiritual and administrative capital, yet no clear candidate emerged to lead such a state, and the reality of military and political necessity complicated these idealistic plans. On the 17th of July, 1099, a council convened to decide who would assume authority over the newly captured city. Raymond of Toulouse, despite his seniority and the prominence of his contingent during the Crusade, found his popularity diminished after the setbacks at Arca and other campaigns. The decisive moment came on the 22nd of July, 1099, when Godfrey of Bouillon, the Crusader who had played the most critical role in Jerusalem's conquest, was chosen to assume leadership. True to his pious character, Godfrey refused to adopt the title of king, claiming he would not wear a crown of gold in the city where Christ had worn a crown of thorns. In a compromise that both honored religious sensitivities and recognized the need for practical governance, Godfrey accepted the title of Advocate of the Holy Sepulchre, signifying his role as protector rather than sovereign. Count Raymond, angry at being passed over for leadership, made a last attempt to hold power in Jerusalem. He tried to take personal control over the Tower of David, but the effort failed. Soon after, he left the city in frustration. In his absence, the Norman cleric Arnulf of Schock, known for rejecting the Holy Lance, was named Patriarch Designate of Jerusalem. Placing a Latin patriarch in this sacred post overrode the rights of the Greek Church and signaled a sharp break from any lingering policy of cooperation with the Byzantines. Arnulf's election still needed approval from Rome, but that did not stop him from acting. Almost at once, he stirred a climate of religious hostility. The Eastern Christian communities, such as the Armenians and the Copts and others, had lived under Muslim rule for centuries. Now, with Latin control, they were forced out of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. These were the same Christians the Crusaders had claimed to protect. To establish its legitimacy, the new regime promoted a relic cult of its own, one that would erase the tainted legacy of the Holy Lance. Around the 5th of August, a new relic was revealed, a piece of the true cross. Most likely a worn crucifix of silver and gold, it was said to hold a fragment of the cross on which Christ had died. According to its supporters, it had been hidden by local Christians through generations of Muslim rule. Arnulf and his allies seized on this relic. It quickly became a sacred emblem of the Latin kingdom, a symbol of Frankish triumph, and a new rallying point for crusading faith. Neither the new patriarch nor Godfrey of Bouillon had long to enjoy their positions. In early August, word reached Jerusalem that Al-Afdal, the Fatimid vizier, had landed at the port of Ascalon to the south. He had brought with him an army of some 20,000 men, North African troops hardened by years of conflict. He now aimed to retake Jerusalem for Islam. The Franks, still divided by faction and vastly outnumbered, stood at risk of losing everything they had gained. Godfrey chose not to wait. Rather than endure a siege, he prepared a direct attack. On the 9th of August, he marched out of the city. His men walked barefoot in penitence. They were joined by Patriarch Arnulf and the relic of the true cross. Godfrey had no guarantee of success. He gathered what support he could, managing to form a fragile alliance that included the return of Raymond of Toulouse. The crusading host, once tens of thousands strong, had been reduced to its core, perhaps 1,200 knights and 9,000 infantry. These were survivors that were seasoned by hardship. On the 11th of August, they moved south. Late that day, they captured a group of Egyptian scouts. From them, they learned Al-Afdal's plan of attack and the size and position of his army. He outnumbered them 2-1. The Franks had little hope in a straight fight, so they chose surprise. At dawn on the 12th of August, they struck. The Fatimid troops were still asleep in their camp outside of Ascalon. Confident in an easy victory, Al-Afdal had not posted enough sentries. The Crusaders met little resistance. They cut through the camp line by line. Latin knights pushed deep into enemy ground. They captured Al-Afdal's personal standard and much of his baggage. Within hours, the Fatimid army broke and fled. One of the Crusaders wrote of the battle, saying, "In their great fright, the Fatimids climbed and hid in trees, only to plunge from bows like falling birds when our men pierced them with arrows and killed them with lances. Later, the Christians uselessly decapitated them with swords. Other infidels threw themselves to the ground, groveling in terror at the Christians' feet. Then our men cut them to pieces as one slaughters cattle for the meat market." In a state of stunned disbelief, Al-Afdal fled into Ascalon. He did not stay long. Boarding a ship, he sailed for Egypt, leaving his army shattered and his possessions in enemy hands. The Crusaders quickly crushed what resistance remained and seized a trove of plunder. Among it, Al-Afdal's own sword. The First Crusade had passed its final test, but the divisions among its leaders still proved costly. Ascalon's garrison, leaderless and afraid, was ready to surrender, but they would only deal with Raymond of Toulouse, the one Frank they believed had honored his word during the sack of Jerusalem. Fearing that Raymond might turn this into his own power base on the coast, Godfrey stepped in. He blocked the talks. With no agreement reached, the garrison held out, and eventually the Crusaders moved on. Ascalon remained under Muslim control. In the years ahead, the Fatimid navy defended it well. From this base, Egypt kept a foothold in Palestine. The Kingdom of Jerusalem, still new and fragile, was left exposed on its southern flank. After the victory at Ascalon, most Crusaders believed that their task was complete. Against all odds, they had survived the long and punishing road to the Holy Land, seized Jerusalem, and turned back the army of Fatimid Egypt. Of the tens of thousands who had set out years earlier, only a fraction remained, and most now prepared to return home. By late summer, many had joined Robert of Normandy and Robert of Flanders in boarding ships along the Syrian coast. Godfrey was left with a force of just 300 knights and around 2,000 infantry to hold Palestine. Tancred was the only major prince to remain. He saw the opportunity to carve out a lordship of his own in the east. Very few who returned to Europe came back wealthy. The spoils taken at Jerusalem and Ascalon were quickly lost to the high cost of travel. Many reached home sick, destitute, and worn down by years of hardship. But they did not return empty-handed. Instead of gold, many brought relics, fragments of the saints, pieces of the true cross, or palm leaves from Jerusalem. These were the symbols of a pilgrimage fulfilled. Peter the Hermit returned to France with relics said to have come from John the Baptist and the Holy Sepulchre itself. He later founded an Augustinian priory near Liege in their honor. Most who survived earned lasting fame. In towns and villages across Europe, Crusaders came to be known as Hierosolymitani, or those who had been to Jerusalem. The First Crusade gave Latin Christendom control of Jerusalem and two major Syrian cities, Antioch and Edessa. From these victories, a new frontier of Western European influence took shape in the Near East. In the medieval world, this region was called Outre-mer, the land beyond the sea. Today, we refer to its major territories as the Crusader states, the Kingdom of Jerusalem, the Principality of Antioch, and the counties of Edessa and Tripoli. For centuries, the defense of these remote and exposed holdings would shape the course of crusading. But at the turn of the 12th century, their survival was anything but certain. The First Crusade had achieved the unthinkable, the conquest of Jerusalem. Yet in doing so, it had largely neglected the task of securing the surrounding territory. No clear system of rule had been put in place yet. There was no standing army, no stable supply chain, and no infrastructure to support lasting control. The first generation of Frankish settlers inherited a fragile patchwork of towns and fortresses, most of them very poorly defended. In 1100, the future of the Crusader states hung by a thread. All the bloodshed and sacrifice of the First Crusade could still be undone. This danger was immediately clear to Godfrey of Bouillon, who had assumed leadership in Jerusalem. He controlled only a narrow strip of coastline. Most of Palestine remained under Muslim control. His forces were small, and reinforcements were unlikely to arrive. Though the Islamic powers, Sunni and Shia alike, had suffered setbacks, they were far from defeated. Godfrey's first priority was to expand Frankish control along the coast and secure connections to the west. That brought his attention to the fortified port of Arsuf, an ancient city perched on a cliff above the Mediterranean, about 20 miles south of Caesarea. A former Roman outpost, Arsuf had fallen to Muslim forces in 640 and had long served as a coastal stronghold. At first, Godfrey avoided direct confrontation. He reached a temporary agreement with Arsuf's leaders. The city would pay tribute in exchange for peace. Hostages were exchanged to guarantee the deal, including one of Godfrey's own knights, Gerard of Avon. But when the Muslim hostages escaped, Arsuf refused to honor the agreement. Godfrey responded with force. In October 1099, he laid siege to the city. His army was already depleted. Most of the Crusaders had already left, leaving behind only a small garrison. According to a Latin chronicler, the Franks spent 6 weeks preparing siege engines, including large stone-throwing catapults and 2 wooden towers for a direct assault. The fighting was intense. Frankish catapults hammered the city walls, but the defenders held firm. They set fire to the siege towers as they neared, repelling both major attacks. Within Godfrey's camp, casualties mounted. His cousin, Franco of Masmachelen, was among the dead. In the midst of the siege, the defenders raised Gerard on the mast of an old ship, hoisting him above the walls. Wounded and exposed, Gerard cried out to Godfrey, pleading for mercy. Godfrey replied that Gerard was the bravest of knights, but the safety of Jerusalem had to come first. "It is better," he said, "that one man suffer than a city remain hostile." Before the final assault, Gerard asked that his estate be given to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Remarkably, Gerard survived the ordeal and returned to Jerusalem. But Godfrey's troubles were not only military. The city's defenders offered to surrender, just not to him. They turned to Raymond of Toulouse, who saw an opportunity to undermine his rival. Raymond encouraged the garrison to hold out, portraying Godfrey as weak. With his army exhausted and his authority challenged, Godfrey lifted the siege. Arsuf would remain in Muslim hands, for now. He returned to Jerusalem in December and faced a new crisis. internal division. Godfrey had refused the title of king, calling himself instead the advocate of the Holy Sepulchre. This ambiguity left room for rivals. On the 21st of December, a powerful group of Latin leaders arrived. Bohemond of Taranto and Baldwin of Bouillon had come south from Antioch and Edessa to complete their pilgrimage. With them was Daimbert, the Archbishop of Pisa and newly appointed papal legate. Each man had ambitions. Bohemond as a prince, Baldwin as a potential successor, and Daimbert as the architect of a church-led realm. Their very presence threatened Godfrey's position. Godfrey responded with political skill. After celebrating Christmas in Bethlehem, he moved against Arnulf of Choc, the acting patriarch, and supported Daimbert's bid to replace him. In return, Godfrey secured two things he badly needed: recognition from the church and the backing of Daimbert's fleet of 120 ships. The cost was high. Godfrey granted Daimbert a quarter of Jerusalem, placing part of the city under church control. He also promised the Pisans their own quarter in the port of Jaffa. But the deal held. Civil war was avoided, and Godfrey, though weakened, gained the support he needed to continue building a Latin foothold in the Levant. Baldwin and Bohemond returned to their northern territories in January 1100. Bohemond had recently lifted a siege against the Byzantine garrison of Latakia, pressured by the arrival of Raymond of Toulouse and other Crusader leaders. His ambitions to permanently sever Antioch from Byzantine control had not gone unnoticed, and his relations with Emperor Alexios I were at a breaking point. At Christmas 1099, Bohemond traveled south to Jerusalem to fulfill his crusading vow. While there, he supported the installation of Daimbert as patriarch. This was no act of pure piety. Bohemond was balancing competing interests. By backing Daimbert, he positioned himself as a defender of ecclesiastical authority in Jerusalem and ensured some leverage against Godfrey and his knights. The move also signaled to the Pope his continued alignment with the Church, even as he flouted Byzantine claims in Antioch. Bohemond's principality had strategic depth and a seasoned army, but its survival was never guaranteed. From the start, Antioch stood between two powerful adversaries: the Byzantine Empire, which still claimed sovereignty over the city, and a network of Muslim principalities stretching across northern Syria and eastern Anatolia. In mid-1100, Bohemond received an urgent plea from Gabriel of Melitene, an Armenian warlord controlling a key frontier city on the road to Anatolia. Gabriel, under threat from Ghazi Gamustagan of Sebastia, offered Bohemond an alliance, sealed with the promise of his daughter, Morphia, in marriage. For Bohemond, this was an opportunity to expand his dominion eastward, but the decision proved reckless. Fearing to leave Antioch undermanned, Bohemond marched with only 300 knights and a small infantry force. He failed to send scouts ahead. In August 1100, near Melitene, his column was encircled and crushed in an ambush by Danishmend forces at the Battle of Melitene. Bohemond was captured and led in chains to Nicaea in modern-day Turkey. There he remained for 3 years. Bohemond's absence left a void. His nephew, Tancred, assumed control of Antioch and set about strengthening its borders. Over the next few years, Tancred pushed into Cilicia, seizing key cities such as Tarsus, Adana, and Massissa, but this expansion came at a cost: open conflict with the Byzantines. While Bohemond languished in captivity, the Byzantine Emperor Alexios offered an enormous ransom of 260,000 dinars to have him transferred into imperial custody. Gamustajan's Seljuk overlord, Kilij Arslan I, objected and demanded half the sum in return for sparing Gamustajan from retaliation. Bohemond countered with a separate offer: 130,000 dinars paid directly to his captor. The deal was struck. According to the Armenian chronicler Matthew of Edessa, the ransom was arranged by an Armenian noble who had not only helped raise the funds, but later adopted Bohemond as a son. Bohemond returned to Antioch in triumph in 1103, only to find his principality transformed. Tancred, who had ruled capably in his absence, was forced to relinquish power, though not without resistance. Meanwhile, in Palestine, Godfrey of Bouillon faced mounting pressures. In early 1100, He used the Pisan fleet to extract tribute from coastal Muslim towns, including Arsif, Acre, Caesarea, and Ascalon. These payments helped fund the Latin hold on Jerusalem, but did little to address its vulnerability. As spring came, the Pisan ships sailed home. They were soon replaced by a Venetian fleet, giving Godfrey a new potential ally and weakening his dependency on Patriarch Daimbert. Godfrey also sought to assert direct authority over the Holy Land, but his plans were cut short. While visiting the Muslim emir of Caesarea in the early summer, Godfrey fell ill. One account blames a poisoned orange. More likely, he contracted typhoid or another waterborne illness. Weakened by the fever, he returned to Jerusalem. On the 18th of July, 1100, Godfrey received the sacraments and confessed his sins. A chronicler wrote that he was, quote, secured and protected by a spiritual shield when he died. He was a little over 40 years old. His body was interred at the entrance to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, where pilgrims still walk today. Godfrey's brief rule left behind a fragile and exposed Crusader kingdom. He had refused to wear a crown, preferring the title of Advocate of the Holy Sepulchre. But with his death, the question of royal succession became impossible to avoid. Godfrey of Bouillon's death left the fragile Latin realm of Jerusalem without a leader. Though he had refused the title of king, Godfrey had ruled with the authority of one, and many of his closest supporters hoped to see the power pass to his younger brother, Baldwin of Bouillon, the first Latin count of Edessa. But not everyone shared that vision. Patriarch Daimbert of Pisa had long imagined a different future for Jerusalem. He saw the city not as a secular capital, but as the seat of a holy commonwealth, governed by the church with the patriarch himself at its head. Had Daimbert been in the city when Godfrey died, he might have pressed his claim. But at the time, he was besieging the port of Haifa with Tancred, far from the political center. That delay gave Godfrey's allies the upper hand. Arnulf of Schock and Geldemar Carpanel, both loyal to the Lorrainers, quickly took control of the Tower of David, the city's key fortress, and sent word north to summon Baldwin. The message reached Edessa by mid-September. Baldwin, now in his mid-30s, was already a formidable figure. One chronicler described him as tall and fair-skinned, with dark brown hair and an aquiline nose. His upper lip was prominent, and his chin receded slightly, but his bearing was unmistakably regal. Baldwin's ambition was well known. Even his own chaplain, Fulcher of Chartres, admitted that while Baldwin mourned his brother's death, quote, he rejoiced more over his inheritance. The chance to rule Jerusalem, a city sanctified by Christendom, was too great to refuse. Before leaving Edessa, Baldwin moved quickly to secure his legacy there. He appointed his cousin, also named Baldwin, as the new count, ensuring the county remained in Frankish hands and nominally under his authority. This act showed Baldwin's clear intention to govern not just Jerusalem, but a broader Frankish Levant. In early October, Baldwin set out for the south. His army was modest, about 200 knights and 700 foot soldiers, but they were very disciplined. He passed through Antioch, then continued along the coastal road. Near the Dog River in Lebanon, his column was attacked by a Muslim force led by Dukac of Damascus. Baldwin repelled the assault and pressed on. As he neared Jerusalem, he sent one of his trusted lieutenants, Hugh of Falkenberg, ahead to coordinate with Arnulf and the men holding the Tower of David. Hugh of Falkenberg's arrival prepared the city for a carefully staged reception. When Baldwin entered Jerusalem on the 9th of November, he was met by crowds of Latin, Greek, and Syrian Christians. Their celebrations may have been orchestrated, but they served their purpose. In the face of this show of unity and popular welcome, Patriarch Daimbert found himself politically isolated. He withdrew to the small monastery on Mount Zion and took no part in the proceedings. 2 days later, on the 11th of November 1100, Baldwin of Bouillon was formally declared ruler of Jerusalem. The city had passed from the hands of one brother to another. The patriarch's dream of a church-ruled kingdom had been set aside. Baldwin had seized Jerusalem, but he was not its king just yet. Before he could claim that title, he would need to undergo a coronation. In medieval Europe, this was more of a spiritual transformation than it was a formal ceremony. He had to undergo the rite of anointment, the moment when sacred oil was poured upon the ruler's head by a representative of God, be it a pope, patriarch, or archbishop. Anointment signified divine approval. It marked the king as chosen and set him apart from ordinary men. To achieve this, Baldwin needed the church's cooperation, and that meant finding a way to deal with Patriarch Daimbert. Baldwin began with a calculated show of strength. Within weeks of his arrival, he led a month-long campaign along the southern and eastern frontiers of the realm. His men raided near Ascalon, challenged Fatimid patrols, and reopened key pilgrim routes. These decisions served both military and political ends. To allies and rivals alike, Baldwin signaled that a new, more assertive regime had taken hold in Jerusalem. Faced with this reality, Daimbert adjusted his stance. Rather than resist, he aligned himself with Baldwin's rule. On the 25th of December 1100, Christmas Day, inside the Church of the Nativity in Bethlehem, Daimbert crowned and anointed Baldwin as king. In the birthplace of Christ, on the day of his nativity, a new Latin monarch was born in the Holy Land. With this act, Daimbert let go of his earlier dream, a church-ruled theocracy in Jerusalem. His submission helped avoid a civil conflict that might have torn the Latin kingdom apart in its infancy. But Daimbert's reprieve did not last. Over the next few years, Baldwin moved systematically to dismantle any challenge to his rule and bring the Latin Church into closer alignment with the crown. The departure of Tancred in spring 1101 helped. With his most powerful secular rival gone to act as regent in Antioch during Bohemond's captivity, Baldwin had freer reign in Palestine. Later that year, Daimbert's downfall began. It emerged that he had diverted funds sent from Apulia to support the Latin kingdom's defense. Accused of embezzlement, he was removed from office. Though briefly reinstated in 1102, his influence had faded. A string of papally appointed successors followed. None were fully under Baldwin's control, but none dared oppose him outright. By 1112, Baldwin had brought the church firmly into his political orbit. The patriarchal office returned to Arnulf of Schock, his longtime ally and formal rival of Daimbert. Arnulf and those who followed did not serve as mere royal functionaries, but they cooperated with the monarchy, recognizing that their authority depended in part on the king's support. Through a mix of force, diplomacy, and institutional reshaping, Baldwin I turned a fragile principality into a functioning monarchy. A key part of this new order was the shared control of one powerful relic, the True Cross. Discovered by Crusaders in 1099, the cross soon became a symbol of divine support for Latin rule. In the early 12th century, the patriarch, or one of his senior clergy, often carried it into battle. Many believed its presence brought victory. Over time, the cross became a totem of Latin power in the East. As the cult surrounding it grew, so did the sense that the Franks fought under the gaze and favor of God. After the fall of Jerusalem, not every crusader returned home in triumph. Many, like Stephen of Blois, had turned back before the city was taken. These men had failed to fulfill their sacred vow and were met with scorn. Stephen, for one, was publicly condemned by his wife Adela. To recover their honor, he and others joined a new expedition, the Crusade of 1101. Also known as the Crusade of the Faint-Hearted, this crusade was launched in response to two major pressures. The first came from the new Kingdom of Jerusalem, which needed reinforcements. The second was the captivity of Bohemond, held by the Danishmends in Anatolia. Even before the fall of Jerusalem, Pope Urban II had urged more Latin Christians to join the cause. Pope Urban II died in the summer of 1099, just before the news of the city's capture reached Rome. His successor, Paschal II, continued the call. He directed it especially at those who had taken vows but never departed, and those who had abandoned the original crusade before its conclusion. Like the First Crusade, the expedition did not form a single unified army. Instead, groups left from different regions of Western Europe. The first major contingent, mostly untrained Lombard peasants, left Milan in September 1100 under Archbishop Anselm IV. When they reached Byzantine territory, they pillaged widely, even storming Constantinople and killing the emperor's pet lion. Emperor Alexios I swiftly ferried them across the Bosphorus to the camp at Nicomedia, hoping to keep them away from the capital. At Nicomedia in May 1101, They were joined by a stronger force of French, Burgundians, and Germans under Stephen of Blois, Stephen I of Burgundy, Duke Eudes I of Burgundy, and Conrad, the Constable of the Holy Roman Emperor. Raymond of Toulouse, now in Byzantine service, was appointed overall commander. A detachment of Pecheneg mercenaries under a general named Zetus accompanied the army. The plan was to follow the 1097 route east through Dorylaeum and Iconium. But the Lombards pushed to go north towards Danishmend territory, where Bohemond was imprisoned. On the 23rd of June, the army captured Ancira and returned it to the Byzantines, but they then veered into hostile land, briefly besieged Gangra, and pushed towards Kastamone. Turkish forces harassed them constantly. A foraging party was wiped out completely in July. Driven by pressure from the Lombards, the army again changed directions, moving east into Danishmend lands. But the Turks had learned from past mistakes. Kilij Arslan I, ruler of the Seljuks of Rum, now allied with the Danishmends and Ridwan of Aleppo. Together, they prepared to trap the Crusaders. The trap was sprung at Merseiven in early August. There, the Crusaders faced a unified Muslim force on terrain that favored the Turkish cavalry. The Crusader army, now divided into 5 separate contingents, was surrounded. On the first day, their advance was blocked. On the second, a failed German raid cut them off from support. On the third day, there was little action, but on the fourth, a desperate breakout attempt collapsed. Reinforcements arrived for the Turks, including Ridwan and key Danishmend lords. The Crusader army disintegrated. The Lombards were crushed. The Pecheneg mercenaries deserted. French and German troops fell back, and Raymond of Toulouse was trapped on a rocky outcrop and had to be rescued by Stephen and Conrad. The next day, the Crusader camp fell. Most of the Lombards, without horses, were either killed or enslaved. Women, children, and priests were left behind in the rout. Raymond, Stephen of Blois, and Stephen of Burgundy fled north to Sinope and escaped by sea. While the Lombards were being wiped out, another force led by William II of Nevers had crossed into Byzantine territory from Bari. His journey to Constantinople was quiet, but he never linked up with the others. He attempted to besiege Iconium but failed, and was ambushed near Heraclea by Kilij Arslan's forces. Nearly his entire force was destroyed. William escaped to Tarsus. A third army followed. It was led by William IX of Aquitaine, Hugh of Vermandois, Welf I of Bavaria, and the noblewoman Ida of Austria. They also pillaged Byzantine land before arriving at Constantinople. Once across Anatolia, their forces split. Some sailed directly to Jaffa, others crossed overland. In September, they too were ambushed near Heraclea. Hugh of Vermandois was mortally wounded and died weeks later. The noblewoman Ida disappeared. Later legends falsely claimed that she became the mother of Zingi. William of Nevers, Raymond of Toulouse, and the remnants of these scattered forces regrouped at Tarsus. Under Raymond's command and aided by a Genoese fleet, they captured Tortosa. But the campaign had become little more than a pilgrimage. The survivors reached Antioch at the end of 1101. By Easter 1102, they arrived in Jerusalem. Many simply returned home after fulfilling their vow. Others stayed to support King Baldwin I. Among them was Stephen of Blois, who was killed later that year at the Battle of Ramla. The defeat of the 1101 Crusade shattered the illusion that Latin forces were unstoppable. Kilij Arslan now ruled from Iconium, and had sealed the land routes to the Levant. Byzantines and Crusaders blamed each other for the failure. From this point on, only the sea offered a safe path to the Holy Land. That shift benefited the Italian merchant fleets and ensured that future expeditions would depend on naval power. It also allowed the Principality of Antioch, under Tancred at the moment, to consolidate power with less Byzantine oversight. After his coronation, Baldwin I faced a serious challenge. His kingdom was little more than a scattered collection of outposts. The Franks held Jerusalem, along with towns like Bethlehem, Ramla, and Tiberias. But these were isolated settlements, surrounded by hostile or indifferent territory. In most areas, the Latin rulers were a small minority. They were outnumbered by the region's Muslim majority, along with long-established Eastern Christian and Jewish communities. Much of Palestine remained beyond Frankish control. Local Muslim leaders still held large parts of the countryside. The Crusaders had not secured the coast. In 1100, they controlled only Jaffa and Haifa, neither of which had a strong natural harbor. This posed a major problem. Without control of the ports, Baldwin could not secure contact with Europe. He needed those sea links to bring in pilgrims, settlers, supplies, and trade. A steady flow of goods and people would help support the Latin presence in the region and tie it more closely to the west. Consolidating territory and securing internal stability became Baldwin's top priorities. A Latin eyewitness reflected upon this situation. In the beginning of his reign, Baldwin as yet possessed few cities and people. Up to that time, the land route to Palestine was completely blocked to our pilgrims, and those Franks who could came very timidly in single ships or in squadrons of 3 or 4 through the midst of hostile pirates and past the ports of the Saracens. Some remained in the Holy Land and others went back to their native countries. For this reason, the land of Jerusalem remained depopulated, and we did not have more than 300 knights and as many footmen to defend the kingdom. The dangers facing Baldwin's fragile kingdom were plain to those who tried to travel through it. Ceolwulf, a pilgrim from Britain who had visited Jerusalem around 1100, described the lawlessness of the Judean hills in blunt terms. The road from Jaffa to the Holy City, he wrote, was, quote, very dangerous because the Saracens are continually plotting an ambush, day and night, always keeping a lookout for someone to attack. Along the way, he saw bodies left unburied, countless corpses rotting in the open or being torn up by wild beasts because it was too risky to stop and bury the dead. By 1107, some progress had been made. Another visitor, a Russian monk known as Daniel the Abbot, noted that conditions had improved by then, but he still warned that no one could travel safely through Galilee without a military escort. The countryside remained unstable, and raiders still crossed into Latin territory with ease. This became very clear in the summer of 1103. While out on a hunting trip near Caesarea, Baldwin I was ambushed by a small Fatimid force. The raiders had moved deep into Frankish lands without warning. During the clash, Baldwin I was struck by a lance. Now, accounts actually differ on the injury. One source said he was stabbed, quote, in the back near the heart. Another claimed he was pierced through the thigh and kidneys. Either way, the wound was severe. A Latin chronicler wrote that streams of blood gushed ominously from his wound. His face began to grow pale, and at length he fell from his horse to the ground as if dead. Baldwin I actually survived thanks to the care of his physician, but the recovery was slow, and the injury continued to trouble him for the rest of his life. Baldwin I spent much of the early 12th century focused on securing control over Palestine. He approached the region's Muslim population with a mix of practical compromise and firm authority. His efforts received a timely boost in the spring of 1101, when a Genoese fleet arrived at the port of Jaffa, possibly joined by ships from Pisa. These sailors had likely come east to support the Crusaders' presence and to pursue new trade opportunities. Their arrival gave Baldwin I something he had lacked: naval strength. In return for their support, he offered generous terms. The Italians would receive 1/3 of any spoils taken during joint operations, and a self-governing trade quarter in any town captured with their help. This enclave would be theirs by hereditary right. With the alliance in place, Baldwin I prepared to strike. His first target was the coastal city of Arsuf. Godfrey of Bouillon had tried and failed to take it in 1099, lacking naval support. But Baldwin I now had the ships to blockade the city from the sea. The siege began in late April 1101. After just 3 days, the defenders offered to surrender. On the 29th of April, Baldwin I accepted their terms. He allowed the Muslim population to leave in safety, carrying whatever goods they could manage, and provided them safe passage to Ascalon. The city fell without a fight, and no Christian lives were lost. Baldwin I next marched north towards Caesarea, about 20 miles beyond Arsuf. Once a thriving Greco-Roman city, Caesarea had declined under the centuries of Muslim rule. Its old walls still stood, but its once famous harbor had long since silted up. Only a small, shallow inlet remained. Before launching an assault, Baldwin I sent envoys to the city's emir. He offered terms of surrender and warned of a harsh siege if they refused, but the defenders, hoping for some help from Egypt, stood firm. At Arsuf, Baldwin had shown mercy to a defeated foe. At Caesarea, faced with open defiance, he chose a different path. The siege began around the 2nd of May, 1101. Baldwin brought up mangonels and began bombarding the city's walls. The garrison held out for 15 days. Eventually, Frankish troops broke through with the help of scaling ladders. What followed was one of the most violent sackings of the early Crusader period. Latin soldiers swept through the city, killing much of the male population and enslaving women and children. They looted homes and mosques. One chronicler wrote, "How much property of various kinds was found there, it is impossible to say, but many of our men who had been poor became rich. I saw a great many of the Saracens who were killed there put in a pile and burned. The fetid odor of their bodies bothered us greatly. These wretches were burned for the sake of finding the gold coins which some of them had swallowed." The massacre at Caesarea marked the worst bloodshed since the fall of Jerusalem in 1099. The loot was vast. The Genoese alone received their promised third, enough to give each of their 8,000 men 48 solidi of Poitou and 2 pounds of spices. Among their share was a green glass bowl, later known as the Sacro Catino, long believed to be the Holy Grail. It remains on display in the Cathedral of San Lorenzo in Genoa. Baldwin spared the city's emir, holding him for ransom. He also placed a Latin cleric, also named Baldwin, in charge of the local church. This man was known for having branded a cross onto his own forehead at the start of the First Crusade. He now became the new Archbishop of Caesarea. The sack of Caesarea had made a strong impression. Word of the violence spread quickly. Muslim communities across Palestine began to understand that resistance would be met with destruction. This fear helped Baldwin I achieve his next goal with far less bloodshed. In April 1104, Baldwin I set his sights on Acre. Located just 12 miles north of Haifa, Acre was a major commercial center and the largest port on the coast. Unlike Jaffa or Haifa, its harbor offered deep and sheltered anchorage, suitable for large ships in all seasons. Controlling it would give Baldwin a secure channel for goods, pilgrims, soldiers, and correspondence between Palestine and Western Europe. To support the siege, Baldwin again relied on Genoese naval strength. A fleet of around 70 ships arrived to blockade the port by sea, while Frankish troops surrounded it by land. Cut off from any Fatimid reinforcements, Acre's defenders held out only briefly before requesting terms. They asked for the same treatment granted to the inhabitants of Arsuf in 1101, safe passage out of the city and the right to take their belongings, and Baldwin agreed to this. In contrast to the slaughter of Caesarea, Acre fell with limited bloodshed. Many Muslim residents actually chose to stay rather than leave, and Baldwin allowed this, under the condition that they pay a poll tax, similar to the jizya levied in Islamic states on non-Muslims. By doing so, he secured both income and a functional urban population without further draining his forces. The fall of Acre was a major achievement. The city quickly became the primary maritime link between the Latin Kingdom and Europe, and over time, it grew into the commercial capital of the Crusader states, hosting merchants from Italy, Provence, and Flanders. It also offered a fortified base for future campaigns both inland and along the coast. Baldwin spent the following years tightening his grip on the remaining coastal cities. In May 1110, he captured Beirut. This siege was again supported by Genoese and Pisan fleets, reflecting Baldwin's continuing reliance on Italian naval allies. The fall of Beirut further reinforced Frankish control of the coastline and disrupted Muslim trade routes along the eastern Mediterranean. Later that year, Baldwin I turned his attention to Sidon. Sidon's rulers had tried to delay confrontation by sending Baldwin rich tributes, including gold and luxury goods. But by the autumn of 1110, the balance of power had shifted. A new naval fleet of Norwegian Crusader pilgrims had arrived in the Levant. They were led by King Sigurd I of Norway, who had sailed from Scandinavia with 60 ships as part of a wider campaign. Sigurd's forces included experienced warriors and well-equipped ships, giving Baldwin I the strength he needed to act. The siege of Sidon began in October 1110. The city resisted for several weeks, but lacked the naval power to break the blockade or call for reinforcements. By early December, the defenders surrendered. Baldwin I again offered terms. Those who wished to leave could do so with their possessions. Others were allowed to remain under Latin rule, working the land and paying taxes. The peaceful surrender of Sidon stood in contrast to earlier episodes of conquest. It showed Baldwin's growing ability to apply pressure without resorting to indiscriminate violence. At the same time, it reflected a broader pattern, a fusion of force and negotiation, with the steady backing of a European sea power that allowed Baldwin to transform the coastal strip of Palestine from a series of contested cities into a functioning part of his kingdom. By the end of his first decade as king, Baldwin I had brought a real measure of security to the Latin kingdom. He had captured many of the major ports along the Palestinian coast, opening trade routes to the west, and strengthened his inland holdings. But two key cities remained outside of his control: Tyre in the north and Ascalon in the south. Tyre was a well-defended city, positioned between Acre and Sidon. Its stone walls and deep harbor made it one of the strongest fortresses on the coast. In the year 1111, Baldwin attempted to take the city through a direct siege, but the effort failed. Tyre's emir made a strategic move. He shifted allegiance from the Fatimid rulers of Egypt to the Seljuk emir of Damascus. In return, he received troops and supplies that helped the city withstand Baldwin's attack. Baldwin did not try another full siege. Instead, he moved to contain Tyre. He ordered the construction of new strongholds to cut off the city by land. One was built inland at Taran, a key point on the road between Tyre and the Bekaa Valley. Another was established to the south at a narrow coastal pass called Scandelion. These fortresses could not take Tyre by force, but they limited its movements and isolated it from the surrounding countryside. To the south, Baldwin also set his sights on Ascalon. The city had long served as the main Fatimid stronghold in Palestine. Its powerful walls and large garrison made it a constant threat to the Latin kingdom. In the spring of 1111, Baldwin approached with the intention of beginning a siege. This move placed serious pressure on Ascalon's emir. Rather than wait for an attack, the emir took a surprising step. He paid Baldwin a tribute of 7,000 dinars to lift the threat of the siege, but that was only the beginning. Facing growing pressure from Al-Afdal, the Fatimid vizier of Cairo, the emir of Ascalon made a bold decision. He broke ties with the Fatimid state and traveled to Jerusalem. There he pledged loyalty to Baldwin and entered into an agreement that allowed him to remain in power as a client ruler. In return, Baldwin stationed a garrison of 300 Latin troops inside the city. For a brief moment, it seemed as though Baldwin I had succeeded in neutralizing the southern threat. Ascalon, long a bastion of Fatimid power, now stood aligned with Jerusalem. The gateway between Egypt and Palestine was, at least temporarily, closed. But this arrangement did not last. In the summer of 1111, the emir of Ascalon was attacked while riding out near the city. A group of Berber troops, still loyal to Cairo, ambushed him. He fled back to his home, but was pursued and killed. The Christian garrison soon met the same fate. The Fatimid vizier Al-Afdal, upon receiving the severed head of the slain emir, quickly sent forces to retake the city. Ascalon once again fell under Egyptian control. Baldwin's southern policy had nearly succeeded, but in the end it was undone by the fragile nature of client alliances and the deep-rooted loyalty many of Ascalon's defenders still held towards the Fatimid regime. Baldwin I proved to be a strong and deliberate ruler. As king of a new and expanding realm, he made it a priority to keep political power concentrated in the hands of the crown. Unlike kings in Western Europe, he did not have to contend with an entrenched aristocracy. He was starting, at least in relative terms, with a clean slate. There were no centuries-old noble houses with inherited rights, no deeply rooted networks of landholding to navigate. This gave him an opportunity to shape the Kingdom of Jerusalem on his own terms. A key part of Baldwin's strategy was the creation and preservation of a large royal domain. In Europe, kings often inherited realms in which much of the wealth and land had already been granted to nobles. These fiefs were supposed to remain under the crown's authority, but many lords ruled their territories with near-complete independence. Baldwin took a different approach. He kept control of many of the most important settlements in Palestine, including Jerusalem, Jaffa, and Acre. He created very few new lordships, and those he did allow were very carefully managed. Several factors helped him maintain this control. The high death toll among Latin settlers and soldiers, due to battle, disease, and exposure, meant that land did not remain in noble hands for long. When a lord died without an heir, his fief returned to the king. In addition, Baldwin I often chose to reward his followers with money rather than land, granting what were known as money fiefs. These payments maintained loyalty without weakening the royal domain. The early history of two key lordships, Haifa and Tiberias, shows how Baldwin handled his vassals. In 1101, when Tancred left for Antioch, Baldwin I took the chance to break up the powerful Principality of Galilee. He divided it in two. The port of Haifa was granted to Geldemar Carpinel, a southern French crusader who had served under Godfrey of Bouillon. Geldemar had supported Baldwin's claim to the throne, and the grant may have been a reward for that loyalty. But Geldemar was killed in battle just 6 months later. Over the next 15 years, 3 more men held the lordships of Haifa. None were related. Each time, the land reverted to Baldwin, who re-granted it at his discretion. This pattern kept the crown at the center of authority and prevented any one noble family from establishing lasting control. Tiberias, once part of the larger Principality of Galilee, was granted by Baldwin I to one of his most trusted followers, Hugh of Falkenberg. Hugh, a knight from Flanders, had likely joined Baldwin during the First Crusade and followed him east into Edessa and beyond. As Lord of Tiberias, he served the Latin kingdom with loyalty and discretion. But like many in the volatile frontier regions, Hugh fell victim to the constant threat of armed raids. In 1106, he was killed by an arrow during an ambush. After Hugh's death, Baldwin I appointed Gervas of Bazoches to the lordship. Gervas was a northern French knight who had rose quickly in the king's favor. He was named Royal Seneschal, placing him in charge of financial affairs and judicial oversight within the kingdom. His standing reflected the king's trust. But Gervas, too, was soon lost. In 1108, during a Muslim raid on Galilee, he was captured by troops from Damascus. His fate remains uncertain. Still, not all of Baldwin I's vassals met violent or sudden ends. Along the northern coast, closer to the modern border with Lebanon and farther from the crown's day-to-day reach, the king established a few new lordships. Among these was Sedan, which Baldwin granted to one of the most successful men of his reign, Eustace Garnier. Eustace was probably of Norman background. He had likely served Baldwin I during his time in Edessa, and certainly fought for him in the Battle of Ramla in 1105. Starting from relative obscurity, Eustace rose quickly. He was granted multiple lordships, first Sedan, then Caesarea, and secured his position further by marrying Emma, the daughter of Patriarch Arnulf of Schoch. Through this marriage, he also gained control of Jericho. Eustace became one of the most powerful barons in the kingdom, but he was unusual. Baldwin rarely allowed such concentrations of land and influence. For the most part, the noble class he fostered remained loyal and dependent to the crown. Many of their titles were recent and tenuous. Few families had time to establish dynasties or claim hereditary rights. This allowed Baldwin I to maintain the upper hand, rewarding service on his terms and shaping the kingdom's political structure around the monarchy. In the early years of his reign, Baldwin I could not afford to focus solely on internal consolidation. The Kingdom of Jerusalem remained exposed to threats from its Muslim neighbors, especially the Fatimid Caliphate in Egypt. Though their vizier, Al-Afdal, had suffered defeat during the First Crusade, he still held the key port of Ascalon. This gave the Fatimids a strong base from which to launch attacks into Palestine. In May 1101, just weeks after Baldwin I's brutal conquest of Caesarea, news reached Jerusalem of a fresh Egyptian invasion. Al-Afdal had sent a large army north under the command of one of his senior generals, Sayyad al-Dawla, the former governor of Beirut, and the target was the Holy City. Baldwin responded quickly. He moved south to Ramla, a fortified town positioned between Jaffa and Jerusalem, and chose to hold his ground rather than risk a pitched battle. For nearly 3 months, both sides waited. Al-Dawla camped at Ascalon, watching for the right moment to strike. Baldwin remained in constant motion, patrolling the coastal plain and maintaining control of key roads and supply lines. In early September, with the summer heat fading and the campaigning season nearing its end, the Fatimid army began to advance. Rather than continue a policy of caution, Baldwin I chose to act. He ordered his forces to assemble at Jaffa and prepared to face the enemy in open battle. Now, this was a very risky move. Baldwin's forces were small. Even after calling in troops from across the kingdom and elevating every eligible squire to knighthood, he could muster only 260 knights and 900 infantry. Contemporary Latin sources claim that the Fatimid army numbered between 31,000 and 200,000 men. Now, these estimates are almost certainly exaggerated, but there is little doubt that the Franks were heavily outnumbered. On the 6th of September 1101, Baldwin led his army out of Jaffa towards the plains south of Ramla. The mood was grim, but resolute. Among those marching was Fulcher of Chartres, the king's chaplain. He later wrote that, quote, "We earnestly prepared to die for the love of Christ," and they were drawing strength from the presence of the relic of the true cross, carried into battle by the clergy. The confrontation that followed would mark one of the defining moments in Baldwin I's early reign. At dawn the next day, the mood among the Latin army recalled the charged atmosphere of the First Crusade. Aldala's army was soon spotted from afar, its banners glinting in the light as it spread across the plains near Ramla. Before giving the order to march, Baldwin I paused for prayer. He knelt before the relic of the true cross, confessed his sins, and received Mass. According to Fulcher of Chartres, the king then addressed his troops with a short speech, calling on them to stand firm. "Come then, soldiers of Christ, be of good cheer and fear nothing. Fight, I beseech you, for the salvation of your souls. If you should be slain here, you will surely be among the blessed. Already the gate of the kingdom of heaven is open to you. If you survive as victors, you will shine in glory among the Christians. If, however, you wish to flee, remember that France is indeed a long distance away." The army began its advance. The Franks moved at speed, pressing the fight towards the Fatimid host, which had formed into 5 or 6 divisions. Baldwin held back a small reserve and remained mounted on his horse, an agile steed named Gazelle, ready to act once the shape of the battle had come clear. Fulcher, riding near the king, later described the chaos that followed. The Egyptian army struck hard and fast, and its sheer numbers overwhelmed the Latin front. The number of the foe was so great, and they swarmed over us so quickly that hardly anyone could see or recognize anyone else. The Latin vanguard collapsed under the pressure. Geldemar was among those killed. The rest of the army quickly found itself surrounded. With the Franks close to defeat, Baldwin I committed his reserve. He charged into the enemy ranks beside the relic of the cross. His attack was fierce and unexpected. The Muslim lines wavered and broke. Fulcher recalled seeing Baldwin kill a leading Egyptian emir with a lance to the gut. As panic spread, a large part of the Fatimid forces turned and fled. It was likely during this final assault that Aldala was killed, though the details remain uncertain. One Latin account attributed the victory to a miracle. It claimed that a Muslim commander, about to strike the bishop carrying the cross, was suddenly choked to death. This tale spread quickly through the Latin ranks and helped deepen the cult surrounding the relic. But in truth, the battle was far from one-sided. Fulcher reported that the field was strewn with bodies, weapons, and broken armor from both sides. He estimated Muslim losses at around 5,000, while the Franks lost 80 knights and many more foot soldiers. Baldwin held the field and maintained control over the surrounding area. He also managed to contain the remnants of the Egyptian force, pushing them back towards Ascalon. But confusion persisted. Survivors from the shattered Latin vanguard had already begun fleeing towards Jaffa. Some of them were pursued by Fatimid soldiers who believed that they had won the battle. For a time, word of the apparent defeat spread along the coast. It was only later that Baldwin's success became clear. The confusion following the Battle of Ramla was so great that 2 Latin survivors, having fled the field, arrived at Jaffa and announced the complete defeat. They reported that the king and all his men had been killed. Panic quickly spread. Around 500 Fatimid cavalry were still in the area, advancing towards the port. Baldwin's queen, who was then residing in the city, feared the worst. She sent a ship north to Antioch, carrying an urgent plea for aid addressed to Tancred. Despite the grim news, the people of Jaffa refused to surrender. The city held firm, and the following day, Baldwin I himself arrived, alive and in command. He had deliberately remained at the battlefield overnight to signal victory. When his forces came into view, the Fatimid troops outside Jaffa mistook them for their own. They rode out to meet the arriving army, only to realize their error too late. Recognizing that Baldwin I had survived and won, they turned and fled. A second messenger was dispatched to Antioch with the corrected news: the king had prevailed. Baldwin I had emerged victorious through a mix of bold leadership and good fortune, but his position remained far from secure. Egypt's wealth and manpower meant that Al-Afdal could quickly launch a new campaign. In the spring of 1102, as the campaigning season resumed, another Fatimid army assembled at Ascalon, this time under the command of Al-Afdal's own son, Sharaf al-Ma'ali. In early May, the Egyptians began to move. They advanced on Ramla, clashing with the small Frankish garrison, just 15 knights stationed in its watchtower. They also raided the nearby shrine of St. George at Leda. The pressure on the Latin kingdom was immediate. Now at the time, Baldwin I was in Jaffa. He had been hosting the final remnants of the 1101 Crusade, whose survivors had celebrated Easter in Jerusalem. Among them were prominent nobles, including William of Aquitaine, Stephen of Blois, and Stephen of Burgundy. William managed to find a ship and depart for the west, but others were not so lucky. Those who had boarded vessels were forced to return due to poor winds. By mid-May, these men remained in the kingdom, and were with Baldwin I when news of the new Egyptian advance arrived around the 17th of May. Faced with this threat, Baldwin made what would become one of the gravest errors of his reign. Believing the Egyptian presence near Ramla was no more than a small raiding party, he chose to respond with a swift counterattack. He did not wait to gather his reinforcements or to confirm the size of the opposing force. Confident in his position, he rode out with a small company made up of his household knights and a number of high-ranking crusaders, including the two Stephens, Hugh of Lusignan, and Conrad, Constable of Germany. In total, Baldwin commanded just 200 mounted knights and no infantry. Once Baldwin reached the open plains near Ramla, the full scope of his mistake became terrifyingly clear. Spread before him was not some small raiding party, but the main Egyptian host, perhaps 20,000 men strong. The king's meager force of 200 knights had stumbled into the teeth of a Fatimid army, and there would be no escape. Sharaf al-Ma'ali wasted no time. As soon as the Franks were spotted, he ordered an immediate attack. Baldwin tried to rally his men into a fighting charge, but the disparity in numbers was overwhelming. Within minutes, the Franks were surrounded and cut down. The slaughter was swift and brutal. Stabello, once chamberlain to Godfrey of Bouillon, fell in the combat. It was clear that the battle was lost. Amid the chaos, one band of survivors broke away. Roger of Rozoy, another veteran of the First Crusade, led a handful of men north towards Jaffa. Meanwhile, Baldwin, refusing to surrender, fought his way back to a small fortified tower at Ramla, dragging the last remnants of his force with him. There they took shelter as night fell, utterly surrounded and facing certain doom in the morning. Inside the tower, Baldwin faced an agonizing decision. With no hope of holding out and no reinforcements in sight, he resolved to flee under cover of darkness. Accompanied by 5 of his most trusted retainers, he slipped out of the stronghold, likely disguised, perhaps under cloaks or in borrowed armor, through a narrow postern gate. But escape would not come easily. They were spotted not long after slipping into the night. A band of Muslim soldiers intercepted them, and a savage hand-to-hand struggle erupted in the dark. One of Baldwin's knights, a man named Robert, reportedly threw himself into the fight with such fury that he carved a path through the enemy ranks until his sword slipped from his grasp. Unarmed and alone, he was quickly overwhelmed. 2 more knights were killed in the fighting. Baldwin, forced to abandon the rest, turned and fled. His horse carried him away at a dead run. Only 1 man escaped with him, a knight named Hugh of Brulis. Beyond that, history records nothing more of this Hugh. The rest were left behind in the dark. The Egyptians wasted no time in launching a desperate search for Baldwin. Baldwin, still reeling from the knight's brutal escape, found himself being hunted across the Judean landscape. At one point, with enemy soldiers just moments behind, he plunged into a dense thicket of canes, hoping to hide. But the Fatimids, perhaps guessing his location, set the undergrowth ablaze. The king narrowly escaped. and for the next 2 days, Baldwin remained on the run, hungry, thirsty, and utterly alone. His first instinct was to strike eastward, seeking a route through the rugged Judean hills toward Jerusalem, but at the sight of Fatimid patrols sweeping the countryside, he turned back. On the 19th of May, 1102, he angled northwest and followed the terrain towards the coast, eventually arriving at Arsuf. There, at last, he had found a brief respite. Exhausted in body and spirit, Baldwin collapsed into rest. For all his regal bearing, he was still a man, and after days of terror and starvation, his first impulse was not to issue commands or prepare for battle, but to eat, drink, and sleep. As one contemporary put it, this was required by the human side of his nature. Fortune shifted the very next day. Hugh of Falkenberg, Lord of Tiberias, arrived in Arsuf with 80 knights, having rushed to respond to the Egyptian invasion. A pirate ship, likely English in origin, was anchored in the harbor, and Baldwin seized the opportunity. Raising his royal standard high above the sails, he set off by sea towards Jaffa. Hugh, meanwhile, led his mounted force south along the coastal road. Jaffa was in dire straits. The city was besieged on land by Sharaf al-Ma'ali, and at sea by a Fatimid fleet of 30 ships recently sailed up from Ascalon. As Baldwin's vessel approached, he boldly displayed his banner to rally the city's defenders and signal that their king yet lived. But evading the enemy fleet was no small feat. He narrowly slipped past the Egyptian blockade and made it ashore. The situation he found was grim. The city's defenders were demoralized, food was running short, and panic was spreading. In Baldwin's absence, Sharaf had attempted a cruel deception. The corpse of Gerbode of Windeek, one of the king's fallen knights, had been disfigured and clad in royal garments. His limbs removed and head severed, it bore just enough resemblance to Baldwin to be used in a grotesque ruse. The mutilated remains were paraded outside of Jaffa's walls, while heralds proclaimed the king's death and demanded surrender. Many believed the lie. Even Baldwin's queen, once again trapped in the besieged city, began preparing for evacuation by ship. But just as hope began to collapse, Baldwin's ship appeared on the horizon, cutting through the surf with the royal standard snapping in the breeze. His return shattered the illusion, lifted morale, and gave the garrison new heart. Sharaf al-Ma'ali, realizing the ruse had failed, pulled the bulk of his forces back towards Ascalon, likely to prepare siege engines for a renewed assault. But that delay proved invaluable. The defenders of Jaffa now had a precious moment to regroup, reinforce, and prepare for what was to come. Baldwin had reached Jaffa in time to prevent its fall, but he was too late to alter the fate of those left behind in Ramla. On the morning following his escape, Fatimid troops breached the town's defenses and turned their full attention to the last refuge of the Frankish survivors, the small, hastily fortified tower at the center of the settlement. It was there that the remnants of Baldwin's shattered army made their final stand, and the Egyptians wasted no time. They surrounded the tower, launching a fierce and unrelenting assault. Fires were lit to choke the defenders with smoke, and sappers worked to undermine the foundation. The siege was brutal and methodical. By the 19th of May, the situation had grown utterly hopeless. With no king to command them, no food or water, and no hope of reinforcements, the garrison made their choice. According to one Latin chronicler, they resolved to be destroyed while defending honorably rather than choke and die a wretched death. And so they threw open the doors and charged. It was a final, defiant gesture. The Frankish knights were quickly overwhelmed, cut down almost to the last man. Among the dead lay Stephen of Blois, whose retreat from Antioch in 1098 had long haunted his reputation. In dying at Ramla, sword in hand, he perhaps hoped to redeem the shame of his early cowardice. Yet one man emerged from the slaughter alive. Conrad of Germany, a veteran crusader, fought with extraordinary ferocity. He cut down any man who came near, and when the dust settled, he stood alone, encircled by the bodies of friend and foe alike. Impressed by his courage, the Fatimids actually spared his life and offered him safe passage into captivity. He was taken south to Egypt as a prisoner of war, leaving behind a field soaked in blood. The disaster at Ramla marked the nadir of Frankish fortunes that year, but the kingdom of Jerusalem was not yet defeated. In early June 1102, Baldwin rallied what forces he could from across the realm. a fresh contingent arrived from Jerusalem, bearing with them the sacred relic of the true cross. Their numbers were soon bolstered further by the arrival of a large pilgrim fleet, crusaders who had journeyed by sea, arriving just in time to answer the call. Now commanding a proper field army, Baldwin struck back. He launched a swift and aggressive counteroffensive against the Egyptian forces, catching them off balance. Sharaf al-Ma'ali's wavering leadership had already sown confusion and discontent in the Fatimid ranks, and when the Franks attacked, the enemy lines crumbled. The Egyptian army was defeated. The material rewards were minimal, some livestock, a few camels and pack animals, but the strategic gain was priceless. The Fatimid threat had been repelled, the ports had held, and the kingdom had survived. After weeks of chaos, despair, and near collapse, the Latin state stood firm once more. In these fragile formative years of the Latin kingdom, Jerusalem's survival rested as much on luck as on leadership. Baldwin I and his nascent realm were exceedingly fortunate that no alliance yet bound the Shiite Fatimids of Egypt to the great Sunni power of Damascus. Had such a union materialized in 1101 or 1102, the meager military resources of the kingdom would almost certainly have been overwhelmed. But for a time, fate held its breath. Dukac of Damascus, still feeling his humiliating defeat at the Dog River, adopted a policy of cautious neutrality. Rather than confront the Franks directly, he seemed content to let them act as a buffer against the Fatimid ambitions in the Holy Land. For the remainder of his life, he pursued a quiet neutrality with Baldwin's kingdom, but this uneasy balance would not last. In 1104, Dukac died unexpectedly at the age of 21. His death, possibly natural, though whispers of poison circulated in Damascus, threw the city into a brief but bloody succession crisis. Rising swiftly from the shadows was Toghtagin, Dukac's atabeg and former military commander. Married to Dukac's widowed mother, and known for his cunning and ruthlessness, Toghtagin wasted no time consolidating power. He was a man of cold calculation. Rumors began to swirl that he had engineered the emir's death. And whether or not that was true, his grip on Damascus soon tightened. With him came a new direction in policy. In 1105, Toghtagin reopened negotiations with Egypt, accepting a renewed Fatimid proposal for joint military operations. The result was an unprecedented, if uneasy, coalition between Sunni Damascus and the Shiite Cairo. But this new alignment had limits. Toghtagin, perhaps still unsure of his allies' reliability or wary of overextending his forces, refrained from launching a full-scale invasion of Palestine. Instead, he contributed a contingent of 1,500 archers to support a third Egyptian campaign, this time led by another son of Al-Afdal, marching north from Ascalon in the summer of 1105. As the Egyptian fleet once again descended upon the coastline and naval forces began harrying the port of Jaffa, Baldwin I saw the signs of another siege forming. He was determined not to let the initiative slip away, and he acted swiftly. Summoning the Patriarch of Jerusalem and rallying his troops beneath the true cross, Baldwin I marched out to meet the enemy head-on. He brought with him around 500 knights and 2,000 infantry, a respectable force, but still likely outnumbered by the combined armies of Egypt and Damascus. It was the third major engagement near Ramla in just 4 years. Once again, it was Egyptian disorganization and battlefield indiscipline that tipped the scales. Despite the odds, Baldwin I led his army to another hard-fought victory. Casualties were high on both sides, but the psychological toll on the Fatimid coalition proved decisive. The emir of Ascalon himself was slain in the fight. In the aftermath, Baldwin I ordered his severed head paraded around the Egyptian fleet at Jaffa. This was a grim but effective gesture that hastened their withdrawal. It was another narrow escape, but one that preserved the kingdom at a moment of genuine peril. Though Egypt continued to threaten the Latin kingdom, Al-Afdal never again committed to a full-scale invasion, and the campaigns that did materialize met with little success. For the moment, the threat from Damascus had also been partially neutralized. Toghtagin, now firmly in control of the city, adopted a more measured policy in his dealings with Jerusalem. He remained vigilant in defending Damascene interests, and did not shy away from punitive raids into Frankish territory when he deemed them necessary. But in contrast to the previous cycle of open warfare, he also proved willing to negotiate. In the years following Ramla, Baldwin I and Togdegen entered into a series of short-term pacts. Chief among these was the desire to facilitate cross-border trade between Syria and Palestine. Out of this mutual pragmaticism emerged one of the more extraordinary arrangements of the early crusading period. By around 1109, the two sides had concluded a formal partial armistice, confirmed in writing, that applied to the region east of the Sea of Galilee. Known to the Franks as the Terra de South, or Black Lands, this area was named for its rich soil and encompassed the fertile plains of the Haran, the Golan Heights to the north, and the lands south of the Yarmouk River. The treaty effectively transformed the Terra de South into a partially demilitarized zone. Christian and Muslim peasants were allowed to live and work side by side, cultivating the land in relative peace. The resulting harvests were divided three ways. One share remained with the local farming communities, while the other two were split between the courts of Jerusalem and Damascus. This unique system of cooperative exploitation would endure, remarkably, for much of the 12th century. It stood as a rare example of interfaith pragmatism in an otherwise violent and polarized age. Still, the fact that such a treaty was necessary underscores just how fragile Baldwin's position had been. In the first 5 years of his reign, his very survival, and that of the Latin kingdom itself, had hung on by a thread. Only by combining moments of exceptional leadership with the continued disunity of his Muslim rivals and the persistent shortcomings of Fatimian generalship had he managed to hold the kingdom together. In the early months of 1105, Tancred, one of the most renowned veterans of the First Crusade, stood at the helm of a principality on the brink of collapse. The Latin state of Antioch, forged in the fire of crusade just a few years earlier, now teetered dangerously close to ruin. Only 6 months before, the era of Frankish invincibility had been shattered when Antioch's army suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of Muslim forces. In the wake of this disaster, Tancred's uncle, Bohemond of Taranto, had abandoned the city, retreating to the coast and hastily sailing for Europe. His departure left Antioch stripped of both leadership and resources, even as it faced rebellion and invasion. For Tancred, the situation must have carried a bitter sense of déjà vu. 7 years earlier, he stood amid the starving crusaders outside Antioch's walls, witnessing firsthand the horrific toll of that first legendary siege. Now, the city he had bled to conquer seemed poised to fall. Yet few could reasonably blame Tancred for the crisis at hand. He had traveled north from Palestine in the spring of 1101, summoned to act as Antioch's regent while Bohemond languished in captivity. In the 2 years that followed, Tancred proved himself to be a capable and determined leader. His first challenge came from the fertile lands of Cilicia, where Bohemond had previously allowed authority to slip. There, the local Armenian Christian population, chafing under Latin rule, had defected to the Byzantine Empire in hopes of greater autonomy. Tancred responded swiftly and harshly, launching a short but brutal campaign that brought the region back under Frankish control. But he didn't stop there. Recognizing that Antioch's long-term survival depended on control of key coastal ports, just as it did in Baldwin's kingdom, Tancred cast his gaze westward. Latakia, home of the finest natural harbor in Syria, remained in Greek hands, despite Bohemond's earlier half-hearted attempts to seize it. Tancred laid siege, and after a drawn-out campaign, the port town finally fell in 1103, marking one of his most significant territorial gains. With these victories, Tancred clearly began to relish his expanded authority. He showed no eagerness to hasten Bohemond's release from captivity. That task fell instead to others, namely Patriarch Bernard, recently appointed by Bohemond, and Baldwin of Borsk, now ruling as Count of Edessa. The ransom demanded by the Danishment emir who held Bohemond was staggering: 100,000 gold pieces. Contributions came in slowly. The Armenian warlord Cog Vassal, who ruled 2 cities along the upper Euphrates, offered a tenth of the sum in exchange for an alliance. But, as one scandalized Eastern Christian chronicler noted, Tancred gave nothing. In May 1103, the ransom was finally paid, and Bohemond was set free. For Tancred, This was a deeply frustrating reversal. He was forced to relinquish the principality back to his uncle, and along with it, his hard-won conquest in Cilicia and Latakia. With his freedom and princely authority restored, Bohemond now sought to consolidate power and expand Frankish influence in northern Syria. He strengthened his alliance with Count Baldwin II of Edessa, and together the two embarked on a series of joint campaigns over the following year. Their objective was to dominate the frontier lands lying between Antioch and Edessa, and to exert pressure on Aleppo, a major Muslim stronghold. This strategy aimed not only to secure Edessa's vulnerable southern border, but also to sever Aleppo's vital lines of communication with Mesopotamia. In the spring of 1104, Bohemond and Baldwin launched a bold new expedition east of the Euphrates, but this time, they encountered a formidable and well-prepared coalition. The army assembled against them was led by the Seljuk Turkish rulers of Mosul and Mardin, powerful warlords determined to curb the growing Frankish presence in northern Syria. Sources disagree on the exact sequence of events. According to the Chronicle of 1234, Bohemond and Tancred arrived first at the gates of Haran, while Ibn al-Qalanisi claims they reached Edessa during the city's siege. Whatever the precise route, the Seljuks soon engaged the Franks in a series of preliminary skirmishes. As a classic Turkic tactic, the enemy began to feign retreat. The Latins, either falling for the trap or unable to resist the apparent opportunity, gave chase. According to Matthew of Edessa, this pursuit lasted 2 days. Ralph of Caen claims it went on for 3. By around the 7th of May, the two sides met in earnest. Most Latin chroniclers place the battle on the plains opposite the city of Raqqa, some 2 days' journey from Haran. Ibn al-Athir, however, locates the main engagement just 12 kilometers from Haran itself. Regardless, what followed was a catastrophic miscalculation. The Latin forces divided their command. Bohemond and Tancred held the right flank, while Baldwin II led the Edessa contingent on the left, accompanied by his cousin Jocelyn, a northern French noble who had only recently arrived in the Levant and had been granted lordship centered around Tel Bashir. When the Seljuks finally turned to fight, it was with brutal suddenness. According to Ralph of Caen, the Crusaders were caught so completely surprised that Baldwin II and Bohemond entered the melee without time to don their armor. The Edessene troops, still overextended from the prolonged pursuit, were the first to feel the shock, striking hard into Baldwin II's exposed left. The Seljuks shattered the line, and the result was chaos. Baldwin II and Jocelyn were both captured, while thousands of Latin troops were killed or taken prisoner. Bohemond and Tancred were able to regroup and execute a grim retreat back towards Edessa. Yet even in retreat, confusion reigned. Jakurmish of Mosul, who had captured Baldwin, was soon outmaneuvered by his supposed ally, Sakman of Mardin, who spirited Baldwin II away to secure the greater share of the political ransom. Although negotiations began almost immediately, Baldwin and Jocelyn would remain in captivity for years, Baldwin until sometime before 1108 and Jocelyn until 1109. With Baldwin II imprisoned, Tancred assumed temporary command over both Antioch and Edessa, stepping in to stabilize the shattered northern Crusader states in their hour of crisis. The Battle of Haran marked a stunning and humbling reversal for the Franks of Syria. The immediate toll in casualties, captives, and morale was intense, but the deeper wound was psychological. For the first time since the triumphs of the First Crusade, the myth of Latin invincibility had been broken. A near-contemporary writer in Damascus, Ibn al-Qalanisi, captured the moment, saying, "Haran was a great and unparalleled victory. It discouraged the Franks, diminished their numbers, and broke their power of offense, while the hearts of the Muslims were strengthened." The message was clear, and it seemed that the Franks could be beaten. Across the region, formerly subdued or hesitant groups seized the moment. Muslim, Byzantine, and Armenian actors all moved to exploit Frankish weaknesses. In the northwest, Byzantine forces surged back into Cilicia and reasserted control over Latakia, though the town's citadel may have resisted and remained in Latin hands. To the southeast, the Sumac towns, smaller settlements perched in the rugged terrain between Aleppo and Antioch, rose in rebellion, expelling their Frankish garrisons and pledging loyalty to Aleppo. Even more alarming, the town of Arda soon followed suit. Arda was not just any border outpost. Located just a day's march northeast of Antioch, it commanded the strategic Roman road inland and was regarded by contemporaries as the, quote, city's shield. Its loss was a devastating blow to the principality's ability to defend itself. By late summer 1104, the once expanding Latin realm of Antioch had been hollowed out. All that remained was a vulnerable core of territory centered on the city itself, isolated and exposed. In the midst of this collapse, Bohemond made a dramatic and unexpected announcement. That autumn, he recalled Tancred from Edessa and convened a solemn council in the Basilica of St. Peter in Antioch. There, before the assembled nobles and clergy, Bohemond declared his intention to leave the Levant. Officially, he framed the decision as a mission of salvation. He would return to Europe to recruit a new army and bring fresh strength to the Crusader cause. He may also have claimed a spiritual purpose, to fulfill a vow made to Saint Leonard while imprisoned by undertaking a pilgrimage to the saint's shrine in France. But beneath the surface, Bohemond's true motivations appeared far more calculated. His plan likely had little to do with returning to Outremer, and everything to do with confronting the Byzantine Empire. Rather than risk a direct confrontation between Antioch and Constantinople, Bohemond sought to strike first by launching an expedition into the Balkans. In doing so, he hoped to distract Emperor Alexios I and perhaps even fulfill his long-held ambition to carve out territory in the Adriatic and the Aegean and, in time, claim a throne in Constantinople itself. Bohemond's growing disillusionment with the precarious state of Antioch became unmistakably clear in the final days before his departure. Rather than strengthening the city's defenses or provisioning it for the difficult months ahead, he systematically stripped it of its remaining resources. Contemporary observers took notice. Even Ralph of Caen recorded with some unease that Bohemond, quote, carried off the gold, silver, gems, and clothing, leaving the city in Tancred's care, but without protection, wages, and mercenaries. It was a stark and calculated move. Bohemond, ever the opportunist, chose to prioritize his next venture over the survival of the principality he had once fought so ferociously to claim. In early autumn of 1104, he departed the Syrian coast, bound for Europe. He did so not as a returning crusader, but as a man with unfinished ambitions, intent on recruiting a new army not for the defense of Antioch, but for a personal war against the Byzantium. His ship slipping into the horizon marked the end of an era. During the First Crusade, Bohemond had poured all his martial cunning, his personal charisma, and his ruthless ambition into the seizure of Antioch. It was his crowning achievement, a prize wrenched from both Muslim and Byzantine hands alike. But now, as he turned away from the Levant, he seemed almost to wash his hands of the city. Whether he believed he would return with reinforcements or simply hoped to profit from new conquest in the West, one thing was certain. He left Tancred with a realm in crisis and a future clouded in uncertainty. Tancred began 1105 with a ruined treasury, a shattered army, and enemies on every side. As Prince Regent of Antioch, he now bore responsibility for a kingdom that looked ready to collapse. Yet in this moment of crisis, he acted with precision and resolve. To rebuild his forces, he turned first to the local population. Through a mixture of persuasion and pressure, he secured support for an emergency tax. The funds raised allowed him to hire new mercenaries and stabilize the city's defenses. He also made full use of Antioch's theoretical authority over the county of Edessa. With Count Baldwin still in captivity, Tancred called the men of Edessa, Marash, and Tel Bashir to arms. He left behind only token garrisons and gathered a fresh army, 1,000 knights, and some 9,000 infantry. Tancred knew that defense alone would not save the principality. The threat came from all sides: Aleppo to the east, Byzantium to the north, and internal unrest within Syria itself. Instead of scattering his forces or waiting to be attacked, he chose a bold course, a single calculated strike. His target was Arta, a vital fortress northeast of Antioch that had fallen to Aleppo after the disaster at Haran. It stood on the main Roman road inland and was widely seen as Antioch's shield. In mid-April, Tancred marched his army to its gates, forcing a confrontation with Ridwan of Aleppo. Ridwan's forces likely outnumbered Tancred's by a wide margin. A defeat would mean the end of Antioch, but if he could win, it would restore control of the region and remind allies and enemies alike that the Latins still held power in Syria. Before the march to Arda, Tancred called for a 3-day fast. His army, like the first Crusaders before them, undertook rites of spiritual cleansing in preparation for battle, and possibly death. Then, crossing the Orontes at the Iron Bridge, he moved to confront Ridwan of Aleppo. Tancred did not strike immediately. Instead, he laid siege to Arta and waited. Ridwan took the bait. By some reports, the Aleppan emir brought as many as 30,000 troops to relieve the town. As they advanced, Tancred pulled back, choosing the ground on which to fight. His goal was to exploit his growing understanding of local terrain and Muslim battle tactics. The area between Arda and the Iron Bridge offered two key features. First, a stretch of rocky, uneven ground where cavalry had little room to maneuver. Then, beyond that, a wide, flat plain. It was here that Tancred made his stand, drawing Ridwan forward on April 20th, 1105. One Latin chronicler described what happened next. The Christians held their positions as if torpid. Then, when the Turks had passed the rough ground, Tancred charged into their midst as if having been roused from sleep. The Turks quickly retreated, hoping, as was their custom, to turn about while fleeing and shooting. However, their hopes and their tricks were foiled. The Frank spears struck them in the back, and the path arrested their flight. Their horses were useless. Ridwan fled the field, abandoning his banner and leaving his army in chaos. The Franks claimed the victory and seized large amounts of loot. For Tancred, it was a triumph, and an outcome that helped restore morale and authority in northern Syria after the catastrophe at Haran. The Battle of Arda marked a turning point in the history of the northern Crusader states. In the years that followed, Tancred began to recover much of what had been lost after the defeat at Haran. Arda was quickly retaken, and the Sumac Plateau soon followed. Ridwan of Aleppo sued for peace, offering submission to avoid further conflict. With the frontier between Antioch and Aleppo secured, Tancred shifted his focus. By 1110, he had expanded Antioch control over Cilicia and the port of Latakia, displacing Byzantine power in the region. To the south, he moved against Shaizar, a nearby Muslim stronghold, by capturing the ancient Roman city of Apamea and reinforcing the southern border. These victories gave Tancred his own personal claim to power. Though he had taken up his role as regent in Bohemond's absence, his successes now gave him the authority of a prince in his own right. His uncle's decline in Europe only added to this shift, allowing Tancred to lead without challenge from within the principality. Bohemond of Taranto left Syria in the autumn of 1104. Later, Greek sources claimed that he used an unusual method to avoid detection by Byzantine agents during the journey. According to the rumor, he pretended to be dead and traveled west in a coffin outfitted with hidden air holes. To mask the deception, he included the corpse of a dead chicken to create a convincing stench. Anna Komnena, the daughter of Emperor Alexios I, later remarked that she was amazed that Bohemond could endure such conditions, noting his strong will even as she criticized him. Regardless of how he crossed the sea, Bohemond arrived in Italy in early 1105 to widespread celebration. He was hailed as a hero of the First Crusade and quickly won the support of Pope Paschal II, successor to Urban II, for a new campaign. Over the next 2 years, Bohemond traveled through Italy and France raising support. He visited the shrine of Saint Leonard at Noblat, where he had vowed to go while he was imprisoned, and offered silver shackles in thanks for his release in 1103. During this time, Bohemond also promoted a written account of the First Crusade, modeled after the Gesta Francorum. The version he circulated emphasized his own achievements and cast the Byzantines in a negative light. As his reputation grew, he secured a high-profile marriage. In the spring of 1106, Bohemond married Princess Constance, daughter of the King of France. Around the same time, Tancred was betrothed to Cecilia, one of the king's illegitimate daughters. Bohemond used the occasion of his wedding at Chartres to call for a new crusade and publicly denounced Alexios Komnenos, accusing the emperor of betrayal and aggression against Antioch. At the end of 1106, Bohemond had returned to southern Italy to oversee the construction of a fleet. He had gathered thousands of recruits. By the following year, more than 200 ships stood ready to carry some 30,000 men. The scale of the force has never been in doubt, but historians continue to debate the nature of the campaign. The target was not a Muslim emirate, but the Byzantine Empire. For that reason, many have questioned whether it can truly be called a crusade at all. The expedition bore many of the usual hallmarks of crusading, such as vows being taken, crosses were worn, and the remission of sins was expected. But the sticking point is papal approval. Some argue that Pope Paschal II was misled, that Bohemond claimed he would march east against the Muslim forces. According to this interpretation, Bohemond betrayed the Pope's trust and turned the machinery of the crusade against fellow Christians. But at the same time, this view is hard to sustain. Contemporary evidence suggests that Paschal knew the true objective. The papal legate joined Bohemond's recruitment efforts in both France and Italy. Even if the Pope had been unaware, many of the campaign's lay recruits clearly accepted the idea of a crusade against the Byzantines. The attempt to label Bohemond's war as a distortion of the crusading ideal reflects a deeper problem: the assumption that crusading already had a fixed meaning by this time. In reality, the idea of holy war was still new and evolving. For many Latin Christians in the early 1100s, fighting Byzantines could be just as righteous as fighting Muslims, especially when Alexios Komnenos had already been branded an enemy of the faith. Whatever Bohemond's original purpose, the campaign of 1107 to 1108 ended in disaster. In October 1107, he sailed across the Adriatic with a large army and landed near the city of Durazzo, the chief port of the Western Balkans, and a key Byzantine stronghold. Bohemond likely hoped for a swift victory that would open the way to deeper gains in the empire's interior. But Alexios I refused to offer him that opportunity. Drawing on hard-won experience from the earlier Norman invasions, the emperor avoided direct battle and instead relied on a strategy of attrition. He harassed the Latin supply lines, used local forces to cut off food and reinforcement, and fortified the city's already formidable defenses. Bohemond's army, which had numbered around 30,000 men, soon found itself stalled. Disease and hunger began to take hold. Attempts to break the siege failed. As morale collapsed and the campaign dragged into its 11th month, Bohemond was forced to seek terms, and in September 1108, he agreed to the Treaty of Deval. The terms were humiliating. Bohemond pledged fealty to the Byzantine emperor and acknowledged Antioch as a Byzantine fief. A Greek patriarch was to be reinstated in the city, and Bohemond agreed to cede the territories of Cilicia and Latakia, lands that the Normans had fought hard to control. In effect, the treaty acknowledged Byzantine claims over much of the northern Syrian coast, and undermined the independence Bohemond had worked hard to secure. Yet, in practice, the treaty had little effect. Bohemond never returned to Antioch. He sailed back to southern Italy in the autumn of 1108 and receded from public life, and unfortunately, his health declined. He fathered a son, Bohemond II, around 1109, but by 1111, he was dead, buried in the Cathedral of Canossa in Apulia. The man who had once hailed as the hero of Antioch, who dreamed of a crown in Constantinople, ended his days in quiet failure. In the east, however, the consequences of his war were more complex. While the Treaty of Deval was never enforced, the diversion of Byzantine focus to the Balkans bought precious time for the Franks in Syria. Tancred, left behind as the de facto ruler of Antioch, used the lull to consolidate his authority. The expected Byzantine pressure on the principality never came. Instead, Tancred was able to reinforce his hold on key coastal cities like Latakia and the rugged lands of Cilicia. For all his flaws, Bohemond's final campaign helped secure the survival of the northern Crusader states, even if he never saw the results. After 1108, Tancred pressed forward with a determined campaign to elevate Antioch into a dominant power in the eastern Mediterranean. His actions made clear that he no longer saw himself as a temporary regent, but as a ruler with sovereign ambitions. Over the next 5 years, he pursued this vision with remarkable intensity, spending most of his time in the field and relying on military strength and calculated alliances to reshape the region. Tancred's approach to power was pragmatic and often aggressive. He was prepared to fight his fellow Latins if they posed a threat to his authority or blocked his objectives. In some cases, he allied with Muslim leaders when doing so offered tactical advantages or helped isolate a rival. His willingness to ignore religious and political boundaries in pursuit of strategic goals set him apart from many of his contemporaries. Through a steady series of campaigns, he extended Antiochene influence well beyond its original borders. He imposed his authority over Cilicia and tightened control along the Orontes River, securing a series of strongholds and towns that served as logistical anchors. Tributary arrangements and forced oaths of loyalty brought wealth into Antioch's coffers. In some areas, he replaced local rulers with his own men, and in others, he tolerated semi-autonomous allies, so long as they acknowledged his supremacy. This constant pressure of neighboring territories allowed Tancred to build something close to a regional empire. Though the principality never matched the size or cohesion of a centralized state, his gains were real and lasting. By the early 1110s, Tancred stood at the head of a polity that rivaled any in Outremer in size, wealth, and military strength. The achievements of these years would secure his place as one of the most capable and assertive leaders among the first generation of Crusader princes. Between 1104 and 1108, the Principality of Antioch held de facto control over the county of Edessa. This arrangement began in the aftermath of the catastrophic defeat at Haran in May 1104, when Count Baldwin II was captured in battle. With Edessa's leadership vacant, Tancred, having recently taken command of Antioch, moved quickly to secure the region under his authority. He installed Richard of Salerno, his brother-in-law and fellow Norman veteran of the First Crusade, as Edessa's regent. Richard's rule, however, was far from popular. His heavy-handed administration and foreign origins alienated many among the local Armenian and Christian communities. Despite this unrest, Antiochene dominance remained unchallenged for as long as Count Baldwin II remained a prisoner. The leadership of Antioch showed little interest in securing Baldwin II's release. During the summer of 1104, when Baldwin II's captors initiated negotiations for his ransom, even Bohemond, who owed his own freedom in part to Baldwin II's earlier intervention, declined to act. Bohemond and later Tancred had strong incentives to prolong Baldwin II's captivity. Edessa's fertile lands and lucrative trade routes brought in annual revenues estimated at more than 40,000 gold bezants. For the princes of Antioch, this income was essential for maintaining their military campaigns and courtly ambitions. Tancred, once installed as ruler of Antioch, made no effort to intervene on Baldwin II's behalf. The Count's absence removed a potential rival and guaranteed that Edessa's wealth continued to flow into Antioch's treasury without interruption. By 1107, the balance of power in northern Syria began to shift. Jocelyn of Courtenay, Baldwin II's loyal companion and lord of Tel Bashir, had been ransomed by the citizens of his town. Freed from captivity, Jocelyn quickly turned to securing his lord's release from Mosul. In the following year, he successfully negotiated terms with Chavli, the Turkish warlord then ruling Mosul. Chavli's position was unstable, caught in the crosswinds of ongoing power struggles within the Islamic world. Hoping to shore up some of his influence, he demanded more than the usual ransom. In addition to gold and hostages, Chavli insisted that Baldwin II commit to a military alliance, which was a calculated move to position himself more favorably in the fractious politics of the region. Baldwin II's release in 1108 set the stage for confrontation. For 4 years, Tancred had ruled Edessa through his appointed regent and had drawn on its wealth and manpower to sustain Antioch's position. He viewed the county as a hard-won prize and refused to return it without conditions. Tancred demanded that Baldwin II recognize Antioch's overlordship, arguing that the county had once fallen under the Byzantine duchy based in Antioch and thus should remain subordinate to it. Baldwin II rejected this claim outright. He had already pledged fealty to Baldwin of Bouillon, now King Baldwin I of Jerusalem, and saw no reason to bend the knee to Tancred. The dispute escalated. By early September 1108, both men had raised armies. Less than a decade after they had fought side by side on the road to Jerusalem, Baldwin II and Tancred were now prepared to fight one another. Their personal rivalry had grown into a full-scale political crisis. Baldwin II took the extraordinary step of allying with his former captor, Chavli of Mosul. With around 7,000 Muslim troops, he marched west to reclaim his title and his lands. Tancred, though outnumbered, met the challenge. The two sides clashed near Tel Bashir. Tancred managed to hold the field, but the cost was staggering. Some 2,000 Latin Christians died in the fighting. The violence appalled church leaders. Patriarch Bernard, who held ecclesiastical authority over both Antioch and Edessa, intervened to halt the bloodshed. In the negotiations that followed, several witnesses came forward to testify that Tancred had promised Bohemond in 1104 that he would surrender Edessa upon Baldwin II's release. Faced with this testimony and pressure from the church, Tancred reluctantly relinquished the city itself, but the dispute was far from over. Tancred clung to a number of territories on the northern county and began to demand tribute from Baldwin II in exchange for peace. The return of Edessa did little to ease the hostility between the two men, and the rivalry would continue to cast a long shadow over the politics of the Latin East. As tensions with Baldwin of Edessa remained unsolved, Tancred began to look southward, setting his sights on the developing Latin settlement around Tripoli. The area had become the focal point of an ambitious colonial project launched by his former rival, Raymond of Toulouse. Following the conclusion of the First Crusade, Raymond had refused to align himself with Bohemond's control of Antioch, and instead chose to pursue a new domain of his own along the Levantine coast. Unlike other Crusader lords, however, Raymond had not secured any significant conquests during the initial campaign. The region he hoped to dominate, roughly corresponding to modern northern Lebanon, was still largely under Muslim control, and the city of Tripoli itself remained an imposing stronghold of Islamic resistance. Despite these obstacles, Raymond methodically established a foothold in the region. In 1102, with the assistance of a Genoese naval contingent and the remnants of the ill-fated 1101 Crusade, he succeeded in capturing the strategic coastal town of Tortosa. This gave him a valuable port from which to receive supplies and reinforcements. 2 years later, in 1104, he extended his reach further south, seizing Jubail, an ancient site adorned with Roman architecture. To exert pressure on Tripoli, Raymond constructed a well-fortified stronghold on a nearby hill, which the Latins dubbed Mount Pilgrim. From this base, he maintained a siege-like presence around Tripoli and exercised increasing influence over the surrounding countryside. Raymond remained in command until his death on the 28th of February 1105, passing away at Mount Pilgrim at the age of roughly 65. At the time of his death, Tripoli still stood defiant. Nevertheless, Raymond's efforts had laid the groundwork for what would become the fourth major Crusader state. The question of succession, however, soon threw this fragile endeavor into turmoil. Two figures emerged to lay claim to Raymond's nascent county. The first was his nephew, William Jordan, who had arrived in the Levant shortly after Raymond's death. William took control of Mount Pilgrim and assumed responsibility for continuing the siege of Tripoli. He expanded Latin authority in the region, captured the inland town of Arca, and maintained military pressure on the coast. The second claimant was Raymond's own son, Bertrand of Toulouse, who had remained in Europe during his father's campaigns. In early 1109, Bertrand finally arrived in the Holy Land, bringing with him a significant military force, including a fleet of ships that could prove decisive in any renewed assault on Tripoli. Bertrand was not here to negotiate. He came to assert what he viewed as his rightful inheritance. The arrival of this new force immediately sparked a confrontation between the two men. Bertrand and William Jordan bickered over legal authority and territorial rights, despite the fact that the city of Tripoli itself had yet to fall. The dispute escalated to the point that William abandoned Mount Pilgrim and withdrew northward, creating a temporary power vacuum in the region. With the Latin position weakened by this internal rift, the very future of the emerging county of Tripoli hung in the balance. The long-awaited conquest of the city, nearly within reach after years of struggle, now risked being derailed by dynastic rivalry, as competing branches of the House of Toulouse vied for supremacy over an unformed realm. The struggle for Tripoli soon became something much larger than the question of an inheritance. It emerged as a decisive moment in the contest for supremacy among the Crusader states. Recognizing the precariousness of his position, William Jordan sought protection by aligning himself with Tancred. In return for military support, he pledged to become Tancred's vassal. This offer granted Tancred a rare opening to project Antiochene influence well beyond its traditional northern sphere. With Edessa still partially under his sway, and now Tripoli within reach, Tancred stood on the brink of transforming the Principality of Antioch into the dominant Latin power in the east. Now, historians have often overlooked the significance of this moment. Retrospective assumptions sometimes portray the Kingdom of Jerusalem as having enjoyed immediate and uncontested primacy among the Latin states of the Levant. In reality, that supremacy was neither formalized nor universally acknowledged in the early 12th century. Jerusalem had served as the spiritual and symbolic goal of the First Crusade, and King Baldwin I's assumption of royal title in 1100 gave him a measure of prestige. But this authority extended only over Palestine, and not by default over the entirety of Outremer. The other Crusader states, Antioch, Edessa, and Tripoli, had been founded as autonomous lordships, each shaped by the ambitions and claims of its founders. Since the early days of the Crusade, Baldwin I and Tancred had maintained an uneasy relationship. They had competed for territory in Cilicia during the 1097 campaign, and had never really fully resolved the underlying tensions. By 1109, Tancred's assertive expansionism posed a clear threat to Baldwin I's position. If Antioch could extend its influence over both Edessa and Tripoli, then it would challenge Jerusalem's claim to seniority within the Latin East. The unfolding events around Tripoli became the proving ground for that rivalry. Baldwin I responded with strategic poise. Rather than countering Tancred through direct confrontation, he framed the looming conflict as a test of Latin unity. He emphasized the shared need for cooperation in the face of continued Muslim resistance. While cultivating this sense of common cause, he carefully advanced his own authority under the banner of solidarity. In the summer of 1109, Baldwin I summoned the leaders of the Crusader states to join him in supporting Bertrand of Toulouse at Tripoli. Officially, the campaign was described as a collective effort to capture a stubborn Muslim stronghold. The call was answered with an impressive turnout. Baldwin I brought with him around 500 knights from Jerusalem. Tancred arrived soon after, accompanied by 700 mounted warriors, and William Jordan, who remained under his protection. Baldwin II of Edessa and Jocelyn of Courtenay also responded, contributing a sizable force of their own. Bertrand, for his part, had secured naval support from his own followers and a contingent of Genoese ships. This assembled army represented a major concentration of Latin military strength. Yet beneath the outward appearance of unity, political rivalries continued to fester. Mistrust lingered between Tancred and Baldwin I. Questions of fealty and legitimacy hovered over the future of Tripoli. Each commander arrived with his own objectives. Although they appeared to march under a single cause, the fate of Tripoli was bound up with a deeper contest over the hierarchy of Crusader power. And of course, the subtext to the entire affair, well understood by every major participant, was the escalating contest for power among the Franks. Would King Baldwin I of Jerusalem permit the rise of a rival power bloc centered on Antioch? And if not, how would he respond? Tancred's ambitions in Edessa and Tripoli threatened to tilt the balance of power in the Latin East, and the king recognized the need for a decisive yet diplomatic intervention. Once the full array of Latin forces had assembled outside the walls of Tripoli, Baldwin I enacted a masterful, calculated plan. He had already secured a crucial advantage by persuading Bertrand of Toulouse to accept Jerusalem overlordship in return for support at Tripoli. This act alone aligned the heir of Raymond of Toulouse with the crown and preemptively challenged Tancred's expanding influence. But Baldwin I did not simply impose his will through power or intimidation. Instead, he positioned himself as an impartial arbiter, above petty rivalries and personal ambition, appearing to everybody as the very essence of justice and unity. According to a contemporary Latin chronicler, the king convened a general council composed of his, quote, loyal men to hear all the injuries of both sides. This public airing of grievances allowed Baldwin I to frame his arbitration as a solemn act of reconciliation rather than a political stratagem. The dispute between Bertrand and William Jordan, nephew and son of the late Count Raymond of Toulouse, was settled when the king ruled that Bertrand should receive the lion's share of the emerging county. This included the key strategic and symbolic sites, the city of Tripoli itself, the fortress of Mount Pilgrim, and the coastal town of Jubail. William Jordan, in return, was placated with the holdings of Tortosa and Arca. Nor was this the only settlement brokered. The long-festering dispute between Baldwin II, Count of Edessa, and Tancred of Antioch also came under review. Baldwin II had long sought to reclaim territory held by Tancred since his own captivity years earlier. Under the terms of Baldwin I's council, Tancred was to surrender all Edessene land still under Antiochene control. In return, Tancred was compensated with lordship over Haifa and Galilee, territories within the Kingdom of Jerusalem. Though this concession theoretically restored Tancred's status as a vassal under Baldwin I, in practice it marked a significant curtailment of Antiochene autonomy and ambition. The resolution appeared to bring harmony to Outremer. With the Latin coalition now truly unified, or at least temporarily appeased, the siege of Tripoli was renewed with a surge of momentum. On the 12th of July, 1109, after weeks of assault and blockade, the Muslim garrison capitulated. The city fell, and a fourth Latin state was firmly established in the Levant. Yet beneath the outward veneer of unity and justice, the settlement was more one-sided than it appeared. Tancred had been strategically outmaneuvered and politically humbled. He declined to take up his new holdings in Haifa and Galilee, likely to avoid the requirement of swearing homage to Baldwin I, and made no move to challenge the king directly. Baldwin I, for his part, maintained the appearance of magnanimity while consolidating his own influence. With Edessa back under its rightful count and Tripoli under the rule of a royal ally, the king had strengthened his grip on the Latin East without ever drawing a sword. Fate offered Baldwin I one further stroke of fortune. Soon after the fall of Tripoli, William Jordan, Tancred's key ally and vassal, was assassinated in what was described as a secret attack, pierced through the heart and slain. His sudden death removed the last obstacle of Bertrand's uncontested rule, and with it, the last hope of an Antiochene Tripoli. The balance of power in the Crusader states had decisively shifted, and Jerusalem had prevailed. In May 1110, King Baldwin I of Jerusalem seized a pivotal opportunity to reinforce his role as the dominant political force among the Crusader states. That spring, the long-anticipated response from the Seljuk Empire to the Latin occupation of the Levant finally materialized. Muhammad Topar, the Seljuk Sultan of Baghdad, commissioned a military expedition aimed at reversing the Christian tide in Syria. The general selected to lead this effort was Mahmud ibn Altantash, a skilled and ambitious Turkish emir who had recently risen to power in Mosul. Mahmud's campaign began with a direct strike at the county of Edessa, then ruled by Baldwin II. The city was a vulnerable target, lacking the strategic depth of Antioch or the natural fortifications of Jerusalem. But the threat to Edessa produced a rare moment of unity among the Latins. In swift response to the siege, a large Frankish relief force was mobilized, drawing troops from the Kingdom of Jerusalem, the county of Tripoli, and the Principality of Antioch. This show of force compelled Mahmud to lift the siege before it could gain traction. King Baldwin I, ever alert to the broader implications of such military gatherings, recognized this assembly of Latin rulers as a chance to resolve a festering political dispute. With all major power brokers present, he convened a second formal council, this time aimed solely at settling the ongoing rivalry between Baldwin II of Edessa and Tancred of Antioch. A Latin chronicler described the purpose of the meeting as seeking judgment, quote, either by a fair trial or by agreement to a council of magnates. Tancred was deeply reluctant to attend. He had good reason to doubt the impartiality of such a proceeding, given Baldwin I's history of opposing Antiochene ambitions. Only after significant pressure from his closest advisors did Tancred agree to participate. His suspicions were swiftly confirmed when the proceedings began. Seated in judgment, Baldwin I allowed accusations to be brought forth against Tancred, including the inflammatory charge that he had invited Mahmud of Mosul to attack Edessa and had colluded with Muslim powers. These allegations were almost certainly crafted for political effect. They ignored Baldwin II's own temporary alliance with Mosul just 2 years earlier, during his struggle to reclaim Edessa from Tancred's control. and they conveniently overlooked Baldwin I's own history of negotiating with Muslim emirs, such as those in Damascus. Nonetheless, in the highly charged atmosphere of the council, Tancred found himself isolated. The assembled leaders of the Latin East, many of whom owed their allegiance or status to Baldwin I, pressed for a definitive settlement. Faced with mounting pressure and the threat of political ostracism, Tancred capitulated. Though no written treaty was produced, he appeared to have agreed to cease his demands for tribute from the county of Edessa, thereby relinquishing a key source of revenue and a symbolic lever of authority over Baldwin II. While these arbitrations reinforced Baldwin I's status as the effective overlord of the Crusader states, it did not formally subordinate Antioch. In the years that followed, the principality would again challenge Jerusalem's supremacy. The secular contest between Jerusalem and Antioch would be echoed in a similarly acrimonious conflict between their respective patriarchs, each claiming primacy over the Latin Church in the East. Still, in the spring of 1110, Baldwin I had secured a major political victory. Without resorting to armed coercion, he had compelled Antioch to yield and affirmed Jerusalem's position as the leading secular authority in Outremer. Through careful manipulation of both military circumstance and judicial ceremony, King Baldwin I continued to shape the political landscape of the Latin East in his favor. Despite the political humiliations Tancred endured in 1109, and again in 1110, first at Tripoli and then at the council convened by Baldwin I, his final years on the political stage were marked by extraordinary military resurgence. Between 1110 and his death in 1112, Tancred achieved a series of bold territorial gains that dramatically extended the Principality of Antioch's frontiers. He emerged from his defeats galvanized, displaying the same tireless energy and personal valor that had defined his earlier career. In this late phase of his rule, he waged near continuous warfare across northern Syria, campaigning with such perseverance that chroniclers remarked on his apparent disregard for rest or retreat. A critical yet often overlooked element of Tancred's military policy in this period was his close attention to geography. Like many medieval commanders, he understood that terrain could be as decisive as manpower or coin in shaping the outcomes of war. By 1110, the expansion of Antiochene territory had brought the principality to two formidable natural boundaries. To the east, Tancred's domain reached the base of the Belus Hills, a chain of low, rugged elevations that formed the transitional zone between the plains of Antioch and the territories held by Aleppo. To the south, the Sumac Plateau and the fertile basin of the Orontes River acted as a buffer between Latin-controlled lands and the Muslim town of Shaizar. These boundaries had the potential to stabilize relations between Antioch and its Muslim neighbors. They created a geographical equilibrium that neither side could easily penetrate, offering mutual security through the logic of natural impediments. From a strategic standpoint, Tancred could have accepted this balance, consolidating his gains and negotiating terms that might have laid the groundwork for a lasting peace. But Tancred was not a man inclined toward restraint. Whether driven by ambition, a belief in divine favor, or the cultural legacy of Norman opportunism, he rejected the idea of equilibrium. He chose instead to pursue further conquest, despite the logistical demands and diplomatic risks that it entailed. In October 1110, he launched a bold campaign that defied seasonal convention by beginning just as winter approached. Leading his force across the Belus Hills into the Jazar region, territory that lay unshielded east of the natural barrier, Tancred captured a series of key towns, including Al-Atharib and Zardana. With the Latin frontier now just 20 miles from Aleppo, one of the most powerful cities in Muslim Syria, the stakes of Tancred's expeditionist vision were suddenly heightened. His actions disrupted the regional balance and provoked anxiety across the Muslim world, and Tancred did not stop there. In the spring of 1111, he redirected his attention southward. His target was the region of Shaizar, a wealthy and well-defended Muslim town under the control of the Munkidite Emirate. To tighten the noose, Tancred initiated construction of a new fortress on the commanding hilltop near the city. Though still incomplete, this fortification immediately altered the strategic equation. It projected Latin power deep into contested space and served as a warning to both Shaizar and its allies that Antioch's military ambitions were far from exhausted. Faced with this intensifying pressure, neither Ridwan of Aleppo nor the Munkid clan sought immediate confrontation. Instead, both chose to appease Tancred. Ridwan resumed the tributary payments that he had previously used to buy off Antiochene aggression, while the rulers of Khazar offered a hefty sum of 30,000 gold dinars in return for a temporary peace. The decision to pay rather than fight reflected the precarious balance of power in northern Syria at the time. Tancred's military momentum had become undeniable, and even cities as prominent as Aleppo and Khazar were forced to acknowledge the new reality of Latin supremacy on their borders. Tancred's success during these campaigns did more than expand Antiochene territory. It revived his prestige in the wake of recent diplomatic losses, and demonstrated that, even without the backing of Jerusalem or Edessa, the Principality of Antioch could wield decisive force across the region. These victories would form the final chapter of his life, a legacy of martial audacity that few of his peers could rival. There was a well-known model for the sort of tributary-based system Tancred sought to implement in northern Syria. During the 11th century in Iberia, Christian kingdoms like Leon, Castile, and Aragon had progressively asserted dominance over the fragmented Muslim Taifa states of the south. These relationships often took the form of pariahs, which were annual payments extracted in return for military protection or political non-interference. Over time, these arrangements grew so entrenched that they enabled a largely bloodless occupation of Toledo in 1085. Tancred, operating in a region marked by a similar political patchwork and religious divide, may have seen in the Iberian example a blueprint for weakening his Muslim neighbors through economic pressure and dependence. In Aleppo, his approach worked, at least temporarily. The looming threat of Antiochene military action, combined with the weight of enforced tribute, compelled Ridwan to maintain a submissive posture. However, Tancred applied the same pressure to the Emirate of Khazar with less caution. The Munkid clan, proud and influential rulers of that city, balked at the scale of his demands. Rather than submit, they chose defiance. When Mahmud of Mosul returned to Syria in the autumn of 1111, at the head of the Second Abbasid Expeditionary Force, the Munkidites readily joined his cause, seizing the opportunity to challenge Antiochene encroachment. Mahmud's arrival threatened the broader southern frontier of the principality. The campaign targeted the Sumac Plateau and its adjoining valleys, which were key regions that shielded the road to Antioch. Tancred responded with decisive urgency. Every fighting man the principality could muster was called into service, and Tancred extended appeals to his fellow Frankish rulers. Despite the political tensions that had recently flared between the principalities, his call was answered. Forces from Jerusalem, Edessa, and Tripoli rallied to his side. The combined Latin army took up a defensive posture near Apamea, controlling the roads and access points Mahmud would need for any deeper incursions. The resulting standoff never erupted into open battle. Mahmud, unable to draw the Latins into a hasty engagement and frustrated by their cohesion, was eventually forced to withdraw. Tancred had once again defended his principality from a formidable eastern challenge. The long road of campaigning, intrigue, and unrelenting pressure eventually took its toll. Later that year, Tancred fell seriously ill. After more than a decade of near-constant warfare, he died in December 1112 at the age of 36. Contemporary chroniclers, particularly those in the Armenian Christian tradition, recorded his death with reverence. Matthew of Edessa, writing not long after, described him in near hagiographic terms. He was a saintly and pious man, and had a kind and compassionate nature, manifesting concern for all the Christian faithful. Moreover, he exhibited a tremendous amount of humility in his dealings with people. But this portrait omits the sharper dimensions of Tancred's character. He was deeply ambitious, politically astute, and unafraid to use deception, intimidation, or brute force to achieve his goals. His legacy included battles with Muslims, but also betrayals and rivalries with fellow Latins. He had allied with Islamic powers when it suited his interests, and had shown a willingness to ignore ecclesiastical authority in pursuit of secular power. Yet it was precisely this combination of charisma, pragmatism, and the relentless drive that allowed him to forge something lasting. Tancred did not inherit a ready-made kingdom. He shaped the Principality of Antioch through personal ambition and political dexterity. While Bohemond of Taranto had given the principality its initial spark, it was Tancred who sustained and expanded it, who preserved it through the tumultuous years following the First Crusade, and gave it shape as a functioning state. In the end, history has often remembered Bohemond as the founder of Antioch. but it was Tancred who made it endure. Tancred's death in December 1112 marked more than the end of a single career. It coincided with a broader transition in the political order of the Latin East, shaped by dynastic succession and shifting alliances. As one generation of Crusader leaders gave way to the next, the balance of power in Outremer began to shift. Leadership in Antioch passed to Roger of Salerno, the son of Richard of Salerno and nephew of Tancred. Roger had already established himself as a capable military commander and a respected figure among the Franks in northern Syria. His rise to power coincided with a wave of marriage alliances that helped solidify a more interconnected ruling class across the Crusader states. These unions served to bind regional leaders to one another, creating new networks of loyalty that would shape political development for the next decade. Roger married the sister of Baldwin II, the reigning Count of Edessa, while Baldwin's close ally Jocelyn of Courtenay, Lord of Tel Bashir, wed Roger's sister. These twin marriages strengthened the bond between Antioch and Edessa, though the relationship between the two principalities remained fraught with questions of status and autonomy. Meanwhile, in the south, the county of Tripoli underwent a similar change in leadership. The death of Bertrand of Toulouse in early 1112 left his son, Pons, as the new count. Still young and without an independent power base, Pons inherited his father's ties to Jerusalem, but began to revise his family's long-standing political posture. The Toulousain line had traditionally emphasized loyalty to Byzantium and maintained a wary stance towards Antioch. But Pons, in a marked departure, began cultivating ties with the northern principality. Between 1113 and 1115, he married Cecilia of France, Tancred's widow and daughter of King Philip I. Cecilia had a lordship in the Rouge Valley, a strategically vital region controlling one of the main southern approaches to Antioch. With this alliance, Pons gained both territorial influence and a new political orientation more closely aligned with Antiochene interests. Together, these changes reshaped the internal dynamics of the Crusader states. On one hand, the interwoven web of family ties created new channels of cooperation among the Latins. The rulers of Jerusalem, Antioch, Edessa, and Tripoli now stood within a single kinship network, bound by mutual obligation and overlapping interests. On the other hand, these same connections revived long-standing tensions about hierarchy and control. The question of Antioch's position relative to Edessa, never fully settled during Tancred's lifetime, returned to the forefront. So too did the broader issues of whether the King of Jerusalem could exercise meaningful authority across the other principalities. What followed would show whether these alliances could produce lasting unity, or if they would merely shift the lines of future conflict. The fragile unity of the Latin East faced a severe trial in the spring of 1113. In May, Mahmud of Mosul, the most capable commander in the service of the Abbasid Caliph, led a third military expedition into the Levant. Unlike his earlier campaigns, which had focused on northern Syria, this time he turned south and crossed into Palestine. His goal was to strike at the heart of the Crusader kingdom. This shift in strategy likely stemmed from a growing sense of frustration among the Muslim leaders. In recent years, Frankish raids had devastated the agricultural zones surrounding Damascus, especially in Golan and Haran regions. These attacks threatened the city's food supply and regional influence. In response, Tuftigan, the Atabeg of Damascus, abandoned any pretense of neutrality and joined Mahmud in alliance. In the final days of May, he brought his own army north from Damascus and joined forces with Mahmud. Together they marched towards Galilee, the northern frontier of Baldwin I's kingdom. News of the invasion reached King Baldwin I when he was in Acre. His reaction was swift. He sent urgent messages to his fellow Latin rulers, Roger of Antioch and Pons of Tripoli, calling for reinforcements. The threat was very real, and Baldwin needed their armies to meet the challenge. But he now faced a critical choice. Should he delay his response until the full strength of the Frankish alliance could assemble, allowing the enemy free rein in Galilee? Or should he move quickly to check the invaders, even without the support of his northern allies? By late June, King Baldwin I made his decision. He left Acre and advanced into Galilee with the troops available to him. His aim was to establish a forward position from which to monitor the enemy and, if possible, limit the damage caused by their raids. He did not intend to launch a direct assault without support, though some of his actions suggested urgency rather than caution. Baldwin's choice drew sharp criticism. His own chaplain, Fulcher of Chartres, recorded that the king was rebuked by his allies for marching, quote, in a rash and disorderly manner, without waiting for their advice and aid. Modern historians have echoed this critique, often contrasting his 1113 campaign with the more disastrous recklessness shown in 1102. Still, the available evidence suggests that Baldwin acted out of strategic necessity, not personal pride. The pace of Mahmud's advance and the alliance with Damascus left little room for inaction. His forward movement into Galilee seems to have been aimed at containment, not confrontation. On the 28th of June, 1113, King Baldwin I's campaign in Galilee met with sudden disaster. In the days leading up to the clash, the king had camped near the Al-Sanabra Bridge, a strategic crossing over the Jordan River, located just south of the Sea of Galilee. This spot offered access to the eastern frontier and a clear path of movement through the region. Ordinarily, Baldwin I made careful use of scouts and local intelligence, but on this occasion, something went amiss. He either underestimated the proximity of enemy forces or failed to detect them entirely. Whatever the cause, his camp was dangerously exposed. Mahmud of Mosul and Tuftigan of Damascus had already positioned their combined army across the river, within striking distance. Muslim foragers, likely searching for food or fodder, stumbled upon the Frankish camp and reported its location. Mahmud wasted no time. He launched a rapid and coordinated assault across the bridge, aiming to catch the Latins before they could organize a proper defense. The attack unfolded with brutal efficiency. Muslim cavalry surged across the river and struck the camp at dawn, or shortly after. The Franks were caught off guard. With little time to form ranks or prepare their mounts, many were cut down in the first moments of the assault. The chaos spread quickly. Frankish foot soldiers scattered or were overwhelmed. An estimated 1,000 to 2,000 men were killed, including about 30 knights. Baldwin I barely escaped with his life. In the rush to flee, he lost not only his royal tent, but also his personal banner. Their capture marked a visible stain on his authority. The king regrouped at Mount Tabor, a steep outcrop overlooking the region to the west of the Sea of Galilee. Its slopes offered natural defenses and a commanding view of the surrounding countryside. Within days, the reinforcements he had originally requested arrived. Roger of Salerno brought troops from Antioch, and Pons of Tripoli arrived with his own contingent. With their combined strength, Baldwin now controlled a significant army. He chose to hold his position, enforcing security across Galilee, but avoiding open battle. For nearly a month, the two armies remained within striking distance. Mahmud and Tuftigan tested the Latin lines, hoping to lure the Franks into battle or bypass them for deeper incursion. But Baldwin held firm. His new defensive posture gave no opportunity for a decisive fight, and the risk of overextension now fell on the Muslim side. Unable to break the stalemate or move freely south towards Jerusalem, Mahmud eventually withdrew. In early August, the Muslim forces crossed the Jordan and returned to the lands east of the river. Although Baldwin had avoided total collapse, the campaign had come with a heavy price. The loss at Al-Sanabra had shaken his authority. Muslim chroniclers celebrated the victory with relish. According to one Damascene account, the Christian forces had been, quote, humbled, broken, defeated, and dispirited. A trophy caravan was dispatched to Baghdad, bearing captured Frankish soldiers, loot, and the severed heads of the dead. The king had survived, but his aura of invincibility had been tarnished. In early autumn of 1113, Mahmud of Mosul, the most capable general in the Abbasid military sphere, made a fateful decision. After his summer campaign in Palestine, he traveled to Damascus, likely to discuss future strategy and cement his alliance with Tuftigan, the city's atabeg. On the 2nd of October, the two men attended Friday prayers at the Grand Mosque of Damascus. Shortly afterward, as Mahmud walked through one of the mosque's adjoining courtyards, he was ambushed. A lone assailant, blending into the crowd, drew a concealed weapon and struck with deadly precision. Mahmud was mortally wounded and died soon after. The attacker was immediately seized, decapitated, and his body burned in public. Yet despite the swift punishment, neither the man's identity nor his motive was definitively uncovered. The killing sent shockwaves through the region. Contemporaries and later chroniclers suspected that the murderer belonged to a shadowy sect whose influence had begun to reshape the politics of the Islamic world, the Nizari Ismailis. This offshoot of Shia Islam had its roots in northeastern Persia, where its members had established fortified mountain enclaves. Lacking the armies or resources of their Sunni rivals, the Nizaris had turned to a different method of influence: targeted political assassination. Their reputation for precision, secrecy, and ideological fervor earned them both fear and notoriety. Western observers, noting rumors that members of the sect used hashish to steal their nerves before an attack, began referring to them with a distorted version of that same word: assassins. By the early 12th century, the assassins had expanded into the Levant. During the final years of Ridwan's rule, they had gained a foothold in Aleppo, reportedly with the emir's quiet support. But following Ridwan's death in 1113, a violent backlash expelled the sect from the city. Seeking protection, the Nizaris turned to Damascus, where they found a new patron in Tuftigan. Given this context, many believed that the Atabeg may have had foreknowledge of Mahmud's murder, or worse, had ordered it himself. While no definitive proof of Tuftigan's involvement surfaced, the mere suspicion carried serious consequences. In Baghdad, where Mahmud had served as a loyal instrument of Abbasid authority, the Damascene alliance quickly fell under scrutiny. The assassination fractured relations between Damascus and the Sultan's court, leaving Tuftigan diplomatically isolated. At the same time, the political landscape of the Levant began to shift once more. With Damascus now distanced from Baghdad, the possibility of renewed cooperation with Jerusalem gained traction. What emerged in the aftermath was a quiet rebalancing of Near Eastern power, one that temporarily muted the threat of unified Muslim invasion and encouraged a tentative Frankish-Damascene alliance. From the perspective of the Franks, the campaign of 1113 and Mahmud's assassination underscored two critical truths. First, Muslim incursions posed an enduring existential threat that demanded coordinated response. Second, rash offenses and ill-considered engagements could be catastrophic. These lessons, painfully reinforced by the losses of the Al-Sanabra campaign, led to a recalibration of Latin military doctrine. What took shape was a cautious but effective strategy of containment. When faced with overwhelming force, the Latins would concentrate their armies in defensible terrain, avoid pitched battle, and rely on logistics and attrition to wear down their enemies. This model would become a defining feature of Crusader military practice for much of the 12th century. It was a doctrine of survival. The military doctrine that had taken root among the Franks in recent years was precisely the model followed by Roger of Salerno, Prince of Antioch, when he faced his first serious test of leadership in 1115. But unlike earlier crises, this confrontation unfolded under truly unprecedented circumstances. For the first time in the history of the Latin East, a coalition of Christian and Muslim forces would align, shoulder to shoulder, in anticipation of a common threat. That threat emerged from the east. With the city of Aleppo weakened by internal discord and recent assassins' activity, the Sultan of Baghdad once again saw a chance to reassert Abbasid influence into the Levant. This time, rather than relying on a local commander from Mosul, the Sultan appointed Bursk of Hamadan, a Persian emir of notable experience and loyalty, to lead the new campaign. Bursk's assignment was explicit: cross the Euphrates, take command of Aleppo, and if possible, extend the Sultan's writ across Syria. This looming intervention alarmed the major power brokers of the region, including those who had recently stood in opposition of the Franks. Tuftigan of Damascus, recognizing that Baghdad's reassertion of control could curtail his independence, moved swiftly to build an alliance. He reached out to his son-in-law, Il-Ghazi of Mardin, a formidable Turkoman warlord from the Artuquid dynasty, which ruled a large swath of the Jazari between the Tigris and the Euphrates. The two Muslim leaders seized temporary control of Aleppo to block Bursk's approach, and then did something few Latin observers could have predicted. They sent envoys north, requesting negotiations with the Principality of Antioch. Roger initially hesitated. A Crusader leader accepting terms from a former enemy, particularly with the memory of recent Muslim offensives still fresh, was a decision that carried obvious risks. But the offer was both sincere and strategically sound. One of Roger's own vassals, Robert Fitzfulk the Leper, who held the key frontier lordship of Zerdana, east of Antioch, is thought to have played a crucial role in persuading his prince to accept the alliance. Robert had previously cultivated a rapport with Tuftigan, and his experience may have convinced Roger that this rare moment of cooperation was genuine. By early summer of 1115, a formal pact had been struck. The Franks and their former Muslim foes would fight together against Bursk's expedition. As word of the treaty spread, preparations for the looming campaign began across the region. When Bursk arrived in Syria, his path to Aleppo was blocked, forcing him to pivot southward. Echoing Maudud's earlier campaign in 1111, he looked to launch an assault along Antioch's southern frontier, likely with the support of the Emirate of Shaizar. Roger, however, was already in motion. He led approximately 2,000 Frankish troops to Apamea, a fortified town overlooking the Orontes River, and there took up a strong defensive position, joined by Count Baldwin II of Edessa. What followed was one of the most remarkable episodes in early Crusader history. Tuftigan and Ilghazi made good on their pledge, arriving with an estimated 10,000 troops. The combined force now include Turkic cavalry, Damascene infantry, Edessene Franks, and Norman knights from Antioch. In late August, King Baldwin I of Jerusalem and Count Pons of Tripoli also arrived, further swelling the allied host. Across faiths, languages, and former hostilities, these various powers stood unified. Despite the inherited tensions and potential for miscommunication, the coalition remained intact through the height of the summer. Troops encamped together, commanders coordinated, and the line held firm. The very fact that such a divisive force could be assembled and maintained without dissolving into violence or confusion spoke to the shared recognition of the stakes. Bursk's arrival in Syria had created, however briefly, a zone of cooperation in the region, more often marked by betrayal and rivalry. Though no great battle would materialize at Apamea, the show of strength had its intended effect. By holding their ground and denying Bursk access to Aleppo, or a clear path into the Levant, the Allies forced the Persian commander to reassess. Confronted by an unbreakable wall of opposition, he withdrew his forces, ending the Abbasid threat before it could even fully develop. The crisis had passed. The events of 1115 marked a turning point in the history of the Crusader states. While the alliance between Franks and Muslims would not become a lasting arrangement, it demonstrated the fluidity of political loyalties in the Near East. Mutual self-interest could, under the right conditions, transcend religious division. For Roger of Antioch, the success of Apamea bolstered his legitimacy and demonstrated his capacity to lead during moments of profound danger. It also reinforced the now entrenched pattern of Latin defensive strategy: gather the coalition, choose the ground, stand firm, and wait. Facing such a sizable and entrenched opposing force, Bursk did everything in his power to goad the Latin-Muslim alliance into a premature clash. He ordered skirmishes to harass the Allied camps, and led raids into the Sumac Plateau, seeking to provoke a reaction. Maintaining cohesion under such constant threat was no easy feat. To preserve order and discipline, Prince Roger of Salerno reportedly threatened to blind any of his men who broke ranks. Despite the taunts and attacks, the Franks, alongside their Damascene allies, stood firm in their position. Eventually, Bursk abandoned his position near Shaizar, and with the immediate danger to Syria seemingly abated, the Grand Coalition dispersed. Roger returned to Antioch. King Baldwin of Jerusalem and Count Pons of Tripoli withdrew south, and the Damascene returned to their own territory. But the withdrawal proved to be a feint. In early September, Bursk's true intentions were revealed. Rather than retreating across the Euphrates, he had paused near Hama, waiting for the coalition to dissolve. Now, he circled around through the northern reaches of the Sumac Plateau, launching a renewed offensive. The Principality of Antioch stood exposed, and Roger of Salerno was now largely on his own. Of all his allies, only Baldwin II of Edessa remained, having left troops stationed in Antioch's territory throughout the summer. At this point, Baldwin II functioned almost as a client ruler of the Principality, strengthening the tenuous bond between Edessa and Antioch. Roger now faced a familiar dilemma. Should he wait for the reassembly of the Latin-Muslim alliance, allowing Bursk to ravage the countryside, or act decisively on his own? The situation mirrored that faced by King Baldwin I 2 years earlier, during the Al-Sanabra debacle of 1113. And like Baldwin I, Roger chose the bolder path. On the 12th of September 1115, Roger assembled his available forces, perhaps 500 to 700 knights and 2,000 to 3,000 infantry, and had marched from Rugia to confront the enemy. It was a high-risk decision. His army was significantly outnumbered, possibly facing more than twice its size in Bursk's forces. Latin chroniclers record that Roger placed his faith in divine favor. A relic of the true cross was carried into battle by the Bishop of Jabala, and the army underwent religious purification rites. Even so, Roger must have understood that he was wagering not just with his own fate, but the security of all Frankish Syria. This time, fortune favored the Christians. As Roger moved south towards the Rouge Valley, scouts located Bursk's encampment in the valley near Sarmine, where the Muslim forces appear to have been unaware of his approach. At dawn on the 14th of September, Roger launched a surprise attack. The sudden attack threw Bursk's army into confusion. They fled in disorder to the nearby heights of Tel Denith, where they attempted to regroup, but the Franks pressed the advantage and overwhelmed them. Bursk himself escaped the field, but the Latin victory was total. The enemy camp was captured, and the haul of loot was so large that Roger spent 3 full days distributing the spoils among his men. The Battle of Tel Denith was hailed as a remarkable triumph. Roger had taken an enormous gamble and won. But even in the midst of celebration, some saw the danger in what had just occurred. By acting independently and abandoning the caution that had defined Latin defensive strategy, Roger set a precedent. Victory could be seized through audacity. While his gamble succeeded in 1115, the seeds of future disaster were also sown. In time, others would follow his example, with far graver consequences. King Baldwin I of Jerusalem reaffirmed his reputation for bold and visionary action in the closing years of his reign. Following his success at Tel Danith, Baldwin turned his gaze eastward towards the vast arid lands beyond the Jordan River. This region, known in Latin sources as Transjordan, was largely desolate but strategically significant. It spanned the rugged terrain between the Dead Sea and the Red Sea, territory that today lies mostly within modern Jordan. In the early 12th century, this barren expanse formed an important corridor for merchants and travelers journeying between Syria, Egypt, and the Arabian Peninsula. Though sparsely populated and difficult to control, Baldwin recognized that dominating this region could give the Latin kingdom leverage over trade and pilgrimage routes. Baldwin had already tested the region's potential with brief military forays in 1107 and again in 1113. But it was not until the autumn of 1115 that he committed to a permanent presence. With characteristic daring, he led a small force of just 200 knights and 400 infantry and established a new fortified stronghold known to the locals as Shobak. There, in isolation and under trying conditions, Baldwin ordered the construction of a crude fortress named Montreal. Though primitive at first, this fort would evolve into a vital linchpin of Frankish control in Transjordan. Undeterred by the harsh terrain or logistical challenges, Baldwin returned to this region in 1116, pushing even further south. On the shores of the Red Sea, near the ancient port of Ayla, he established another outpost. Though smaller in scale, this station gave the Kingdom of Jerusalem a foothold on the Red Sea. In essence, Baldwin had extended the borders of the kingdom to their furthest geographic limit, initiating a bold southern expanse that would come to define the Latin frontier for years to come. Yet these exertions had taken a heavy toll on the aging king. Baldwin had never fully recovered from a serious wound he sustained back in 1103, and in the winter of 1116 to 1117, he was struck by a severe illness. Weakened, he withdrew from active campaigning and spent several months resting. However, his ambitions remained undiminished. By the start of 1118, Baldwin had regained enough strength to undertake one last campaign. In March 1118, he mounted an audacious raid into Egypt, penetrating deep into Fatimid territory and reaching the eastern branches of the Nile Delta. This was perhaps his most daring action to date, an expedition that reminded friend and foe alike of his capacity for surprise attacks and deep strikes into the enemy heartlands. But it was during this campaign that his body finally gave out. Far from home, Baldwin's old wound reopened, and his condition rapidly deteriorated. The pain became so intense that he could no longer ride on horseback. Desperate to return to his kingdom, he was placed on a makeshift litter and carried north by his men. The journey was excruciating and painfully slow. On the 2nd of April, 1118, Baldwin reached the frontier settlement of Al-Arish, just beyond the southern boundary of the Latin kingdom. There, still racked with pain but conscious of his approaching end, he confessed his sins, received last rites, and passed away. The late king had been adamant that his body should not remain in Egyptian soil. Aware of the scorching heat of the region and the logistical difficulties of a slow return to his kingdom, Baldwin I made explicit preparations for what should be done if he died during the campaign. In the final days of his life, these wishes were conveyed to his entourage, and in particular, his personal cook, Addo. Just as he had resolutely asked, his belly was cut open, his internal organs were taken out and buried. His body was salted inside and out, in his eyes, mouth, nostrils, and ears, and also embalmed with spices and balsam. Then it was sewn into a hide and wrapped in carpets, placed on horseback, and firmly tied on. The funeral party bearing Baldwin's remains reached Jerusalem on Palm Sunday. True to his final wishes, the king was laid to rest in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, alongside his revered brother, Godfrey of Bouillon, the defender of the Holy Sepulchre and uncrowned first ruler of the Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem. Baldwin's death signaled the close of an era, the age of the founders. While the First Crusade had shattered the gates of the Near East, it was not those initial warriors who secured Christendom's foothold. That task fell to the first generation of settlers, those who carved out the borders, built castles, administered towns, and repelled counterattacks in the face of overwhelming odds. Among these, two figures stand preeminent: King Baldwin I of Jerusalem and Tancred, Prince Regent of Antioch. Through their ruthless determination, political adaptability, and military minds, they held together the patchwork of the Latin East between 1100 and 1118, a time when Muslim disunity and Frankish resilience alone prevented the fragile states of Outremer from crumbling into the desert sands. These were the years when the myth of Frankish invincibility began to wear thin, when defeats, such as Al-Sanabra in 1113, revealed the vulnerability of the Latin position, and when, at last, Islamic counteroffensives stirred from dormancy, threatening renewed jihad from Baghdad. Yet it was precisely in this crucible of instability that the Latin kingdoms took root. Had the various powers of Islam, Damascus, Mosul, Aleppo, and Baghdad, acted together during this formative period, the entire Crusader project might well have been extinguished. But they did not, and because of that, Baldwin and Tancred were able to shape the destiny of Outremer. The legacy of their bold decisions, hard-won victories, and brutal pragmaticism would echo across the rest of the 12th century, revered by some, criticized by others, but remembered by all. Their efforts laid the groundwork for both the flowering and the fracturing of the Latin East, a legacy that would be tested all too soon.